0 or day 1 to right now, I don't know which day we are right now, day 30 or whatever, there are more people gathering. And even more from the way they are dressed, you can realize there are different type of people with different ideologies, different religious backgrounds. I've even seen Christians attending, or even it's not just some might say, oh, it's just the Shias or whatever, Muslim Shias. No, yesterday we had a follower of Ahl Sunnah, Sunni brother, Iranian, who was assassinated by the US and Zionist terrorist regimes in Chabahar, city of Chabahar. Today was the funeral for this Sunni individual. So they are targeting Iran. The enemy is targeting Iran. They don't care who's who. So, but this made people to be sort of more realized and more be united, whereas previously for 48 years they were literally putting this propaganda so that to show that we are friends with the Iranian nation and we're just against the government and everything. And some people were thinking, believed these sort of propaganda war that they had. Some people thought that this would be the case, and but now they realize no, literally civilians are being targeted. Their own house has been blown off, and so this makes people to become more angry, become more sort of resilient, and come to the streets and say, we want revenge. And our revenge is, as I mentioned previously when I'm here, one first revenge is literally that there should be no more regime of Israel, Zionist regime. It should be all Palestinians, as our martyr Imam Sayyid Ali Khamenei mentioned, and all Palestinians, wherever they are, whether inside Palestine or whether they've been exiled outside and expelled outside Palestine to various different countries, whatever generation they are, they should come and vote for a Palestinian government. There should be a democracy in Palestine. Vote for whatever government they want. Whether they're Christian, whether they're Muslim, whether they're Jew, whether they're atheist, whatever. They should decide for their own government. And this is what Iran is going to do, because this imposed state, regime states that is there, this is not, does not belong to you. Those individuals, just because they are follower of Judaism, doesn't entitle them to go and occupy another country. So the first thing is this. This is what the Iranian nation wants, and this is what the Iran's government, as well as Iran's military and all the resistance front are working towards. Second thing, all these US bases should be literally gone. America, few thousand kilometers away from Iran, what they're doing here in, with all these bases in West Asia. So they're bases which was supposed to bring stability and peace towards these countries. It has not offered anything towards these Persian Arab Gulf countries. And what we can see is that even they haven't brought them stability and security, but now vice versa, they actually go and hide themselves behind the citizens of these countries, Arab countries, and going behind a human shield in order to protect themselves. And this is not going to work. So for that reason, it's going to be a long run, and Iran knows what they're doing in terms of military-wise, whereas on the other hand, we can see they're just starting targeting civilians more and more, but they have not acknowledged the Iranian nation. When you get a martyr in Iranian culture, in Iranian identity, in Iranian Islamic identity, when we say there's a drop of blood of a martyr on the ground, more would be rising up. And this is what we've seen. So at nights, for instance, I can give an example of Engelab Square. On day 1 or day 2, people would be gathering. The official hour of the programs is roughly around 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., 11 p.m. But people were standing till Fajr, till morning prayers, which was around 4:30 a.m. And in the day 1 of this war, there were days that we can see like 3 people were remaining at 4:30 a.m., where it was like past 5 hours, 6 hours after the official end of the official ending of the program. People were standing there, and the morning prayer was around 3 people. Now I can see more than 300, 400 people standing in the Engelab Square or other squares. So this shows that more people are onto this. The different sorts of backgrounds, they have religious backgrounds and political backgrounds. Everyone's united onto a strong Iran to take a big revenge for what they've done, these terrorist regimes, and everyone's up to this.
Thank you, Mr. Sharif. Mr. Sharif, except Yemen. We don't see it in Bahrain. We know that the people there have problems with their government or the leadership. That was one of the questions. And also you've mentioned about the UK, France and Italy refraining from helping the US in the war on Iran, the imposed war on Iran. That's another one. How come they are refraining from helping the US, which is supposed to be their staunch allies, but these Arab countries like Bahrain, the UAE, Saudi Arabia and Qatar continue to help the US by letting their soil be used to attack?
I think a very good, important question, and I think to address this, we need to know more about these Persian Arab Gulf countries, Persian Gulf Arabic countries, and that is that literally America has a leverage from them. So all of their financial investments and money and everything has been in the States, in the United Terrorist Regime of America. So they are kind of clueless. So I can give you an example of, for instance, Qatar. Qatar, a few years back, I remember Saudi Arabia put a sanction on Qatar and also UAE. And we all know that in these Arabic countries, they don't have much of agriculture. So even for their own food, they are importing. And literally, they shut down their airspaces for Qatari civilian airplanes. The only country was helping them back then was Iran. Iran actually helped them, and Oman as well. So we took the logical stance, because we see there as our neighbors, we have to help each other, because when it's at the time of difficulty, neighbors are supposed to help each other. But now what we can see is those US bases that were there, and each of these countries, prior to this war, all of them announced that our land, air and soil and also sea would not be used against Iran. But in reality, we can see it's totally the opposite.
Mr. Sharif, is it okay just take a break for 2 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll continue with this thoughts. Dear viewers, stay tuned. We'll be back in about 2 minutes' time. Take care.
They were clearly marked. Cameras ready, press vests on. They weren't hiding. They were telling the truth. And still, Israel assassinated them. In southern Lebanon, a place already scarred by years of conflict, an airstrike hit a vehicle carrying journalists. Among those killed were Fatima Ftouni, her brother Muhammad, and veteran war correspondent Ali Shai. A paramedic who rushed in to help was killed too. This wasn't just an attack. It was a message from Israel. Don't report the truth. Ali Shai had spent decades on the front lines documenting wars, occupation, and resistance. He didn't just report history. He stood inside it. Fearless, relentless, always there. Fatima Ftouni believed journalism wasn't just a job, it was identity, it was belonging. She told the stories of her people, corrected misinformation, and gave a voice to those living under fire, right up to her final moments. Days before her murder, she reported on the killing of her own family by Israel. Still, she kept going, because for them, the mission was bigger than fear, to witness, to document, to make sure the world could not look away. But when journalists become targets, when even ambulances are struck, what does that say about the cost of truth? More than 270 journalists have been killed by Israel in Gaza alone since 2023. Many labeled, many accused without proof. And yet, the cameras don't stop rolling, because someone must show what's happening. Someone must tell the story. They knew the risks. They stayed anyway. And now, others are stepping forward, picking up the cameras, continuing the mission. Because the truth doesn't disappear when you silence the messenger. It only gets louder.
Welcome back, dear viewers. We were talking about it was a rolling coverage about the war on Iran. We had and we have Mr. Ehsan Sharif, professor at the University of Tehran, with us. Professor, thank you for being with us again. Professor, we're talking about the UK, France, Italy refraining from helping the imposed U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. I just had a message from, a report coming from Keir Starmer. He said, I'm not prepared to ask the British people once again to go through a crisis, come out of it and say business as usual. This is from the British Prime Minister. We had from France as well. We had Italy as well. But the problem is we have the Arab regional countries, which are Muslims, which should be united with the Muslims. We saw them that they didn't help. They actually helped the Israeli regime in the war against Gaza, and now they're helping the U.S.-Israeli regime to wage the war on Iran. So continue with your thoughts.
Just to add to this, so as I said earlier, the stance of European countries from day zero or day one of the war till now, it's changed 180 degrees. But this does not mean their action has changed. So in reality, okay, so Britain saying we're not involved, so how come they're sending their submarine to the area? So but even just by saying it have changed, this shows a signal. And the reason is because of all the financial pressure they are getting because of the Strait of Hormuz being not closed, but smartly allocating which ships to go and not to go. So for this reason, it's literally, they are saying these things for financial reasons. Or I'll give you another example. Let's come outside the politics, go to the sports. Yesterday was a friendly match of Iran's national soccer team with Costa Rica in Turkey. And I saw the head of FIFA went there and to watched it. So where was Infantino, if I pronounce his name right, the head of FIFA, when Trump said and threatened Iranian national soccer team? Publicly, all over the, where was he? Why didn't mention anything? After 2-3 weeks, he's starting saying, oh no, World Cup is there for peace and blah, blah, blah. Because of the financial pressure, so some say, oh, sports and politics, we should not mix them together. No, it's all definitely mixed together. And they have political agenda behind all this. Because of the financial crippling of the Western system, they are, I would not doubt in a few weeks, they might say, oh, you know what, we believe in Ayatollah, we say Allahu Akbar, we're Muslim too. Just because of to get some oil, just because of their financial crippling. So they're realizing their system is crippling and would be collapsing. For that reason, they're saying these things. Now for the heads of these Arabic Gulf countries, there are a couple of reasons why they're silent. Prior to the war, as I mentioned, prior to the war, they were saying our land, our sea, and our aerospace would not be used against our neighbor Iran. But now in reality, we're seeing they're fully, America's fully in control and using everything against us. And sometimes even they're assisting, such as in case of Saudi, such as in case of Bahrain, in Qatar as well as Kuwait. So why this is the case? For a couple of reasons. One, I think U.S. Terrorist regime has a financial leverage from all these countries. So this is one thing. Second thing, from files here and there, even they have leverage for the dirty, polluted Epstein Island. So some of these Arabic officials, they have records of them being there in the Epstein Island as well and being part of the Epstein class. So again, they have some corruption and leverages America has against it, not just America, Zionist regime. So because of these reasons, they are hushed up. And they know what they're doing is against the sovereignty of their country, against their own interest of their own country. Right now, they're working for the interest of the Zionist regime and the Epstein class and the American terrorist regime. So for that reason, I understand why these Arabic rulers, or dictators, I should say, because they're not being elected anyway at the end of the day, why these dictators are hushed up or they're supporting the Zionist regime. But another thing is their own nation. I was seeing the stats, even in Saudi Arabia, that being bombed by Iran, the American bases in Saudi Arabia being bombed, the majority voted for support, or they were indifferent towards this war. They were not supporting the side of America or Zionist regime. The majority were not doing that. So even that's the stats, even in Saudi Arabia. I was looking at the news today, early morning, that this stat was coming out in Pakistan, in Saudi Arabia. So this is what it shows. But the thing is, if these nations, I'm talking about these Arabic Muslim nations, if you guys are Muslim, rise up, stand up. Do what Iranians done.
Professor, that was one of my questions. Do you think we're going to see another Arab Spring or Arab uprising or Islamic awakening, Islamic rising because of the Gaza war, the war in Iran? I believe that they should by now have opened their eyes.
They should, but in reality, again, when you look at them, because the reason is because their lives is full of materialistic sort of matters, and they are not. I would say sometimes they're ritualistic Muslims. I can't say they're not Muslims because whoever testifies to the oneness of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, as well as the Prophet Muhammad being the messenger, the last messenger, is a Muslim. So I'm not saying they're not Muslim, but they're ritualistic Muslims. And who's their God? Who they worship? They don't worship the one and only God. They have multiple gods. One of their gods is the Zionist regime. One of their gods is Trump. One of their gods, and we saw when Trump went to the Persian Gulf countries, we saw how they were sort of greeting him in UAE. So if you're a Muslim, why all these women doing all this sort of dances with their hair and their hair is not covered up, and you offering your daughters and girls to Trump like that? And then you're talking about women freedom and everything, whereas in Iran, women freedom means, me as a university professor, majority of my students are females. This is women freedom, women liberation. And one thing I have to say, add to this, is look at history. So however close you are towards the American president, our dictator, Mohammad Reza Shah, was even closer. Okay? Where is Mohammad Reza Shah right now? And where is our leader? Where is Iran right now? So 48 years ago, when we did the revolution, on day zero of revolution, we went, Iranian nation, I was not even born back then. Iranian nation went to we had Israeli embassy in Tehran. They went to the embassy, they occupied it, and they handed over to its rightfully owners, to the Palestinians, and said, this is the Palestinian embassy. And now we can see these Arabic countries, they were chasing each other so they can, they have a competition amongst themselves so they can open a Zionist embassy inside their lands. Where are you going? You are, by just doing this, you are minimum 48 years behind Iranian nation, Iranian government and system. And wake up. Where is Mohammad Reza Shah? Did Americans hosted Shah? They even didn't host him when he escaped Iran. And the way he died out of cancer and everything, and in Panama, he was in Panama and everything, at the end he was buried in Egypt. This would be your future for the American government, as well as those nations. When America is ruling you guys, you will not see anything, because you are being servants of what we say in Quran, taghut, in Islamic vocabulary, which means you are being servants towards a tyrant. Serving the tyrant does not bring you dignity. And we can see, whereas Iranian nation, yes, we'll be getting hits and missiles and everything, and bombardment and everything, but Iranian nation are more dignified than ever.
Thank you, Professor. Some wise words there. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, but I hope we get you back in the studio again, so I have a lot of questions to ask you as well. So, and also thank you, dear viewers, for being with us. I'll be back with a full bulletin in less than a few minutes' time. Take care for now.
On February 28, 165 children aged 7 to 12 were killed in a targeted U.S. strike in Shajar-e-Tayyibeh school in Iran. Today, people gathered to honor their memories. I spoke with children who could have been among Minab's students about the lessons they were learning before the U.S. carried out the attacks, their goals and their ambitions, and how they feel when they hear explosions.
اسمت چیه قربونت برم؟ زینب صادق. سیما صادق.
محمد صادق چند سالته؟
11
9 سالته میشی کلاس الان مدرسه ها تعطیل شده.
بله.
قبلش چی داشتی میخوندی؟
قبلش ضرب یاد گرفته بودیم.
خب اولین راست می کلاس دوم ضرب یاد میگرفتی؟
داشتیم مساحت رو یاد گرفتیم.
میدونی دوست داری چی کار کنی وقتی بزرگشی؟
مهندسی،
مهندسی. چه مهندسی؟
ماشین سازی،
میخوای ماشین بسازی؟ چه ماشینی دوست داری بسازی؟ چه مدلی؟
از همه ماشینا بهتر باشه.
میدونی برای چی اینجایی؟
برای اینکه نشون بدیم چقدر ایران رو دوست داریم. برای شهدای مدرسه مینا، شهیدای نوجوانان، بچه‌هایی بودن که جونشون رو برای وطنشون فدا کردن.
کی کشتش؟ میدونی؟
اسرائیل و آمریکا. آمریکا و اسرائیل. آمریکایی کثافت.
چرا کشتن؟
میخواستن ایران رو از بین ببرن، میخواستن همه فکر کنن اونا رئیسن، اونا میخواستن بقیه رو بترسونن برای اینکه مثلا بگن که ما خیلی قدرتمندیم، شما باید به حرف ما گوش کنید.
چرا به نظر ازشون نمیترسی؟
شما قدرتمندید، ما درستیم، هیچ غلطی نمیتونم بکنم، خدا با ماست.
Not all children have the privilege of not knowing. Some know who bombs them and who takes their tomorrow, but they're also being raised to reclaim their futures. At the memorial, which took place on Gaza Boulevard in Tehran, people also honored the children of Gaza who have been taken by the same forces of death and destruction. Every child, every martyr, joins the long, unbroken story of the resistance of the South.
Now, the commemorations began at 3 p.m. local time with the warm-hearted people of Tehran thronging to the venue hours earlier, because today is also the day of Islamic Republic Day, waving Iranian flags, embracing the body of this courageous martyred commander like a precious jewel, and bid him a tearful farewell. As you can see on your screens, hundreds, if not thousands, of people have thronged to downtown Tehran to pay their homage to the late general. Now, after his assassination, top Iranian officials have condoled the martyrdom of Rear Admiral Tangsiri, commander of the Islamic Revolution Guards Corps Navy, praising his role in strengthening Iran's maritime power and also resistance. In a statement released on Monday, the IRGC announced the martyrdom of the IRGC Navy commander following injuries sustained in the US-Israeli aggression against Iran. The statement also said that Tangsiri was wounded after operations that inflicted heavy damage on enemy facilities and infrastructure, and led to the downing of a US fighter jet. Now, in his message of condolence, the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, hailed Rear Admiral Tangsiri as a courageous and valiant commander who was honored with martyrdom and years of struggle. Citing a Quranic verse that those slain in the path of God are alive and sustained by their Lord, the leader said his martyrdom during the ongoing Israeli-American war of aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran stands as a great source of pride. Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei said the sacrifice would serve as an enduring inspiration for the people of Bushehr, the youth of southern Iran, and the country's armed forces who have long safeguarded Iran's independence and maritime borders, particularly in the Persian Gulf. The leader also expressed confidence that Iran's path of maritime strength and resistance would continue with greater power and determination. Now, we had separates from other high-ranking officials as well. In a separate statement, President Masoud Pezeshkian hailed the martyred IRGC Navy commander, describing his martyrdom as a great honor for the true men of Iran. In his message, the president said the banner of dignity, resistance, and independence is raised ever higher with the sacrifice of Iran's brave fighters. He praised Rear Admiral Tangsiri's role in elevating the power, prestige, and authority of the IRGC Navy in the Persian Gulf, noting that his leadership has transformed it into a formidable force capable of standing as a mighty barrier against aggressors and the greedy. Pezeshkian said the martyred commander's effectiveness had made him a thorn in the side of ruthless enemies who viewed his elimination as a major objective. He stressed that martyrdom represents a profound honor and extended condolences to the leader, the commander's comrades in the IRGC and the army and the Iranian nation. Now, we also had statements from the Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. In a statement, described Rear Admiral Alireza Tangsiri as a shining example of courage, steadfastness, and loyalty to the leader of the Islamic Revolution. And also, as you can see on your screens, the people of Tehran has flocked to downtown Tehran to pay their homage to this late General Tangsiri. Now, continuing with the Parliament Speaker's remarks on Tangsiri, he further warned that if the enemy thinks that eliminating the brave will erase courage, they may test their luck and will face the crushing response of the successes of this honored martyr. Now, Iran's Judiciary Chief Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ejei, in a statement, paid his tribute to Rear Admiral Tangsiri, describing him as a selfless commander of Islam and one of the renowned heroes of the Ramadan War, who turned the day of the American Zionist aggressors into night. He said the IRGC Navy commander, after years of sincere struggle, attained the great victory of martyrdom and the noblest form of death. Ejei highlighted Tangsiri's lineage, linking him to historic resistance figures of southern Iran, such as Rais Ali Delvari, and said he had dealt heavy blows to enemy forces while strengthening Iran's defensive shield, particularly along its southern shores. According to the Judiciary Chief, these efforts had effectively erased the enemy's ambitions of a ground invasion from their strategic calculations. He also expressed confidence that the martyred commander's comrades in the IRGC Navy would continue his path with greater strength, neutralizing enemy aggression and acting with the same resolve in in offensive operations. Now I would like to read out some of the defined messages during the current war by the late General Ali Reza Tangsiri in a post on X on March 21st. Amid the aggression against Iran, Tangsiri warned the United States and the Israeli regime against any attempt to seize Iranian islands, which is one of the focal points of the war right now. Now, he said, across all Iranian islands, we have prepared the graves of the child-killing invaders. In another message on March 18th, he thanked the Iranian people's resolve and also determination. And in another message on March 18th, he thanked the Iranian people's resolve and determination. And as you can see on your screens, you can see the Iranian people's resolve and determination flocking to the streets, especially today, the day of the Islamic Republic, and also the commemorations for the late general and a few others from the IRGC. And for that, to talk more on this, we have our very own analyst from Press TV. We have Roya with us. Roya, good to see you again. Roya, I want you to talk about, first of all, the assassinations of the top leaders of the Islamic Republic, and also the legacy of the late General Tangsiri.
Well, thank you for having me again. We have been talking about Tangsiri for a few days now. We're talking about a man, a great man who has been also described as the emperor of the sea, because he is a local of Bushehr, and he's born and raised in Bushehr. He knows the Persian Gulf like the back of his hand. And it was this rear admiral, this commander of the Navy, that actually ordered the regulation of the Strait of Hormuz in a historic moment for the Islamic Republic of Iran. And it is this decision of his that has given Iran such an advantage in this ongoing U.S.-Israeli aggression against it. Now, to talk more about Commander Tangsiri, he has been active in the IRGC for years. In 2019, because of how effective he actually is, the U.S. took the move to place him on a terror list. And following the U.S. was also the Europeans who also placed him, designated him as a terrorist in 2023. This just reflects just how effective this individual is. As much as the enemies of Iran would like to portray him as this hardliner, for instance, or this extremist, like they do with other officials, with other effective Iranian figures in Iran. This only reflects how capable Tangsiri was actually in carrying out operations against the enemy when it came to the Persian Gulf and specifically the Strait of Hormuz. And it also shows how effective he was also in other operations. Just like you mentioned a bit ago, you were reading out his last tweet, if I'm not mistaken. It was one of the last ones. He warned the enemies against any form of takeover, attempt of a takeover of the Iranian islands, any form of action of aggression against the islands of Iran, saying basically what the people right now are also saying. What Navy Commander Tangsiri said, what he reiterated, is that what is being echoed across the streets across Iran. And people, what are they saying? They're saying no to any form of any attempt at taking over Iran's islands, and this is a red line for Iran. And what he said is that the islands will be turned basically into the graveyards of the American soldiers, of the child-killing aggressors. That's how he described them. So to talk more about actually how, as you can see on the screens, people are mourning this immense and significant loss. But as you mentioned, until now, the enemies have been carrying out assassinations, thinking that this would bring down the Islamic Republic of Iran. Whereas every person who has studied Iran, who has been following up with how the system of the Islamic establishment is, understands that assassinating or taking out one individual or another in the government or in other entities, other organs of the Islamic Republic, it does not affect the Islamic establishment as a whole. It does not affect the people on the ground. The people on the ground, they're continuing to come out, even now in larger numbers. The more they kill, the more we come to the streets. The more Iranians become infuriated and have more fury to give out, to unleash against the enemy. And the louder the voices rise against the enemy. And what we're seeing from yesterday, which was the eve of the Islamic Republic Day, and today also, an important and significant day for the Iranians. As you can see on the screens, we've seen even a larger number of people come out naturally, and because it's such an important day, just like last night was such an important night for the Iranians. But now today also you have the funeral of this great and significant figure who was actually a great challenge, who stood up to the US and the Israeli regime, and he continues to do so. I know he is martyred, I understand that, but Iranians believe in life after death in the sense that even after martyrdom, these commanders, these important figures are still here with us to guide us, to lead us, and they will also continue this path, and we will have, of course, another Navy commander. This is something that has been ongoing since the start of the aggression. We lost our leader of the Islamic Revolution. Now we have another leader of the Islamic Revolution. There are people in place to be substituted for these losses. And no matter how great every loss is, we do have a substitute, and we are moving this path forward, as the people of Iran are saying on the streets.
That's why, Roya, I will continue the talks with you again, especially about the assassinations, because we have Professor Fouad Izzadi, or Dr. Fouad Izzadi, with us as well. Dr. Izzadi, welcome to Press TV again.
It does not affect the people on the ground.
Do we have Dr. Izzadi with us?
They're continuing to come out, even now in larger numbers. The more they kill, the more we come to the streets. The more Iranians become infuriated and have more fury to give out, to unleash against the enemy. And the louder the voices rise against it.
Do we have Dr. Fouad Izzadi with us? Dr. Izzadi?
The louder the voices rise.
Okay, Dr. Izzadi, I wanted to ask you about the recent assassinations, which began with the leader of the Islamic Revolution, and now the latest is Rear Admiral Tangsiri. I want you to know your thoughts on these assassinations by the US-Israeli regime, the reasons behind it, and also the legacy of Rear Admiral Tangsiri.
Believe in life after death in the sense that even after martyrdom,
he has repeated that idea several times
still here
since
with
that
us
day.
to guide us, to lead
And
us.
in order to do that,
they will also
they
continue
want
this
to
path,
separate the
and we will
oil-rich
have, of course,
sections
another
of Iran,
commander. This is
including
something that has been ongoing
some of
since
the
start of the
islands
aggression. We
that
lost
Iran
our
has
leader
in
of
the
Islamic
Persian
Revolution.
Gulf.
Now we have another leader of the
And
Islamic Revolution. There
in
are
order to
people
do
in
that,
place
they need
to
to
be
overthrow the
substituted
Iranian
for these
government
losses.
because
ببین صدای
And we are moving this path
Should I
forward,
continue?
as the people of Iran are saying on the streets.
as long as we
Yes,
have the
Fouad, we're
Iran,
listening, yes.
as long as we have the Iranian government, they are not going to be able to do that. So in order to overthrow the Iranian government, they think by killing Iranian leaders, Iranian commanders, that they would be able to achieve their goals. And they have done this policy for more than a month. And what we see in practice is that when someone is killed, is victim of the state-sponsored terrorism of United States and Israel, that person is quickly replaced with another leader, with another commander. And the population of Iran is more than 90 million people. It is not possible to kill 90 million people. There is this culture of resistance in Iran, and Iran is going to resist because there is no other option, there is no other choice, and they're going to fail because Iranians are fighting for Iran, Iranians are fighting for the people of this region, Iranians are fighting for the civilized world, and the other side, the American soldiers are fighting for Israel, they're fighting for the distinct class. So it's not very difficult to predict which side is going to be victorious. The Epstein class is killing a lot of people, damaging a lot of property. The solution Iran has for that is to do something that is very much overdue, which is getting transit fees from ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is going to do that to make sure that Iran is compensated for all these damages and the fees on countries that have attacked Iran, countries that have given bases to the United States, the countries that have signed to UN resolutions against Iran. The fees on these countries are going to be much more than the normal fee Iran will charge. That will bring Iran a steady source of income. With that income, the country will be rebuilt. The damage
sorry to interrupt you. Does Iran have the legal right to do this?
Yes. The waters in the Strait of Hormuz are Iran's territorial waters. We have other laws that deal with this issue. For example, the Convention on Law of Seas allows ships to pass through international waters, but the word is innocent passage, and the key word is innocent. That's Article 17 of the Convention on Law of Seas. Article 19 defines what innocent means, and there are several explanations. One is the ships that pass through should not disturb the peace of coastal states. I'm quoting the convention. Iran is a coastal state to the Strait of Hormuz. So if you attack Iran, it's very obvious you are not innocent. And under the current international law, these ships are not supposed to pass because they're causing serious damage to Iran as we speak. Iran is not a member of that convention and not a member of any convention with regard to international law of seas. Neither is United States, neither is Israel, and that means that Iranian parliament will pass its own laws with regard to how ships are supposed to go through the Strait of Hormuz. And this is not unique to Iran. Turkey is not a member of this convention, and Turkey gets paid for ships that go through straits that Turkey
Dr. Izadi, I think there was a report I was reading that in the Bosphorus Strait, for every ship that passes, for every ton, I think they charge about $5 per ton, if I'm not mistaken.
Close to $6. So if Turkey can do that, Iran can do that. There are other countries. Australia does that. Denmark does that. Canada does that. The countries that are members of this convention, they don't call it transit fees. Turkey does call the money they get transit fees. These other countries don't call it transit fees. They call it pilotage fees. So the fee is there, the name is different. So whether you call it pilotage fees, transit fees, the Canadians call it tariff, whatever word you use, Iran is going to make sure that we are not going back to the situation we had. The wealth of this part of the world either is useful for all countries, all peoples of this part of the world, or they are not going to, Iran is not going to allow the situation we had with Iran being under US sanctions, not international sanctions. The sanctions, the economic sanctions imposed on Iran are passed by the US Congress. You cannot have Iran not being able to use its resources because of the illegal American sanctions on Iran and everybody else enjoying themselves. Iran is not going back to that type of setup. It's Iran's legal right to get transit fees on ships that go through, and that is going to create billions of dollars a year as an income for Iran. That's Iran's rightful place to get that money. And if countries don't like it, they can complain to God, because the Strait of Hormuz was not made by Iran. This is Iran's geography.
Dr. Rizzi, that's what I was going to ask. How, would they be able to sustain it?
Yes, it's these ships either pay Iran the rightful fees that Iran is demanding, and Iran has the right to demand that under international law, or they can receive Iranian drones or missiles. And the insurance companies will not allow ships to go through this zone unless they know that the investment that they have made on these ships is going to be protected. And how do you protect that? You contact the Iranian government, you pay the fee that needs to be paid, and then you can pass through the straits peacefully. The other option is that you don't respect the regulations that exist, and then you will have a big hole in your ship. The countries and companies can choose which option they like.
That's right, Dr. Izzadi. For our viewers to get understanding of what they're seeing on their screens right now, we're covering the funeral procession or commemoration in Tehran around Engelab Square to honor the legacy of Rear Admiral Ali Reza Tangsiri, which is related to the Hormuz Strait, who was assassinated in a recent US-Israeli strike, along with a few other martyrs, including General Eshari. Now, the commemorations began at 3 p.m. local time, but the people were there much earlier, a few hours earlier, because we also had the day of the Islamic Republic as well, with the warm-hearted people in Tehran thronging to the venues, waving Iranian flags, as you can see, embracing the body of this courageous martyred commander like a precious jewel, and bid him a tearful farewell. Now, going back to Mr. Dr. Fuad Izzadi. Dr. Izzadi, I wanted to ask you about Trump's threat of putting foot soldiers on Iranian soil, whether be it the Khak Island, I think it was Abu Musa, the Greater Tomb and the Lesser Tomb, if I'm not mistaken, or any other parts of the southern regions of Iran. Some even said maybe a heli-borne attack on Tehran. Your thoughts on that?
As I said, Trump is openly talking about taking Iranian oil, and he thinks if he wants to do that, he needs to occupy the oil-rich sections of Iran. He's even telling Europeans they should come and get their own oil. So he's having a fight with European countries. This is how he thinks. He likes Venezuelan oil. He kidnaps the Venezuelan president, and he wants to take over Venezuelan oil. He wants to take over Iranian oil. The sad news for him is that the Iranian oil belongs to Iranians, not the Epstein class, especially not to him. And if he wants to sacrifice American soldiers, Iran, I think, is ready for that. It's very sad. These soldiers are young people with young families. So Iran is not interested in putting them in body bags. But unfortunately, they're led by a genocidal man, a war criminal. This is very sad. The United States has a population of about 340 million people, and the president is someone like Trump. So he engages in this rampage, attacking Iran, killing Iranian leaders, killing Iranian officials, in order to take over Iranian oil and create hegemony for Israel. They thought they can do this in a few days. It's been more than a month. They started this war. I don't think they get to finish it. Iran will decide when the war will end. And as I said, part of the demands that Iran rightfully has is that Iran needs to get paid for all these damages. This is very much part of the international law that when you harm other countries, attack them illegally, you need to pay for all the damages. So either they deposit money in Iranian bank accounts, or Iran will level transit fees on ships, especially American ships, and any other country that's helping the United States, any other country that is providing bases to the United States, to make sure that there is a cost for attacking Iran. Because if attacking Iran is cost-free, people like Trump, war criminals, would like to attack Iran every few weeks, and you cannot run a country of more than 90 million people with two nuclear regimes attacking you every few weeks. So what Iran is saying is as reasonable as you can have. Iran could not be more reasonable than what you have now. And one way or another, they will stop this war because they have no other choice. And one way or another, they will pay for all the damages they have done to Iranian people. They thought they can do this in a few days.
That's right, Mr. Izadi, Dr. Izadi. On that note, I would like to thank Dr. Fuad Izadi, professor at the University of Tehran, for his time, knowledge, and also analysis. And as always, Dr. Izadi, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now let's go back to our very own analyst, Press TV, Roya Pulbacher. Roya, earlier on when Dr. Izadi was talking, he talked about assassinations, and he said it would not, they thought, I think you said it, they thought that they would bring down this Islamic establishment, but as we see, that hasn't worked out. And also he talked about the culture of resistance, and also I would like you to tell me, where does this culture of resistance come from, and also martyrdom, because in Western society I don't think they understand the meaning of martyrdom. For many years that I was abroad, I never heard the word martyrdom until I came back to Iran.
Yes, indeed. Those are very important questions, and the answers to which every viewer watching Press TV, watching what's happening in Iran should understand. Now, where does this culture of resistance come from? It comes from, it goes back to the time of the Prophet and the grandson of the Prophet, the third Shia Imam leader, meaning Imam Hussein. These nights, if you go to these gatherings, nightly gatherings of the Iranians, you will constantly hear a chant that we are the nation of Imam Hussein. Why do they say that? Because Imam Hussein was the leader of the Muslim Ummah, who stood up to the tyrant of his time, Yazid, and who was brutally killed alongside his family members and his companions for standing up for justice and for the truth. So this stance against oppression, against tyranny, is where this culture of resistance comes from. Iranians, majority are Shia Muslims, so they remember and commemorate every year, and also actually every week in certain across the country. They remember Imam Hussein every week at least, and remembering Imam Hussein doesn't mean you sit and mourn and you cry over what happened with the leader of that time. It's understanding that we say this too, every land is Karbala, which is where Imam Hussein was martyred, and every day is Ashura, which is the day of his martyrdom, meaning that today Iranians are also experiencing some sort of oppression. Not just Iranians, the world is experiencing oppression, and it has the obligation and the duty to stand up to that oppression. Now, when you stand up to this oppression and you are killed in this path of standing up to oppression and standing for justice and for equity, you are a martyr. You're considered to be slain in the path of God, and that is something holy and something significant and something to be honored for the Iranians. And when they have their commanders or their important officials being killed in this path of standing up for their rights, standing up for truth and for equity, that is something to be honored, and every drop of blood that is shed, of course, is not something cheap for the Iranians, and hence why we see so many people, millions of Iranians across the country constantly taking to the streets, because they understand how significant this shedding of the blood is. They understand that if we back down, if we sit back and just watch, the oppressors will not stop. The tyrants will not stop, just like they didn't at the time of Imam Hussein. So this is where this culture of resistance comes from. Now, this culture was abstract before Imam Khomeini led the revolution, and it is thanks to the the founder of the Islamic revolution, Imam Khomeini, that we today have a tangible form of resistance, a tangible culture of resistance, just as you can see with the IRGC, with the resistance factions in the region. It was only possible because of the Islamic Revolution, because of the overthrowing of the puppet regime, of the puppet Shah that was in place back over 47 years ago. So that is basically where this culture of resistance comes from, and we can see it emboldened, and we can see it very clearly on the streets of Tehran every day and every night. People are coming to the streets to say no to humiliation, no to oppression, and to stand up against tyrants of their time. Mainly today we see that these tyrants and these oppressors are the US and the Israeli regime, and of course allies that are helping the US behind the stage.
And it's clearly proven as well. You see what they did to Venezuela with Nicolas Maduro.
Exactly.
And previously in the wars, we see Afghanistan devastated, Iraq devastated, Libya devastated, and many other countries as well. But Roy, I had a question. I don't know if I should ask this one as well, or I don't know how to put it forward. Why don't we see this kind of unity? We see this kind of unity with the Shias, with all Muslims, and also the Sunnis. I don't want to say the Sunnis because they're all Muslims, but we don't see that unity. We usually see that with the Shias. We saw it in Iran, we saw it with Yemen, we saw it with Hezbollah, and also in Iraq and Syria as well.
That is a very important question and must be addressed at the end of the day. When we ask this question, we're not trying to create a rift between different sects of Islam. As to why Shias are, united and very much vocal about oppression, against oppression, the simple reason is basically we are the progeny of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and we followed down the path that he ordered us to follow, which is the following of Imam Ali, the next as his successor for leadership. But of course, there are a large number of Muslims who did not follow that path, and now we see the consequences of not following that path years later, decades later, and millennia later, actually. The reason we cannot hear this unity in other countries, in other Arab countries, Islamic countries, excuse me, is because, there are several factors to this, but a very important one we should acknowledge is that the Persian Gulf countries are suppressing such voices. First of all, they never taught this in their religious teachings, whereas we did have this in our religious teachings. It was Imam Khomeini also the main actor of, as I said, turning this abstract form of resistance into a tangible one. It was thanks to his teachings and thanks to his guidance. But of course, other sects of the Islamic religion did not necessarily have this kind of guidance. Otherwise, if they did, they would also be united against oppression. They would also be very much vocal about it. So there's the matter of that teaching not being passed down from one generation to the next, but also we must understand that there is also a lot of suppression going on. We have our brothers in Bahrain, for example, who did rise, who did stand up to oppression, who did come out to the streets following the martyrdom of the Islamic of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, excuse me, and who are being suppressed. We have this activist, if I'm not mistaken, in Bahrain, who was not only killed, he was tortured to death for his activism, for speaking up. So it's a multifactored aspect, and we cannot really put one reason for it or two. It's a very complicated matter, but let us also remember that no matter what happened in the past, the future is in our hands. It's in the hands of the Muslims. And just like the leader, the current leader of the Islamic Revolution, advised the Muslims around the world, and what he said was basically reiterating what Imam Khomeini said, put aside all these differences and stand united. He has a very famous quote, and that is, as Muslims contemplate whether or not they should be praying with their hands clutched to the front, or they should pray with their hands, brought down, the enemy is contemplating. The enemy is trying to figure out how to cut off those arms. So basically, put aside your differences, which is also what Iranians have been doing these nights. They've put aside any political differences they may have, any ideological differences they may have, and they've stood united, and they're standing united still every day, every night against the enemy, because it is this unity that will break the enemies of the Islamic Republic and of the world.
And I believe that it is one of the tactics that the enemy is using to break this unity, or not allow them to be united in a way. Talking about this, I remember the war in Gaza. Before it even began, the Palestinians were saying that some Arab countries, not all, some Arab countries or some Muslim nations will stab them in the back, which we saw that as well. Some of the countries, I don't know, should I mention it, like the UAE and maybe even Saudi Arabia, they were actually helping the Israeli regime, maybe with logistics. Some other countries like Turkey with food and produce and stuff like that. So basically they were stabbed in the back. And again, we can see this in Iran. The neighboring countries, Muslim countries like Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, what was the other one? Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar,
UAE,
and Kuwait as well, are actually helping the US to wage this war on Iran, housing their bases, their forces there as well. But we saw recently, I mean, why can't we see these Arab nations, the Arab officials or leaders take the same stance? For example, like UK, Spain and Italy did not allow Trump to use their bases to attack Iran.
Well, these certain officials and those in power in these neighboring countries, they call themselves Muslims, but we know very well, just because you call yourself a Muslim or even a Christian, for example, we have many Christians in the United States who supported the genocide, who did not, criticize the Israeli regime for its atrocious acts against the Palestinians, and they did that even in the name of Christianity, which makes it all the more worse. So just because a person is called a Muslim does not mean that they are truly a Muslim. We've always had, in every religion, in every nation, there are always sellouts, people who would give up their faith, give up their religion, give up their land for the sake of money, for the sake of power, fame, whatever it is, for the sake of their carnal desires. So we are seeing the consequences of that, and the consequences of also people who do not rise up against such people who are in power, such corrupt governments and monarchies in this case, right? So like you said, they claim to be Muslims, and at the same time they did not put enough pressure to stop the genocide in Gaza. They very well could have stopped the genocide in Gaza, but they chose not to. They could have stopped normalization with the Israeli regime, but they didn't exactly do that. They could have stopped trade, but they didn't do that. They claim to have stopped, but some countries continue to have trade relations with the Israeli regime and the United States, and now we see them using their bases for committing aggression against Iran, which is another Muslim country, Muslim majority country. And they're doing that as they continue to claim to be Muslims. Even the Westerners, as you're saying, they're just laughing about it. They're just mocking them. They're saying, astaghfirullah, they're saying, oh, how are you doing this? And at the same time, you call yourself Muslim. So just because a person says they're Muslim or Christian or Jew, doesn't mean they are. We have Zionists who are committing genocide, and at the same time, you have also a small group of Jewish people who are completely against the genocide in Gaza, completely against even the existence of the Israeli regime. They do see it as an illegal state. You have such a group of people, and it's the same in the case of Muslims as well.
Do you think we could see a change after this war? Let's say it ends in 2 weeks' time, a month's time, maybe 3 months, I don't know. Do you think there would be a change in their stance?
There will definitely be a change, either willingly or unwillingly. So the preferred path is for these countries to wake up. I mean, we just saw recently President Trump's humiliation of Mohammed bin Salman, and
Exactly.
we saw the consequences of that. We saw that there is now certainly a rift between Saudi Arabia and the United States. Whether that rift will close back or open up even more, it's up to, it goes back to them, of course, to Saudi Arabia, to the regional countries. But whether or not they would like to change will take place. Now, if they change willingly, it's best for everyone. It would mean an end to the war, an end to the regional war that the United States and the Israeli regime have imposed on us, and it would also mean less suffering, less losses, both for them and for us, because according to a UN report, these Arab countries have lost around $200 million because of this U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. This is a very large number, and it will continue to rise unless they change their stance. Now, if they do not want to change it willingly, Iran has been carrying out its retaliatory operations, and these operations are ongoing. For every institution that is hit here, we're going to also hit back same institution, an eye for an eye, but also even more than an eye for an eye. If you start hitting our universities, we've got a very long list of universities we can target. Now, whether or not we want to target that, it's up to us. The way the war will end is up to the Iranians. It is not up to the regional countries, and most certainly not up to the United States or the Israeli regime. But change will happen for sure, and we advise and we always encourage our brothers and sisters in these regional countries, the people, of course, I'm talking about the people here, to rise up, to put more pressure, because if they do not, they will see the consequences of their war reaching them too. It won't just stop at the institutions and at the governing power and the governing authorities.
What about the people in those countries? Not just the leaders. We know what the leaders are supporting. What about the people?
The people's responsibilities is very clear. And just like I said, they need to take their stance. They need to come to the streets. They need to put pressure on the ruling bodies, and they need to overthrow. In many of these regional countries, they must overthrow.
Because the only country that we saw so far is Yemen.
Yes, Yemen's leadership, their stance is clear from the very beginning. They are pro the resistance axis, but we're talking about the Persian Gulf countries that are not pro-resistance axis. The people of those countries have an obligation and a responsibility as Muslims, and also, of course, as human beings with humanity. If you do want to see an end to these bloodsheds, to this aggression, this illegal and inhumane aggression against not just Iran, against Lebanon, against the Palestinians in Gaza, you must take a stance. You must go to the streets. You must put pressure on these governing bodies, and you must put an end to this aggression, because it's right now happening from your own land. You're allowing the United States to use those bases to carry out aggression against Iran. You're allowing your authorities, the ruling bodies, to help the Israeli regime. You've allowed it to happen until now, to help the Israeli regime carry out more aggression against the Palestinians, continue its genocide. So the responsibility of these people is very clear. The question is,
at the end of the day, the people of those countries are paying the price.
They will eventually, if not, they're not paying it now, they will eventually be paying the price of this war, because it's only going to be escalation from here unless something changes.
Like this report just came in, it says Trump's war on Iran making everything more expensive, not just oil or fuel, let's say. Democratic Senator Chris Coons says that Trump's war of choice in Iran has made everything more expensive. It's not just prices at the pump, it's groceries, utility bills, and even mortgages. Maybe that's why the UK and Spain and Italy don't want to, let's say, get involved with the war in Iran.
And certainly, some countries have realized that the costs of aiding and abetting this aggression is going to be way too high for them. They see that this is too costly, and it will carry consequences they cannot handle and they cannot overcome in the future. So some of these countries have made their stances clear. Other countries have not. They are changing their stance every other day. One day they say they're not going to be joining, for instance, the naval coalition. The other day they say they're considering some form of assistance to the United States for aiding and abetting again, this aggression against Iran. But as the war rages on and progresses, what we're going to see is the numbers are going to become even clearer than they are right now, and the costs of this aggression are going to become clearer too, and they're going to be forced to make a decision, to decide whether they will be allies of the United States and the Israeli regime, or they will back down and they will stop helping the U.S. and Israeli regime in any shape or form. Just as you said, the regional countries, the people of these regional countries are understanding the costs of this aggression even more as time passes, because just yesterday you had the IRGC give out a warning saying that 18 American companies are on the target list because they have helped with carrying out terrorist operations, including assassinations against civilians of Iran who were also martyred because of these operations. So Iran is not playing here. Iran is being very clear. If you kill our people, we're not going to hesitate to retaliate, even if this means we're going to list 18 companies, 18 American companies in the region that are going to be on this target list. We're going to go ahead and do that. And what does that mean when you put this many number of institutions on a target list? It means these workers will not be going to work anymore. They're going to stop. They're going to stop their work activities. They're going to also, evacuate because it's dangerous for them to stay in that area, and that is a disruption to their daily lives. Many expats in these neighbor countries are already saying that this is not a place we want to stay in. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, it was Dubai that brought out this propaganda form of advertisement where it says Dubai is safe. They literally said that in their song, in the background of the music of that video that they made for people to not leave Dubai. How desperate must you be that you come and you explicitly say Dubai is safe? That's the peak of desperation. Usually propaganda works subtly. You subtly come and give a message to the viewers, to your audience, that hey, come and believe this lie I'm trying to sell you. But they're blatantly coming out and explicitly saying Dubai is safe. That's because they're desperate, because people are leaving Dubai, because in the UAE you had 70 Britons arrested and now they face up to 10 years in jail just because they took pictures and videos of Iranian strikes against the UAE. That's insane. People are not going to tolerate that.
Freedom of speech, freedom of media, it does not exist.
It was always a facade, but just like the U.S. has always been playing in the shadows, and now it's just playing in broad daylight, it's the same with these regional countries and allies of the United States. Before, they were playing in the shadows. They were hiding their corruptive activities and their corruptive aid to these aggressors. But today, we're seeing that happen in broad daylight. We're seeing that people are arrested, people are being silenced. Media personnel too. There's a report about Qatar, how supposedly Qatar is supposed to be a place where freedom of expression is honored and is considered sacred and encouraged. But at the same time, we have reports coming out of personnel and media personnel in Qatar who are not allowed to have a narrative other than the official narrative. Of course, the official narrative for them, which is other than the actual narrative, the narrative that speaks of the truth about what's happening in the region. And this is Qatar. I emphasize, Qatar is known for its freedom of expression, and yet we know certain individuals in Qatar who are facing suppression, who have been even deported. There's one media figure who has been even deported for certain ideas, for holding certain beliefs and expressing those beliefs on social media. So this is where we're at when it comes to the regional countries and, of course, the U.S. and Israeli regime.
As I was saying, the lawmaker who's also a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee said it is the U.S. families who are paying the price of the war. And earlier, Coons criticized the lack of clarity from the Trump administration on why the war was launched in the first place or when it would end. So, in your opinion, let's talk about this. And there's also a report coming from damages in the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran. We'll talk about that as well. But before that, why did Trump start this war in the first place? Because I believe that his advisors must have told him that it's a wrong move. It's got to be a wrong move.
I think in the Trump administration, you have two different opinions. Some have, even resigned right now. Like Joe Kent, for instance, he saw that this was completely unnecessary. He saw that this was a blatant act of aggression and act of war waged against another country for zero reasons, really, basically. As Joe Kent said, there was no sign of, an attack, an imminent threat by Iran against the United States.
Exactly.
And that's why he resigned. He came out in public and spoke about it. He tried to raise awareness regarding
maybe
this fact.
Israel, but not the United States.
Well, yes
Let's
and
say.
no. Yes and no. It's a bit more complicated than that. If you ask me, this is my theory, of course. Others may have a very
That's
different
why I said
theory.
maybe.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
exactly. In my theory, the U.S. does have its own benefits in carrying out its war. It does not want to give up its foothold in this region, that is the Israeli regime. So yes, maybe on the one hand you have the Israeli regime putting pressure on the United States, but in my opinion, I personally make a distinction between Zionists and Zionists inside the Israeli regime. In the United States of America, you have Zionists. You have, elites who are Zionists and who are holding the strings and very much in charge of what decisions will be made when it comes to the United States and the next active move in their foreign policy. So regarding this, what you asked me about, what you read about in the article, that the U.S. families are paying the price, we see the pressure on the Americans, reflected in their No Kings protests right now. People are going to the streets. Millions are going to the streets and saying no kings, meaning that we do not want a dictator like Trump. We do not want elites controlling the decisions and deciding what's good for them and not what's good for us. You think you're winning the war. Maybe you are gaining some advantage because you are securing your interests in the region. You're securing
Maybe for
your
the 1%,
foothold.
not to the people.
And they will continue to pay the price. Soon enough, these body bags, these American body bags, are going to go back to the United States. And the families of these dead soldiers are going to raise their voices. If they haven't already, they will raise their voices even louder. Americans are going to keep paying more at the pump. And ironically, some Americans, if not many, are encouraging the closure.
Okay.
The
Sorry, Roya. I think they've lost. They lost. I think something wrong with your microphone. They will fix it. Okay. We were talking about, as you can see, bottom of your screens, the breaking news. Iran's foreign minister spokesman says the U.S. betrayed diplomacy and mediation. What's unfolding worldwide is the result of the U.S.-Israeli aggression. As we know, the Iranian officials tried to negotiate with the U.S., but during the negotiations, twice Iran was bombed by the U.S. and Israeli forces. Today we were, as you can see on your screens, we can see right now, it's the funeral procession or commemoration in Tehran around Engelab Square and other places as well to honor the legacy of Rear Admiral Ali Reza Tangsiri, who was assassinated in a recent US-Israeli strike, along with a few other martyrs, including General Eshaqi as well. Now, the commemorations began at 3 p.m. local time with the warm-hearted people of Tehran thronging to the venue hours earlier, waving Iranian flags, embracing the body of this courageous martyred commander like a precious jewel, and bid him a tearful farewell. Now, before his assassination, let me read some of the messages that he gave, starting from the furthest back. The decision to close the Strait of Hormuz rests with the senior authorities of the system, but as a soldier I say that we are ready to do it whenever our leaders give the orders. The next one was just days before the US-Israeli aggression began. Tangsiri said on February 17th that the IRGC Navy was ready to close the Strait of Hormuz if ordered. So everything was prepared by Tangsiri much earlier. He said, we declare that until our last breath we will remain guardians of the ideals of the Islamic Revolution, defenders of the power of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and absolute followers of the commands of the leader in every field and every moment. We, the IRGC's Navy's guards with firm faith and hearts full of love for the guardianship of the jurist, renew our pledge to our leader, a pledge of blood and faith built upon commitment, insight and obedience to divine leadership. Following the election of Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei as the third leader of the Islamic Revolution, Tangsiri reaffirmed his pledge of allegiance to him in a statement on March 9th. I think we have Roya I always forget your second name. We have Roya with us, our Press TV analyst, with us as well. Roya, I will read these comments and then I will get your insight. Now, following the election of Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, he pledged his allegiance to him. Then, in response to the Commander-in-Chief's order, and with the strategy of keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed, he said, "We will deliver the most severe blows to the invading enemy." On March 12th, referring to the remarks by the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, about keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. Tangsiri's strategy in the Strait of Hormuz imposed high costs on Iran's adversaries, including a surge in oil and energy prices and reduced ability for U.S. allied countries to export oil. That's what we talked about up to now. Now, Roya, your opinion on what is happening with the Strait of Hormuz, obviously the legacy of Tangsiri and what he has done. Do we have people, because of the assassinations, the American or the US, the Israelis think that with these assassinations, then, like you said, it will bring down the Islamic establishment or the leadership or Iran as a whole? You said it's not going to happen. Why? How is this system established for it to prolong for 30 days now, and they say it will continue for another 6 months, 2 years, if needed?
Yes. Well, the Islamic Republic of Iran is made up of many institutions and organs. You cannot say that if you killed one person that is part of this institution, which has like hundreds of others of people working in that institution, that you can bring down that institution, that organ of that Islamic Republic, if you take it as a body. So there's a replacement for every commander, every official that you assassinate. No matter how many officials you kill, we're going to have replacements for them. And what's even more important, and we must bear in mind right now, is that Iranians are coming to the streets to support the Islamic Republic of Iran, to support the armed forces, to support the IRGC, and to, again, chant and encourage the continuation of these operations and retaliations to avenge the blood of the martyrs and, of course, the blood of the beloved martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution. So just taking out one individual or another is not going to bring down an entire nation, let alone an entire establishment, excuse me, let alone an entire nation. You have to deal with a 90 million population if you want to bring down this country and its establishment. So that's one thing. Another thing we should also bear in mind is that soon enough, the Iranian government is going to announce who the replacement for Rear Admiral Tangsiri is. So we will be having that replacement soon. And soon enough, Iranians again are going to take to the streets, and just like they've been taking to the streets every night, and in these gatherings, they're going to pledge allegiance to the new commander. They're going to come, and already they're saying, we're all Tangsiri. People right now on the streets, as the funeral procession is being carried out, what are the people saying? They're telling the enemy, every single one of us is a Tangsiri. You killed one Tangsiri, what about these millions of people that are coming to the streets? You're going to have to kill every single one of them if you want to completely get rid of this Islamic Republic.
And you're creating more as well.
Yes, you're creating war as well. You're creating, you're escalating the war, and it's only to our advantage and to your disadvantage. Right now, the U.S. is threatening boots on the ground. It's saying it's going to send its soldiers, and it's ironic because Iranians that are taking to the streets, they're saying, please do come. We would be very happy if you came, so we can also have a chance at potentially fighting you. We would be very happy to carry rifles or whatever weapon we have in our hands to come and avenge the blood of our martyrs. So every time they threaten Iranians become even stronger and more resolute in their steadfastness. They become more firm in their stance, and they surprisingly, you get even more people, more Iranians who feel the need to come to the streets every day and to voice their support for these retaliatory operations. So the more they try to break us, the more united we become. And this is something very, unusual for the world. But for us, it's always been there. This unity has always been there. Iranians have always mainly disagreed on minor matters that did not really did not have to do with the Islamic Republic as a whole. It had to do with economic sanctions imposed by the U.S. The Iranians were sick and tired of, the prices going up because of the sanctions imposed by the U.S. They know it's not their government. It's this aggressor, this foreign entity that keeps trying to interfere in their matters, that keeps trying to steal their resources and puts pressure to steal those resources by putting economic sanctions, for instance. So the equation remains the same, and this equation in this war is in favor of Iran and to the disadvantage of the United States and the Israeli regime. The more acts of aggression they commit, the more they lose and the more we win. Somehow or another, we are winning more, because our unity is growing stronger, our people are growing firmer in their stance, and our retaliatory operations are also escalating. Maybe it's before we targeted tens of sites in the region, we're going to target hundreds if it's necessary. But that's also to the disadvantage of the region. That's why, again, we've seen the leader of the Islamic Revolution and Iranian officials constantly come out and advise regional countries, advise the world to put pressure on the United States and the Israeli regime to hold back this aggression, because it is to their disadvantage more than it is to ours. It is more costly for them than it is costly for the Iranians.
That's right, Roy. And also for dear viewers who have just joined us, this is the funeral procession or commemoration to honor the legacy of Rear Admiral Ali-Reza Tangsiri, who was assassinated in a recent US-Israeli strike, along with a few other martyrs from the IRGC, including General Eshaqi. The commemorations began afternoon around 3 o'clock p.m., but the people gathered much earlier, with the warm-hearted people of Tehran thronging to the venue hours earlier, waving Iranian flags, as you can see, embracing the body of this courageous martyred commander like a precious jewel, and bid him a tearful farewell. Before his martyrdom, about the Khark Island and the boots on the ground, as Roya you mentioned, the latest of which was on March 21st. In a post on X, it was amid the aggression against Iran, Tangsiri warned the US and the Israeli regime against any attempt to seize Iranian islands. He said, across all Iranian islands, we have prepared the graves of the child-killing invaders. In another message on March 18th, 3 days prior, he thanked the Iranian people's resolve and determination. He said, your presence in the streets have become our winning card and will reshape the equation of the region from now on. We saw many leaders. I want to get your thoughts on this because I've seen it with my own eyes. He said he is thanking the Iranian people's resolve and determination, and says your presence in the streets has become a winning card and will reshape the equation of the region from now on. What does it mean by that?
Well, what the U.S. was hoping for in the beginning when it started its aggression on the 28th of February, their hopes was that the opposition within Iran would, take to the streets and start the rioting and what was actually terrorist operations that we saw in January. So that didn't happen, and that was the major blow, basically, to the U.S. because according to their own calculations, there are people in Iran who they thought would take to the streets, would try and overthrow the government, but that did not happen. Instead, you had the complete opposite happen. From the very first day of the aggression, from the very first nights until now, every night, Iranians, yes, they have been taking to the streets as the U.S. has predicted, but it's not the front that they were hoping for. It's actually people on the ground who are coming out to the streets to support the Iranian armed forces.
And not just Tehran, it's all around Iran.
Across the country, exactly. This is happening nationwide. It is massive, to the point that despite Iranians being used to constantly going to the streets to voice their opposition to any form of aggression in the world against their own country, even Iranians themselves are surprised by how united they have become. This is something really mind-blowing to not just the world, but also to the Iranians themselves. So that was where their hopes lied. They thought that they can have the opposition within the country, and also with the help of the terrorists at the borders. They thought that they can incite those terrorists to try and get inside Iran and carry out more operations, more terrorist operations against the people and of course against the establishment. But what we saw was the firm presence of the Iranians in the streets to protect the streets. Why are Iranians taking to the streets every night? They see this as their own battlefield. They come out and say, this is us defending our streets, our squares, because we're not going to allow what happened in January with the riots, with the beheadings, with the burning people alive. We're not going to allow that to happen again. We will never allow another sellout, another traitor of this country to even think, to even contemplate carrying out such brutal crimes against humanity, brutal crimes of aggression, once again in the streets of Tehran and in the streets of the different cities across the country, especially whilst the country is at war, because the country right now, the IRGC and the army, they have their own responsibilities. So the Iranians took it over themselves, took it as their own responsibility to be present on the streets, to protect the streets. That's why they're coming every night. So this is a form of protection, a form of bubble they're creating every night in the streets to make sure that the cities across the country are safe, that rioters do not think that they have even a chance at rioting, at coming out with their weapons that they've smuggled in with the help of the US, of the CIA, and the Mossad, that they cannot even dare carry out any form of aggression against these people. Although I must also say, we must mention also here that there have been certain individuals who have carried out, for example, shootings. We've lost this 10-year-old boy, if I'm not mistaken, in Tehran a week ago or so, because they were in their car rallying, because we have car rallies every night. He was in his car with his parents rallying and holding the flag of the Islamic Republic, and he was shot by these. Yes, exactly. So this is happening, but of course it's not as extreme and it is not as big as what the US and the Israeli regime have been hoping for. It's nowhere near enough to overthrow the government. So that is the major miscalculation the US has made. And right now we're seeing, again, people taking to the streets to commemorate, to honor the martyrdom of Rear Admiral Tangzidi. And like I said, these past few days, last night and today, the numbers we're seeing are much higher than nights before, because of the significance of last night, which is the eve of the Islamic Republic Day, and today the day of the Islamic Republic.
And we've seen it for nearly all the generals who have been assassinated.
Indeed.
The other one was Ali Larijani as well, a few days back as well. So talking about Tangzidi and his legacies, the first thing that comes to your mind is the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf. Regarding the threats against the Khark Island, Iran's key oil terminal, before his martyrdom, he cautioned, quote, "You once tested Iran through the Strait of Hormuz. If the intelligent control of the strait has already drawn a new benchmark for oil prices, an attack on Khark will create another severe and unprecedented equation in global energy prices and disruption." And Roya, we had this in our news bulletin as well. It says in the US, petrol prices have jumped above an average of $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022, as a war Washington and Tel Aviv launched on Iran has plunged the world into an oil crisis. So I want to ask you about, I don't want to say the closure of the Hormuz Strait, because they haven't closed it. They just allow others to go through, apart from the US or Israeli linked ships, whether there's a tariff or not. I want to get your thoughts on the partial closure of the Strait of Hormuz, what is done to the economy of the world, not just the US, the whole world. It's affecting the whole world. We had another report from India as well. We had Pakistan, all over the world, Indonesia, the Philippines. Is affecting everywhere. That number one, and second, I want to talk about the American threats of putting boots on the ground, which is the Khark Island or other islands. What that would do if the Islamic Republic fully closes the Strait of Hormuz. And we have another stage as well. We get to that okay, later on.
So, regarding boots on the ground and the potential attempt at a takeover of Harg Island, well, I'm not a military expert, but based on what military experts and analysts have been saying, this is a completely unfeasible operation because the number of soldiers that the U.S. is right now deploying to carry out this operation is around 10,000. And that is not a number large enough for a sustained long-term occupation of Harg Island. That's one thing. That's one matter alone. Another matter, another aspect we have to look at is the fact that Harg Island is it's very well within range of Iranian artillery and missiles on the mainland. So you're looking at what Tank City said before his martyrdom. What the commander said is that we will turn it into a graveyard for the American soldiers because we are very much capable of doing that. Iranians, yes, they may occupy the island for maybe an hour or two, for several hours, but it's going to lead to bloodshed of the American soldiers. It's going to lead to more American soldiers killed and wounded, and that number, that casualty number that they try so hard to hide and to keep it vague by not mentioning exactly how many soldiers have been killed so far, that number is gonna blow out, and it's gonna reach the American citizens and the American families of these soldiers. So it's gonna be another miscalculation by the U.S. Now, for the takeover of Harg and boots on the ground, that's one thing we need to look at. And as for the Strait of Hormuz, and as you said, this is a regulation of the Strait of Hormuz. It hasn't been closed. Many countries have asked for permission to pass through, and they've been granted permission. Some countries, they decided not to pass through even after they've been granted permission, like Japan, take for instance. That was a very strange move by Japan. So this is this regulation or partial closure of the Strait of Hormuz, what it has done is enough to put pressure on the people of the United States and to put pressure on the people of the world, of the Europeans. You have Europeans also complaining about the surge in oil prices and having to pay more at the pump as the Americans are complaining. And ironically, at the same time, as I said before, I'm not sure if my voice got through because of the mic issues we had. At the same time, you have also many Americans and Europeans encouraging the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, saying, go on with your operations, retaliate, because we've had enough. We're fed up with constantly seeing Palestinians being killed in Gaza and also in the West Bank. We've had enough of this dictator Trump. That's why we have these No Kings protests happening, not just in the United States. You think that it's just in the U.S. that these protests and rallies against Trump are going to be happening, but no, they've been happening in European countries too. You've had it in Rome, in Italy, where thousands took to the streets to say no to kings, even though that's not their president. But the effects, the consequences of this dictator's decision that is Trump, his decisions are impacting everyone across the globe. And people are not seeing this war on Iran as Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz. They're looking at it from the correct angle, and that is the angle from which everyone should be looking at it. When the U.S. and the Israeli regime carry out aggression against Iran, and this is a waterway that belongs to Iran, it is our territories, we have every right to retaliate. I remember in the beginning, the first few days after the regulation of the Strait of Hormuz, this one account on social media, I believe it was X, he made a very good point. He said, imagine if this Strait of Hormuz was a waterway for the U.S. Imagine what they would have done to the vessels that wanted to.
Sorry, to cut you short, because we have Nahid Pourisa in downtown Tehran. Hi, Nahid.
Right now, we are at the funeral of our great commander, Tank City, the admiral commander of IRGC Naval. As we can see, people are in masses coming here to say goodbye and also make sure that the revenge for the blood of Tank City and his great leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, is considered in the operations. People are, the slogan that they are chanting, they are saying death to America and death to Israel. They are saying that we are continuing the pathway, the revolutionary pathway of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. We are continuing the pathway of Islamic revolution. People are, the chant itself is quiet telling how these people are feeling right now. The sorrow, the anger, the agitation, the solidarity that they are showing toward their military forces, that they are asking for an absolute revenge for what the US, the American and Israeli aggression have done to this country. Commander Tangsiri, he's seen among people as a great architecture of a Strait of Hormuz closure. He was at the core of designing the asymmetric warfare. He was a very humble, modest commander among people, being really loved by his own people. He was from the south of Iran, and now his blood in the south of Iran is seen by people as a very symbolic, a powerful message that the sovereign people of Iran have for the whole world, that our commanders are sacrificing their lives. They are contributing, they are devoting their blood for the sovereignty of this country, and I have to say, for the whole region. But these people, the sea of these people, they are here to make sure that the pathway is actually going stronger, that people are really devoted and committed to the value of Commander Tangsiri.
Rear Admiral Ireza Tangsiri, the commander of the Islamic Revolution Guards Corps Navy, whose strategic leadership helped close the Strait of Hormuz, or partially close the Strait of Hormuz, on Iran's enemies and shake their military and economic calculations, was martyred on Monday, days after sustaining injuries in an attack by the invading forces. And as you see, as you saw, the commemorations for the beloved Rear Admiral Ireza Tangsiri. Now let's continue our talks with Roya Purbager, our studio analyst. Roya, we were talking about the closure or partial closure of the Strait of Hormuz. There's a new report that came. It says how are NATO allies pushing back against Trump's Iran war demands. We talked about the UK, we talked about Spain, we talked about Italy. It says NATO not designed for Strait of Hormuz operations. It was a French official. It says if by Alice Rufo, if I'm not mistaken, France's junior army minister. He says, let me remind you what NATO is. It is a military alliance concerned with the security of the Euro-Atlantic region. It's not designed to carry out operations in the Strait of Hormuz, which would be a breach of international law. So they are acknowledging that is a breach of international law. So what the US and what Israel is doing is against international law. These countries, so-called allies of the US and Israel, are refraining from helping the US-Israeli war. What's your thought on the rift between these countries, especially European countries, and also I want to talk about these Arab countries as well. Could we see a rift between these Arab countries and the Trump administration or the US in the future as well?
Well, a rift is very likely. Even before the war was waged on Iran on the 28th of February this year, we already saw a transatlantic rift, a rift between the Europeans and NATO mainly, and the United States of America. We saw how during the, if I'm not mistaken, it was the Munich Security Council in Berlin or in one of these European countries, there was a very clear tension between the Europeans and the United States representatives there. You had European countries come out and say the U.S. is not reliable based on what they've been saying, the statements they've been giving out, and also their decisions. Europeans were expecting more support for Ukraine, for instance, but they did not see that happening. And in that council, in the MSC, they explicitly came out and said, some of these leaders said that they want to spend more money on NATO and on their defense capabilities in a way that would make them less dependent on the United States. So we saw that rift, it existed even before the war began, but now the rift is growing. Whether or not the Europeans will help Trump in this war, will help the Americans, it's very hard to tell in my opinion, because like I said, they're changing their stances every other day. Yes, the UK made a stance against helping the US, and at the same time you have a report just yesterday that came out saying that the defense minister, if I'm not mistaken, of the UK said that they will be deploying more troops to West Asia, to the regional bases. So this makes us wonder really if that
Sorry, Roya, to cut it short again. Sorry, we have Nahid Pourisa on the streets of Tehran again to report the latest on the commemoration for the late General Ireza Tangsiri.
Start?
Nahid, yes, the mic is yours.
Okay, as you can see, the crowd of Iranians gathering in Tehran, right in front of Tehran University, one of the most prestigious universities in Iran. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because right now, universities of Iran are also under Zionist American attacks. But seeing the people, seeing the crowd, this is a strong message from the Iranian people that, of course, we are gonna mourn the martyrdom of our commanders. Of course, we are going to mourn the martyrdom of our leader. But what they don't understand, I was talking to a couple of people here before the rally started, and they said the more they kill us, the more powerful we become, because this is about the nation of Imam Hussein. This is about the values, the morale of Martyr Tangsiri when he actually wept after hearing the news about Haj Qasem Soleimani. What we are witnessing right now, the really war crimes of Israelis and Americans against this country is not going to weaken the staunch steadfastness of Iranian people, and there is no way for them to actually accept. They keep using this slogan, they keep chanting this slogan that there will be no surrender, there will be no negotiations. We are staying here because we want to take a revenge from our enemy. And for them, revenge means the full dismantle of the Zionist regime. How many martyrs this nation have given for the sovereignty of this country since the day one of this war? The sacrifice of the life of our martyr, great leader, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, he was the greatest blood that this nation has sacrificed. But still, Iran is fighting against imperialism, is fighting against Zionism, and the reason is because the value of this resistance, the values and the morals of the Islamic revolution is tied with people. It is strongly rooted in the people of Iran. And what we are seeing right now is mourning, but also sending a strong sense of solidarity from Iranians to their military forces, and also to make sure that the enemy understand Iranians are standing tall to defend their country, and no one fears this aggression, no one fears this war. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nahid, as well. There you have Nahid Pourisa, our correspondent in the streets of Tehran, at the funeral procession which is underway for the IRGC Navy Chief Brigadier General Ireza Tangsiri, who was assassinated in a US-Israeli attack just recently. Roya, Nahid talked about revenge for the assassinations of their beloved leader, generals and officials as well, and they pledged to take revenge and continue their resistance, and also until the American and Israeli forces are eradicated from the region, basically from these Arab countries. There's also a new report. I want to get your thoughts on this, because they said they want revenge and they want no negotiations. They want this to continue until they all leave. Trump claims that Iran, or Iran's president, asked for a ceasefire. Trump has claimed that Iran's president wants a ceasefire ahead of the US president address to the Americans later tonight. And also, there was another latest one. Trump says will consider alleged ceasefire request when Hormuz Strait is open. After claiming that Iran asked for a ceasefire, Trump added that on his social media post that he will consider it when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion.
Well, U.S. President Donald Trump is a source of humor for many at this point. He's either making some laugh or cry, nothing in between, unfortunately. And it's nothing new with what he's saying. Even before, at the beginning when the war started, he said that they won the war, right? And now he's saying negotiations. Why are you negotiating if you won the war? And he said that they obliterated our nuclear facilities back before in the June war, and then again, now they targeted our nuclear facilities. What exactly are you targeting if you obliterated them? He said that the Navy commander, that Iran's Navy has been completely, again, obliterated. His go-to word is obliteration. And you have the continuation of the regulation of Strait of Hormuz. What exactly did you get rid of if the Strait of Hormuz is still, as you put it, closed? He said it's not closed, and then he comes out to say right now that he will only negotiate if it's opened. So Trump is contradicting himself, and that is because he is lost. He is in this dilemma that he put himself into and he cannot get out of. The U.S. is in a quagmire that it cannot get out of easily because it put itself there. They attacked Iran thinking that Iran will show restraint as it had in the past, because Iran did indeed show restraint. Iran did not retaliate in the sense that it had every legitimate right to retaliate up until now. But now this is a red line crossed for the Iranians following the February 28th attack that led to the martyrdom of our leader of the Islamic Revolution, and that killed over 100 children, Iranian children, in the school in Minab. Red lines have been crossed non-stop. On the first day, you had the most atrocious crimes committed by the U.S. against the Iranians, and they thought that Iran would show restraint again, and that is their major miscalculation. They don't know Iran, they don't know Iranians, they don't know our legacy and the civilization, the thousands of years of civilization that Iran holds. So they thought that Iran won't respond, but it did retaliate, and it retaliated very well. It retaliated immediately. It wasn't like the June war where it took some time, longer hours for the retaliation to happen. This time around, Iran retaliated in a matter of hours, and in a very short period of time, it ordered, Tank City himself, the rear admiral, ordered the regulation or partial closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and we see the consequences of that regulation today. We see the amount of pressure, the immense pressure that is being put on American officials because of the Americans themselves and people across the globe who are complaining about the surge in oil prices.
The rapid response also showed that Iran was prepared. They
Indeed.
weren't fooled with the negotiations, they were prepared beforehand.
Even during the negotiations this time around, when Iranians were taking part in these indirect talks with the United States, they also made it very clear that we are taking part in these indirect talks, but we also remember what you did to us in the 12-day June war. We do know that this is not really negotiations, even though they never explicitly said it. Both sides kind of let everyone know that this is just buying time, because the Americans were hell-bent on starting this aggression either way. Their talks was just an attempt to see maybe Iran would surrender. That was their hope, I'm thinking. And then Iranians themselves, they were going through with this indirect talks. In my opinion, it was to buy time to prepare themselves even more because they had been preparing themselves. The fact that we have underwater missile tunnels that were displayed back in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, following the imposition of sanctions, that was a message from Iran to the United States. We are very much capable of, regulating this strategic waterway. Just because we haven't until now, it doesn't mean we do not want to. It does not mean we are not capable of doing it. It's because we have shown restraint until now. But enough is enough.
It's part of the tactic.
Yes, enough is enough. Red lines have been crossed, just like our correspondent there said there on the streets. And like you pointed out, Iranians right now, many of the ones who had said before, perhaps negotiations could bring about positive results. Now they're saying no to negotiations. Now they're saying never will we even think about negotiating again, because they now understand, those who didn't understand before now understand that this is not an entity you negotiate with. And this is also what the leader of the Islamic Revolution has long been warning Iranians and advising them against. He said, I do not see any point in negotiating when that negotiating partner, that entity you're trying to talk to, does not understand the language of diplomacy. Exactly. It does not understand the language of talks, of trying to bring about peace, because that is not its objective. You negotiate when the objective of the other party is also peace. The American government does not want peace. It never did, and history is enough proof of that. You do not need to be, going through aggression in modern history, in today's time, to understand that the American government never was after peace. We saw what they did with Venezuela. We saw the blatant and this horrendous kidnapping of the leadership.
I believe they were negotiating with Maduro as well.
Well, yes, they were hoping also for, forcing them to submit. They did not want to submit, and they pulled out this very humiliating tactic of kidnapping a leadership, of kidnapping a democratically elected president and not returning him. And this was something that, shocked many. But not everyone. I wasn't entirely shocked. Many like me were not entirely shocked, because we understand the nature of the United States, of this regime, honestly, that we need to call it that, because also Trump
even
right now.
Even worse with Trump.
Even worse with Trump, because now everyone's going to the streets for the No Kings protests. They're calling Trump for what he is, which is a dictator. Trump wants to dictate to the entire world how every country must act, how every country must, fall to its needs and bow down to the U.S. and give up its resources. And what are they doing with all these resources? What are they doing with all this power that they're trying to amass? What they're doing is what's been happening in the Epstein Island. That is the result of giving in to oppressors, of giving in to tyrants. These are a group of men, a group of individuals that are going after their carnal desires, and they do not show any sign of wanting to even stop going after their carnal desires. We've seen the names on the Epstein list. We've seen the names that are coming out and the crimes that were committed and continue to be committed behind the curtains against innocent children, against little babies even.
We heard
little
or
children.
saw a glimpse of it. We don't know what
exactly. All we saw was a glimpse, and it broke hearts worldwide. It made people outraged, and it drove them to madness for a second, because up until now this has been happening and no one knew about it. But now that they know, my advice to the Americans is to stand up more seriously, take firm action, take direct action. For how long will you be carrying out your No Kings protests? It's supposed to lead some way or another, it's supposed to lead to firm action against your government.
You could say save America before it's too late.
Yes, save America before it's too late, because it is very much nearing late. It's very much nearing the tipping point, the point where it will be completely dismantled. That is not far off, in my opinion. So in spite of seeing all those crimes committed in the Epstein Island and the names that have come out, we specifically, being the victims of aggression, Palestinians expect, Lebanese expect, Yemenis expect people around the world to rise up even stronger, to take to the streets with a more firm and decisive action, to turn their abstract form of resistance that we had before the revolution of the Islamic Revolution led by Khomeini. we'd advise you to do the same. Turn that abstract resistance into a tangible resistance, because that is the only way you will stop aggressors. An aggressor that only understands the language of force will only also stop his aggression when you force him to stop it. They will not just back out and say suddenly, we're done, we do not want to carry out our aggression. That's not going to happen. You're going to have to force them to halt their operations and their crimes.
Okay, Roya, sorry to cut you short again. We'll go back to, we have to go back to on the streets of Tehran, where we have a correspondent, Moin Amini, with us. Moin, tell us where you are exactly and what is the atmosphere like there?
Yes, I'm in the Engelab Street, somewhere in between, along the way to where the martyr's body is going to be taken. And as you can see behind me, the truck that is behind me is carrying the body of martyr Tangsiri, and there are also other trucks that are carrying a number of other martyrs from Engelab Square all the way to the cemetery for the martyrs. I can't tell you enough about the crowd that has participated in this event. It's quite huge. I had a problem finding a place to speak to you. The streets in the vicinity of the area are packed with people. There are many people around here, and because of the love they have for this commander of theirs, General Tangsiri, who was from the city of Bushehr, southern Iran. He was of course, IRGC Naval Forces commander, who was assassinated yet again in another brutal assassination by the US and the Israeli regime that has really put the Iranians into grief, and there is a deep sorrow around here. But look, you see the way people are trying to get their hands on the coffin of the martyr and at least get some of their items to be touched on the coffin of the martyr as a love they have for the commander. You see, people in Iran compare martyr Tangsiri to Rais Ali Delvari, who during the First World War fought the British invasion of Bushehr. Bushehr was a very critical place in southern Iran. Martyr Tangsiri was also from Bushehr. So people are saying that the history is repeating itself, and another Rais Ali Delvari was also targeted by the international imperialist structure and the Zionist, international Zionism. You see, these are the people now who have come here to tell the world that they are ready to resist oppression at any cost. So these are people who are not afraid of losing their lives for their values and for their homeland and for the protection of their territorial integrity and freedom. Yes, so I think if you want to know more about General Tangsiri, you have to know his personality. He was known among his comrades and people to be a very humble, very kind-hearted person, and that is why this is an unprecedented funeral procession. I can tell you for a fact, I have never seen the streets this packed with people. I was surprised myself to see this amount of people taking to the streets to show their anger and also engage in the funeral procession of General Tangsiri. And of course, he had a very important role in protecting controlling the Strait of Hormuz for people, and the failure by the US and its allies to take control of Hormuz resulted in the assassination of such a hero of a nation, you know. And yes, that there is just so much love for the man. I'm telling you, I'm surprised myself because of the amount of love that people have for Martyr Tangsiri, who resisted oppression similar to what Rais Ali Delvari did during the First World War. And also, he's not the only person, of course, who was assassinated. Some days ago, Ali Larijani, Iran's Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, was martyred alongside his son, and also Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, leader of the revolution, was assassinated. But what people say is that these are just out of ignorance towards the Iranian nation, such as assassinations, because Iran is not a place that is dependent on individuals. It's not an individual-oriented system. This is place that is a system that is built on values, a system that is built on knowledge and science, a system that is built on mysticism, on poetry, on literature, on whatever that humanity needs on its way towards prosperity. And losing General Tangsiri, yes, it's sad for Iranians. It's a great loss for Iranians, given the fact that he was a great commander, as I told you, a very humble person, a very kind-hearted, sweet human being. But this is also another sacrifice on the way to rescue not just Iran from this imposed war, but all the humanity who are chained by oppression and imperialism. And I can tell you for a fact that at this point of history, Iran is fighting not just for itself, not just for the values of the Islamic Republic, but for every nation and every individual who shares the idea of wanting to be free and wanting to protect the integrity and basically dignity of mankind. So Iran at this time of history happens to be at the forefront of fighting oppression, fighting colonialism, and fighting imperialism. And the people who are here are not just simply engaging in a funeral procession. They are here to tell the world that they are ready to fight the world's powerful imperialist systems until the last drop of their blood. They have come here with all the power they had, bringing all their naval forces, and then now they are speaking of bringing ground forces into Iran, which is, according to analysts, another bluff, because it's going to be a futile effort given the geographic position of Iran and also the forces of the country who are ready to sacrifice their lives for Iran and for the humanity. And you saw.
Hi, hello, welcome. You're watching Press TV World News here, where we are covering the rolling situation happening right here in the Islamic Republic. Day 34 of the American-Israeli aggression against the Islamic Republic. A war that was supposed to last for 4 days, a few hours. We're now in the day 34th of this aggression, which has claimed thousands of lives, thousands of innocent lives within the country. The Israeli and the American coalition have targeted healthcare, health centers, ambulances, emergency services, schools, hospital, pharmaceutical companies, despite the fact that the Americans and the Israelis have sanctioned Iran for decades, preventing it from being able to access many of the medical emergencies and medical needs that it has. The country has been able to build and rely on its own and become an exporter, actually, of these medicines. And now we're beginning to see the Zio-American attack targeting those very lifelines that has been able to keep many Iranians afloat and safe from the effects of these sanctions. And not just that, we're beginning to see attacks on infrastructure of Iran as well. The American president just a few days ago shared an image of a bombardment in Isfahan where we saw secondary explosions, and he was very proud of that. It's very difficult to determine what the U.S. president consider as victory. Perhaps his word will be what we should go after, where he said that, they're going to blow Iran into oblivion. The American president was supposed to come to Iran and save the people of Iran, but apparently his plan is to blow the country into oblivion. We will be discussing what has happened over the past 1 month and what's been happening in the past 24 hours, especially the escalation in the Iranian retaliation, especially within the occupied territory, and those very pinpoint, accurate targeting despite the heavy restrictions that the Israelis have imposed on media. We're beginning to get images out of how impactful those strikes were, on the Israeli targets, and especially because it was a coordinated attacks. I think the very first one we are witnessing between all of the axis of resistance, from the resistance in Lebanon to resistance in Iraq to the Yemenis and the various armed forces within the Islamic Republic, the IRGC Aerospace Force, the IRGC Naval Forces, the Artesh, which is the army itself, and the Army's Navy. So we will be looking at the impact of that. And also we will be covering some of the speech that Trump is going to be making in the next few minutes. I think, if I am not mistaken, we will be covering that for you as well. But first of all, allow me to introduce our guest. In the studio with me, we have Mariam Azarche, our political analyst, here in the studio with us. Thank you so much for joining us. And also joining us live, if I'm not mistaken, is Aja Mubaraka, an American activist, also joining us from the U.S. Thank you so much. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Baraka. The U.S. political system from the very beginning has always been oppressive in nature. This is not new for you as an African American. You've dedicated your life to fighting this injustice, and you've spoken extensively about how the boomerang, practices of the American empire outside will start coming home to roost to maybe the population that have been, insulated from the brutality of the empire, and we're beginning to see that. But I want to point specifically to Trump, and specifically to the, the No Kings rally that we saw. How effective is this? Does it reflect the frustration of the people in the United States? And if it does it have any impact on the policies that Trump is making, not just in West Asia, but also in Latin America? We're hearing Exet talk about the greater North America, talking about many lands that he hope to be able to directly influence. So as an American yourself, experienced with the empire and its brutality, despite the, opposition that we may have within the American system, do you think it's enough to curtail the brutality that the Trump administration is now unleashing upon the entire world?
Well, let's just talk about the No Kings rally. It's always a good thing when there's some expression of opposition. There's no question about that. But it's important for the listeners to understand that the position against the war in Iran, and indeed against U.S. imperialism, did not occupy a central point of attention. Of course, a number of people raise these questions, raise these issues, and that's a good thing. But it's important that people understand that at this point, the political perspective in the U.S. is such that the main focus is on the personality of Donald Trump, as opposed to an understanding of the convergence of politics that unite both the Democrats and the Republicans, and that is their commitment to the continuation of U.S. global hegemony. Both parties have consistently been opposed to the existence of the Iranian society and Iranian state, and both parties, that is, the personalities of both parties, have been largely supportive of the attack on Iran. So the task and the responsibilities of people in the United States, and indeed in the West, is to continue to attempt to try to build more effective opposition. We see that what we are witnessing is the consolidation of a form of global fascism led by the U.S. And we know at the center of the fascist project is conquest and racialization. And what we have to understand is the only way in which we can put a brake on the aspirations of these forces is through the effective use of popular power. So We understand our task and our responsibility. We think that it is a tragedy what has unfolded with this unprovoked attack on Iran, the unnecessary waste of human life. But we also understand that we have a lot of work to do to build a movement that will put a break on those kinds of actions by the United States government.
Okay, let me bring it to the studio. Mariam, over the past few hours, we've been hearing of the Israeli-American aggression on Isfahan and in other parts of the country, and it seems as we move further into this escalatory ladder, the Zio-American coalition have decided that the civilian population has to be targeted. And that is based on statement that we've had from the Israeli Minister of War, Israel Katz, who said that our important hope was on the Iranian people. We knew from the beginning that just a military action is not enough to unseat the government in Iran. We had hoped that the people will come onto the streets, and that is still part of our
agenda,
intent. So do you think now that this escalation where deliberately targets are being taken on civilian housing, civilian infrastructure, pharmaceuticals in particular, we've seen that over the past 3 days, targeting the very core of Iran's ability to be able to treat its people and its independence in this sector. Do you think it's directed at, the people to try and punish them, knowing that we may not be able to get what we want militarily speaking, but even after the war, we will be able to exact a high payment, on the Iranian population?
I mean, the Iranian population to begin with was the main target, because we know that over the course of the years, we're talking some 50 years, 47 years following the victory of the Islamic Revolution, that the U.S. has actually placed the most extreme sanctions on Iran, unilateral coercive measures, and making it very difficult, almost impossible, to sell Iran's oil. That was especially more in the beginning following the victory of the revolution. That was the main source of the budget for the country. So they understood that when they're placing sanctions on oil sale, they are hurting the people. And more recently, they've come out and said, Nancy Pelosi, for instance, said that the regime does have supporters, therefore we have to cause pain to the people, so they give up supporting the regime, right? So this is what the people have been the target to begin with, and that's because they understood that the whole reason that the Islamic Republic has been able to stand against the Western Hegemonic Front was because of the people, and nothing else explain it. Iran had a much lesser military, definitely still has a fraction of America's military budget. Iran was under extreme sanctions. Iranians, I mean, they had been oppressed for a very long time. There was no reason that they should be able to stand against American hegemony. If it wasn't the support of millions of Iranians, then the Islamic Republic could not have lasted. It could not have lasted all the media propaganda, could not have lasted that media propaganda that actually said that all the economic issues were a result of the government's failure. And with everything, I mean, we've had various coup attempts. The people were to begin with the target. And even with the most recent attempt, with the most recent U.S.-Israeli aggression, because we had during the 12-day war, where Iranian commanders were targeted as well. And of course, we realized that when the country is not in war, even commanders are civilians. So when they were targeted, it was to actually weaken the country's defense so they can target the people easier. Right. And during this most recent war, we saw how they targeted the leader of the Islamic Revolution, but they also, on that very first day, they targeted the Minab school, murdering more than 165 schoolgirls, 5 schoolboys. So they have always wanted to exact a price on the people, because they understood the people are the backbone of the Islamic Revolution. It's not like the U.S. that, is relying on the military-industrial complex. And if tomorrow the approval for war is 0%, the U.S. will still go to war. Right. The people don't have that power to actually stop the regime from committing aggression against other nations.
Okay, stay with me, Mariam. Mr. Baraka, I want to come back to you. You mentioned something when you were speaking to us earlier, where you said that yes, people within the United States, are discontent, and in a way of showing their discontentment, they had come to the street in the nationwide protest that we saw just a few days ago. But the question is, do you think perhaps the Iranians also banked on the fact that the economic effect that the U.S. may feel, or the population in the United States may feel as a result of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, may also force, the United States to be careful in its escalation, perhaps? And do you think that this economic push is enough to get people to a frame of mind where they understand that the empire is also a threat to them? Because we're beginning to see, if we can gauge from social media, some of the content that we're seeing coming from the United States, where most people who are politically inclined understood that this war is being fought partly because of Israel, may not necessarily have much to do with preserving the U.S. empire, because if it's about protecting the U.S. empire, then the military bases in the region has to stay. The facade of the protection for the Persian Gulf Arab country has to remain, and that has been shattered over the past, couple of weeks after this war broke out. Do you think perhaps people are beginning to be more aware, majorly because of the economic situation, and the Iranians were planning for this to happen?
Well, it's quite clear that there's a majority of the U.S. population that oppose the war. And they oppose it not only because of the negative impact that it is having on their pocketbooks, on their ability to live, but there seems to be a subtle shift in the U.S. population away from the sort of mindless support for U.S. military aggression. I believe that as a consequence of the live stream genocide that people were exposed to on the heels of the Ukrainian war, that there is a sort of a general disgust developing in the country and in the culture. And we are beginning to see that being translated into a new kind of politics, or potential anti-war politics in the U.S. So yes, the material component is important. That is one of the factors I think that the Trump administration is taking into account with the rise in gas prices and with the inflationary consequences of this war. But they also are concerned about their domestic base, not only among the so-called MAGA support base for the Republicans, but the U.S. base of the popular base in general. So they have an agenda to advance or attempt to advance their interests militarily, but you have to have a base of support domestically, unless you are prepared to turn to massive repression. And so they are delegitimized in terms of their ability to persuade the U.S. population to support these aggressions, and therefore they have a serious political dilemma developing in the U.S.
Yeah, but the situation that we're looking at now is becoming, more fragile. The balance that exists in the region, especially in West Asia, has always been very fragile when it comes to, how many states manage their own relationship, majorly because of the United States. If you have a relation with the United States, then your foreign policy, many will argue, is kind of tied to how you are with the U.S. And for many years, there have been this balancing act between Iran and its neighbors. But now that the war has gotten to a point where these neighboring countries feel like Iran is attacking them, and Iran is saying attacks are being carried out from your lands against mine, and so I am entitled to retaliate against where the attack is coming from, knowing that Iran warned months ahead that if an attack again is carried out from these places, I will respond in kind to those. Talk to us about this balancing act, because obviously many of us are now aware that the situation will not go back to the way it was before the war. Obviously, we can't predict in detail exactly what will happen, But in your opinion, based on what we are seeing, based on the fact that the U.S. is losing, this basis, it's not just about theory anymore. The infrastructure that has kept this basis alive are almost totally obliterated or destroyed or partially destroyed. May take years for the U.S. to rebuild it. And knowing that this bases serve as a sort of strength and perhaps stability for many of these Persian Arab countries, how do you see the relationship going forward?
Look, as a consequence of the incompetency of the Trump administration, the balance of forces globally have shifted away from them. In West Asia, they have a real dilemma, because by them basically abandoning their vassal states, it's become quite clear to those states that the U.S. was unable to provide any kind of protection for them, and that the U.S. is only concerned with advancing its particular interests. And so I believe that as a consequence of this war, that not only will Iran emerge as a more powerful state, but that the entire architecture of security and trade relations, almost every aspect of life in West Asia will be fundamentally transformed. The U.S. is going to, in essence, end up being expelled from the region. They're not going to be allowed to rebuild their bases.
Do you see that happening? Sorry to jump in. Do you see that happening? The fact that the Americans will be expelled, because many are saying that this will be a great defeat for the empire, and the empire will do everything it can to resist this. If you're saying that the empire will leave, how do you see that as a possibility?
I see that the framework for leaving the region is going to be laid tonight in the speech by Donald Trump. That they have no other choice. That their vassal states have recognized that there is a price to pay when you align yourself with the U.S. And when the head of the Department of War says that states need to learn how to fight for themselves, basically it's quite clear to those vassal states that they can no longer depend on protection from the U.S. Therefore, they have to find a way to get along with their neighbors. And we see that possibility. We saw that back in 2023, the possible reconciliation, if you will, between Saudi Arabia and Iran was taking place. So there's a possibility of a different set of relationships in West Asia. And of course, the empire will fight that, where they would attempt to undermine it. They would use their front person, the Fort Israel, to undermine states. But we think that this miscalculation that they made in attacking Iran will fundamentally alter the relationships the U.S. has with states throughout West Asia.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you with the speech that we're expecting from Trump. Obviously, you mentioned something there, but allow me to come back to the studio here with our colleague. Mariam, what may we be expecting from Donald Trump? Because let's not forget, usually with Trump, when he talks about negotiation, then you should prepare yourself for war. We saw this twice in the last 1 year here in Iran, where in June they were talking about several rounds of negotiations. There were positivity coming out, even from the Trump administration, only for Israel to attack and for the U.S. to join after 8 days of the Israelis fighting and being weakened, obviously, by the Iranian response. And then we had those bunker buster bombs that the U.S. deployed into the region and attacked, the Iranian nuclear facility. But this time around, again, we saw indirect negotiation also by Iran, positivity coming from both sides. The Iranians were saying it was good. The Omanis, who were the intermediaries, were saying, yes, many concessions have been gotten from the Islamic Republic, especially as it concerned its enriched uranium. The Americans also said everything was great, only for Saturday morning for us to wake up while people were at work and students were at school to hear those bombardments across Tehran and across, Iran. And now we are Trump again talking about peace while the U.S. forces are being amassed in the region, and there are talks and discussion in U.S. media about which island to take, which oil to take. Break it down for our viewers, because it does seem as though anytime the Trump administration is talking about peace, you should prepare yourself for an escalation.
I mean, you can prepare yourself for an escalation when the U.S. can actually escalate. Of course, they have weapons that they haven't used, but some of their best weapons have been targeted by Iran. We're talking weapons like the F-35 stealth jet that reaches a speed of, the velocity of sound within 4 seconds, and it's supposed to be invisible to the radars. But we saw that when Iran targeted, it didn't even make a sudden move. It couldn't even tell that it was being targeted, and then it was targeted by Iran anyways. And Iran, of course, targeted various fighter jets, drones, and also a lot of American bases. But when Trump says negotiations, you can actually expect negotiation if he has no other way, if he has nowhere else to go. And when he's trying to constantly talk about negotiations, I mean, to begin with, if he thought Iran was not a power, he would not even suggest negotiations. The way the U.S. Actually hegemony works is that they enter a country, they do a coup in the country, or they invade a country, or they enter a country and kidnap the president. If they can do those moves, then they will do it. But they weren't able to do it in Iran. That is why they, to begin with, talked about negotiations, because they had tried everything else with Iran. We had the 8-year imposed war on Iran. Of course, it took 8 years because Iran was able to resist for that long until Iran was victorious. We had various coup attempts by the U.S. regime inside our country, the most recent of which actually took the lives of some 3,000 Iranians. And then it was blamed on Iran by mainstream media. And then with everything they had done, they thought that they couldn't do anything else but negotiations. In fact, Trump, who talked about negotiations, he himself had tore the JCPOA agreement.
Right.
So there were already negotiations. Iran had agreed, and actually before the U.S. regime started this preemptive strike, which is really an invasion in many. I mean, there's no such a thing as a preemptive strike. That's not a term. But when they started this against Iran, all the sources had already said Iran had no plans. Neither does Iran have any nuclear weapons, nor does Iran have any plans to actually make nuclear weapons. So Trump likes to talk about negotiations when he has nowhere else to go. Right. And of course, he may have to try and escalate in some way if for him to actually make some kind of victory out of this. He's very desperately trying to say that he was victorious, that he won the battle. However, he hasn't reached any of the objectives that he's talked about, so much so that he's had to create new objectives.
Right.
So for instance, prior to the aggression on Iran, the Strait of Hormuz was open. And now he says, one victory would be to open the Strait of Hormuz. And then 48, and then he says, I'm going to give Iran 48 hours. They have to strait the Hormuz or else. And then that doesn't happen. And then he says, well, you know what? We don't really need the Strait of Hormuz. So he's constantly changing the definition of a victory. And I mean, for him to actually create, perhaps his biggest victory has been destroying more than 113,000 civilian structures, perhaps to those individuals, destroying the houses of more than 90,000 Iranians is a victory. But
okay,
other
stay
than
with
that,
me. Yeah, okay, stay with me. Mr. Baraka, please, I'm going to come back to you before we let you go. My colleague was talking about the fact that the Trump administration, especially Trump himself, has been going from various targets in this war. He started with regime change, then they moved to preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon, then it was about liberating the Iranian people, and now it's about opening the Strait of Hormuz. And in that context, I'm going to place the same question that I asked her to you. As we're talking about waiting for the next statement that Trump is going to make, and they've made a huge issue out of it, saying that he's going to make some important statement. We don't know how much we can trust it. While we have thousands of American soldiers in the region, 50,000 according to some estimates, maybe more. Do you believe we are nearing an end to this aggression? If we are, how does it end? Because we know Trump will not pull out without being able to show that he has won something. And it's very difficult to pick out something tangible that Trump has won unless, destroying public property, like my colleague said about civilian houses being targeted, can be claimed as a victory, especially as we're having the midterms election coming up, and Trump really needs to bring those low ratings back up to fight the Democrats, even though the Democrats, they don't really pose much of a threat to Trump. Give us your opinion.
It's quite clear. It's quite clear that the Trump administration has suffered a strategic failure with its attack on Iran. The comments tonight by Donald Trump will be one in which he will attempt to construct a narrative of U.S. victory, providing an explanation for why they are going to attempt to try to withdraw from this war that they started.
So you're predicting he's going to end the war tonight in his speech? That's what the speech is going to be about?
I predict that he's going to lay the foundation for explaining why the U.S. is going to systematically withdraw. Mm-hmm. But in the next few weeks, I suspect that they're going to engage in symbolic, or more than symbolic, but engage in a massive assault on Iran also. Again, providing some material basis for their claim of winning the conflict. But they are prepared to leave because they have no ability to use those troops that you referenced a few minutes ago, besides putting them into a situation where it would be suicidal. They have been checkmated, and everybody understands that. And what the Trump administration is going to attempt to do tonight is to provide the best face for, in essence, a surrender this evening. That's my prediction.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe we invite you to come and discuss that further after the announcement. Mr. Aja Mubarak, founder, Black Alliance for Peace, joining us from New York. Thank you so much for your time. I will bring it back to our studio with my colleague, Mariam. You heard what Mr. Baraka said about the fact that, yes, Trump may come out tonight to lay the ground for why the U.S. has to pull out. If that is the case, we will be looking at Trump continue his berating of the EU, of NATO, the fact that they didn't join, the fact that they didn't provide, enough military assistance, the fact that the U.S. is having to circumvent many airspace across the EU has been blocked to him, from France to Spain. We had him a few hours ago berating the French president, insulting him, just like he insulted the Saudi crown prince. It does seem as though, in as much as Trump is not getting the necessary information about the reality of this war, he's beginning to understand that this may be a conflict he cannot win. Correct me if I'm wrong. And because that is the case, it will lay the ground for leaving, having the war, leaving the Iran. But we're also knowing that perhaps we will have the Trump administration target Iran's energy facilities, its civilian facilities. So even though we are de-escalating, then perhaps we will also see an escalation before that de-escalation happens. Do you agree?
Of course, the language that Trump understands is a language of force. And that is why actually Iran has shown that Iran has adopted an eye for an eye approach. So every time they targeted Iran, they targeted Iranian facilities, they targeted Iran's refineries, they targeted Iran's desalination even, then Iran actually upped the ante every step of the way. They targeted Iranian commanders, Iran targeted the gatherings of American and Israeli commanders. And so they constantly tried to target Iran in every way possible. And Iran showed that Iran will actually follow through with a similar assault in retaliation. And so that is the language that Trump understands. However, the problem is at this point in time, it's not in the hands of Trump anymore whether or not to have a ceasefire. At this point in time, we have the Iranian nation taking to the streets every single night saying we don't want a ceasefire, saying no to ceasefire, saying we're not going to stop targeting the U.S. regime until they get the hell out of our region. And the reason they say this is not because they won war. Actually, Iranians are the most peace-loving people on earth, perhaps. However, they have understood that in order to have lasting war, in order to have lasting peace, they need to actually push away the aggressors that understand nothing but war. So Iran went through negotiation after negotiation after negotiation. Iran spent over 40 years, I think, by now, trying to tell the world that Iran is not the monster they're painting it to be. That Iran is not against human rights, that Iranian women have a very high status in Iranian society. Human rights are appreciated in Iran. The oppressed, they receive, good health care. The poor, those with poverty actually are given a lot of government facilities. So Iran tried to show everything it was about, and Iran also tried to negotiate as much as far as anybody could negotiate. I mean, why would you even negotiate on your nuclear program, for instance, about a hegemonic power that has hundreds of nuclear bombs and is committing a genocide in Gaza and elsewhere? And so Iran actually made all the concessions possible, then was bombed twice in the middle of negotiations. And so therefore, it's no longer in the hands of Trump to decide if there's going to be a ceasefire. He will probably have to escalate because Iranians are not going to finish targeting the U.S. regime's interests, and then he would have to, do something about it. And Iranians would not mind. I mean, Iranians have said that Iran is ready for at least 10 years. And of course, Iran was victorious after the 8-year imposed war, very soon after the victory of the Islamic Revolution. But Iran did not have a fraction of the weapons it has right now.
Okay. So stay with me, Mariam. I'm sorry to cut you off. Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're looking at this is the live coverage of the rolling coverage of the situation happening in West Asia, that war that has been imposed on Iran, both by the American and the Israeli regime. And right by my screen, you are watching the live of Donald Trump has started that speech that he is supposed to give on the situation with Iran. And we will be covering some of the things that he will be saying in that speech, both with our guests in the studio and also our guest that is now joining us from Quds Network, Mr. Raja Abdul Haq, Palestinian activist and community organizer and co-founder of Quds News Network. Welcome to the program, and thank you so much for joining us. Having your expertise and your point of view on this issue is very important because one may argue that one of the reasons Iran is being targeted and is having to face this war imposed both by the United States and Israel is because of its insistence that the Palestinians must be given back their land. Must, not that may, not that let's see how it happens. It has to happen because the Iranians say that for them, the Palestinian issue is not just for the Palestinian alone, it's not just for the Islamic Ummah alone, it's also an existential threat for every single country that exists in the region because of the Greater Israel plan. Give us your thoughts on why this war was imposed on Iran in the first place.
No, I think you're spot on. I think since the events of October 7, the United States of America and Israel have been facing, specifically Israel, has been facing a reality check. It was an existential problem for Israel, a settler colonial project that is surviving on the idea of deterrence, on the idea that Palestinians, as the natives and the indigenous people of the land, they're crushed. Their political agency have been eliminated, and the people in Gaza, specifically the resistance in Gaza, has been crushed in a way that they're so focused into counting the calories that Israel allows into Gaza to deal with the local issues of electricity, clean water, the basic human rights of Palestinians, eliminating the concept of political agency and the political aspirations of the Palestinian people, and they're turning them into biological beings, beings, in the sense of that Palestinians should only worry about their well-beings, their physical well-beings. They should worry about eating and drinking, and not worry too much about having freedom, having liberation, and having a state for themselves away from Zionist settler colonial project. Now, the reality of October 7, or that wake-up call for Israel and the United States, is that Palestinians, as the natives of the land, the colonized subjects, have not been crushed. And as a matter of fact, now they're not only resisting by defending themselves, they're now also engaged in operations that aim to liberate the land of Palestine and aim to return the refugees to where they were expelled from their homes since 1948. That reality crushed the idea of the concept of escalation dominance, the concept of technological and militaristic advancement and superiority of Israel in the region, because it was to them that these militias, these guerrilla groups in Gaza, in a very small, tiny piece of land, one of the most populated areas in the world, were able to deal with the hunger issues, were able to deal with the siege, and they were able to rebel and revolt against their own oppressors, against their own colonizers. So to them, the natives, as we know, as a settler colonial project for Israel, in order for it to succeed, in order for it to have a concept of superiority, in order for it to feel that it's safe, that the settler colonial project of destroying and eliminating the natives of the land, the natives must submit. They must surrender, and they must not seek any political aspirations for themselves. When the people of Gaza rose up and they fought for their homeland, it was, as I mentioned a couple times already, was a wake-up call for Israel and the United States that these people are not crushable, and there needs to be another way of dealing with them beyond creating a sense of deterrence. And that solution to them was the genocide, the mass murder, the ethnic cleansing, the total annihilation and destruction of Gaza, to remove any sense of safety, any sense of belonging, any sense of home for the Palestinians of Gaza. That reality and the ability for Israel to be fully and blindly supported by the Western colonial powers created a new strategic pillar for Israel and the United States, that in order for Israel to restore its supremacy in the region, its dominance in the region, it needs to go after the axis of what was known as the axis of resistance, in order to eliminate all resistance movements nonstop. And the huge attack against Hezbollah in the past 2 years have shown us that Israel has been preparing for this moment, that the events of October 7 were only brought these events much faster to what Israel was hoping to do. Israel was clearly planning to eliminate and destroy Hezbollah for years now. And because of this, and because of this reality, the Israel started with Gaza, then Hezbollah, and they felt that they deterred both. I mean, they destroyed Gaza right away, and they felt that they deterred Hezbollah. And to them, at the end of the day, they wanted to go to the bigger goal, which is to destroy and erase the concept of resistance in Iran by destroying, not just by murdering the leadership of the Iranian state, but also hitting civilians and hitting infrastructure, to repeat what has happened in Gaza and Lebanon, across the region, in order for Israel to destroy any sense of resistance, any sense of objection to American hegemony, to American imperialism, and to Israeli settler colonial project in the region. This is the reality of what we're seeing today. That this war in Iran is not just the concept of what we hear in the media, this absurd accusations of creating nuclear weapons, because we're not naive to think that the American war machine, the CIA, the Pentagon, the think tanks, the Israeli Mossad, they don't know that Iran doesn't have nuclear power. Not only because of the fatwas by Khamenei before, but because clearly, according to their intelligence, they know Iran doesn't have nuclear weapon. This was just a justification, an excuse, just like those we heard in the early 2000s after so-called war on terror campaign, after the events of September 11, the United States used the excuse of weapons of mass destruction in order to wage war against Iraq and later against Afghanistan. This is ABC in terms of how American empire declares wars. They come up with an excuse, they threaten and fearmonger their own population to justify the wars around the country.
Yeah, stay with me. Stay with me. Sorry to interrupt you. Stay with me, but because we are seeing some of the comments coming out from Trump, and I want to get your opinion on that. Trump is saying that the U.S. objective in Iran are nearing completion. He also said that the United States does not need the Strait of Hormuz. He's saying that, the U.S. won't let Gulf Arab allies, Israel, get hurt or fail due to the Iran war. The question that I have for you is, Trump and the Zionist coalition started this war by saying that, they want to be able to keep Israel safe, that the cancer that they claim is Iran has to go. Yes, certain assassination has been carried out. One can argue the top layer of the Iranian military and political leadership has been removed, but the system remains the same. Nothing has changed technically within Iran. If anything, what we're seeing is a more strong Iran when it comes to responding to its own security. If we are saying that the Israelis have been able to carry out a genocide in Gaza, and they've come out clearly to say that they want to take over the region, why has there been this lackluster response from many people within the region? Excusing the fact that the United States cannot protect them when it comes to choosing Israel over anyone else. We've seen that, in the last couple of months, as the Persian Gulf Arab countries have been left to defend both the United States and Israel, while their own security has been left out. And now we're seeing Trump perhaps prepare the ground for pulling out of Iran. What's happening here?
So, yeah, a great point. And just to, I think we need to be cautious about what Trump says. I think since the genocide started in Gaza, we've seen the American administration, during Biden administration all the way to Trump's administration, that they always double speak, that they always say, well, we're too close to a ceasefire, and there are red lines that we are warning Israel from crossing. And then a couple of weeks down the line, Israel doesn't only cross the lines, but they also go even further, and Americans don't say anything about it. It's obvious now that the Biden administration and the Trump administration used the strategy of deception to hide their true colors and to hide their true objectives of what's happening. I don't trust whatever Trump is saying today. As we've seen with the war on Iran this time and the war on Iran last year, Iran was involved in, or was in the middle of negotiating with the United States, yet United States of America and Trump deceived them, and they attacked them, and killing lots of the Iranian leadership. So this war of deception, the strategy of deception, is something the United States is very famously known for. And it's not just a Trump issue. This is a U.S. issue. Right. So we just have to be cautious about what Trump is saying and what's actually being planned behind the scenes with their Israeli client state. Right. Now, when it comes to Trump actually articulating that the war is over, and I'm live with you now, so I don't know exact words that he used, but I'm going with what you told me. Yeah. But we've been witnessing, specifically in the past couple of weeks, a wake-up call for the United States and to Israel, that their so-called master plan of eliminating the Iranian leadership, specifically a leadership who did not even try to hide. As we know, the leader of Iran, Khamenei, was not even hiding. He was in his home or with his daughter's home, because he believed in a metaphysical understanding of the world. He felt that someone like him and his fellows should not be hiding in bunkers. So to him, that was just like the Palestinian resistance leaders who were always assassinated by Israel throughout the years. And this has never stopped the resistance, because the problem here is that Americans and Israelis, believe in, or they are racist and Orientalist in the sense of thinking that people in the Middle East, the people who are from the Arab region or Muslims, like in the people in Palestine or Iran or Lebanon, that these people are barbaric to the sense that they're just moved by one leader, meaning that one strong man can lead the whole nation regardless of the systems, regardless of the bureaucracy, regardless of all the systems and the infrastructure that exist in land. And that's what they believe in. And this is why to them, they think if they kill leaders of Hamas and Hezbollah and the leaders of Iran, that these movements and this nation will collapse. But the reality is, as we all know, it's obvious that these resistance movements and Iran themselves are institutions that are built on ideologies. They're built on theological understanding of the world, built on the notion of fighting back and resistance against American hegemony in the region. So killing one leader and assassinating leaders is not going to be stopping that movement, because the movement is not built around one person. It's built on ideas.
Okay, stay with me.
This is what we're facing today.
Stay with me. I'm so sorry that I keep cutting you off.
No
We're
worries.
covering a live situation, so it is important to keep our viewers updated. Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the war against Iran and the statement that we are waiting for Trump to say. Trump just said that, the U.S. will hit Iran extremely hard for the next 2 weeks. He again threatens Iran power plant. Let's just go through some of the things that Trump has said since he started with that statement. He said that he's urging other countries to show courage and take care of the Strait of Hormuz, saying that the United States does not use it and it does not need it. He said that the U.S. is nearing completion of its objectives in Iran. He also said that it would not abandon the Gulf Arab allies, nor will it abandon Israel, and it will continue to protect them. He's saying that, the Americans will pull out, but they may come back and target some things randomly when they need to. So this is some of the things that he said. Obviously, he said so many things, but these are some of the important things that we think our viewers may be interested in. And I do want to bring that to you, Mr. Raja. I mean, it does boggle the mind. Obviously, we're not shocked about the brutality that the U.S. empire is capable of. We've seen that in Iraq. We've seen that in Syria. We've seen that in Afghanistan. We saw that repeatedly in Pakistan. We saw it even, in Latin America, in Africa. So arguing about how brutal the U.S. empire is a moot point. But we are looking at a reality where, for 2 years, the live stream of the Palestinians perhaps has changed the way the world viewed the empire. And because it has changed the way the world viewed the empire, one can argue that this is one of the biggest defeats that the Americans have suffered in all of their years as the leader of the global order, if you want to argue that. Meaning that the facade that the American had, the ability for them to be able to say, we are the good guys and everyone else who is not with us are the bad guys, is gone. It's not about the Iranian being able to send missiles. It's not about the Palestinians' ability to be able to resist. It's the fact that the empire lies is now being exposed. And now to have Trump come here and say that, we are nearing our goal, we will target more civilian facilities, and then in 2-3 weeks we'll pull out and declare victory, just seems as though the empire is crumbling. Don't you think so?
I see what you're saying, and there's definitely has been a lot of changes and a lot of shift about how people see the U.S. But the reality is the facade of the U.S. empire was always exposed from even way before the Vietnam War, when they attacked Japan with nuclear weapons, when they destroyed the majority of South America, when they just have been attacking or supporting the Zionist project in the region, when they declared and waged war against Iraq and Afghanistan, killing over 1 million people. The facade of the empire has always been exposed. I think what's really important and what is really different right now, and you mentioned it yourself a few minutes ago, the concept of that the genocide in Gaza was live streamed on TV and in social media, yet the world did not do anything about it. The world did not step up to stop the genocide. And the reality is, if Iran itself did not defend itself and did not prepare for this moment, and if Iran was not able to retaliate against the aggression, then this war would not have ended, or as Trump is planning on ending it soon, but at least Iran would not be in a good position strategically when it comes to it being retaliating and it's defending itself. Same thing with the resistance in Gaza, and same thing with the resistance in Lebanon. Israel and the US do not care about public opinion. The US literally dominates politically, economically, technologically, militaristically, even financially. They are literally dominating in the world. So even if their reputation is horrible, in a couple of years they can run a new PR campaign, and then they think they will restore the concept of so-called American dream and the cultural imperialism that has been imposed on the rest of the world for decades. The reality is, the only thing that will stop the American empire and the American hegemony and the Zionist project is actual material resistance. And if it was not today, it's very obvious. And if you look at the analyses provided in the Israeli sources and even in American sources and in the Arab region, that the only way that even Trump is considering taking a step back, and Trump's talks right now, I was checking right now as you're speaking on Twitter, it's obvious that he's claiming that he has changed the regime in Iran. And even a 5-year-old can look at TV and look at the news and know that the regime in Iran has not been changed. Just because a couple of, as I mentioned before, because Trump and because the American empire in general and the Zionist client states always think that the people of in that region are just barbaric and they follow one leader and then they collapse. Because of this, to them, they can claim that they have succeeded into changing the regime, but the reality on the ground is not the same. And so while I completely understand the concept of how people think that now finally the empire is exposed, I think the empire has always been exposed, and Israel has always been exposed as a settler colonial project that is doing the dirty work of the American empire. What's different today is what's happening since October 7 is that the resistance movements and Iran and those in the region, resistance movements in the region have been stepping up, and that material resistance is what's going to stop and force the American empire to retreat. This is the only way. If you take back the history of the British Empire, it only collapsed and it only retreated because of the material resistance and because of people rejecting and fighting back against those colonial entities. So I think it's essential to also understand that if this war stops tomorrow, it stops only because the Iranian people were resilient and because the Iranians fought back and they were able to retaliate to protect their homeland from a total annihilation. If they did not push back, if they did not defend themselves, then Iran would have been destroyed even further. We've seen Trump's threats or ultimatum to destroy even the infrastructure of Iran, the electricity infrastructure, the water infrastructure. But if Iran did not make it clear that if you attack our infrastructure, we will respond, then Trump would have done it already, or Netanyahu and Israel would have done it already, but they did not do it. Because they were worried about the retaliation of Iran. So material resistance is the only way for the empire to retreat. And public opinion doesn't, of course it's important, but it's not the only way to push back against the empire.
Okay, stay with me. I want to come back to our studio here. One of the things that Trump is mentioning and repeated over the past just few minutes that he's been speaking is threats against Iran's civilian infrastructure, its energy infrastructure, its water infrastructure.
So he's threatening to commit more war crimes.
Of course, yeah, of course. Despite the fact that Iran has said that it will respond in kind, we have indeed been seeing targeted attacks on Iranian civilian infrastructure, from the energy to water distillation plant. We've also seen attacks, repeated attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities. Threats against civilian infrastructure. If you've won, then why do you need to destroy the energy infrastructure, just like Trump said?
Of course, because again, it was the main target is the Iranian nation. But what's also happening is that Iran also is not only going eye for an eye, Iran is also up the ante a bit. So Iran said that if you target people, if you assassinate people, if you commit more crimes, what we're going to do is we're going to target the companies that has made that possible. So we're talking about a list of 18 companies that actually made, companies like Palantir that has made it possible for the US to actually spy on the whole world. We're talking about all kinds of surveillance tools, how Palantir, for instance, has been instrumental in the aggression of ICE against immigrants in the US and elsewhere. And so when Iran is saying we're going to target these companies, then these are the companies that are facilitating these crimes. These are the companies that has made it possible to gather the intelligence needed for targeting people. And of course, a lot of times these blind attacks basically based on AI has taken the lives of so many more people as a result. And so Iran is actually going to the main source. And if the US is willing to do that, then, so the cost is higher. If they want to do that, they will suffer a higher cost. Whereas with our facilities, you see, with Iranian facilities, just about everything is homemade in this country, partly thanks to the US, because they have sanctioned Iran so much that in order to get anywhere, we had to make everything ourselves. So Iran, for instance, makes some 97% of the medicine it needs. That's perhaps why they targeted various pharmaceutical companies, such as Tawfiq Daru, that actually creates medicine for cancer, for MS, for all kinds of rare diseases. However, Iran arrived at that knowledge, arrived at that technology. It's like Iran's nuclear technology. You can no longer take the knowledge away from Iran. And yes, it will be a huge cost, a huge humanitarian cost. Yes, people will lose their lives. People have been losing their lives all through the 47 years because of the extreme sanctions, but no camera has recorded those lives lost.
Right.
But this time, when Iranians follow through properly with this war, they will have lasting peace, in addition to the actually toll that they will gather as a result from the Strait of Hormuz. So the toll that they will charge. So they will have the money to rebuild the country.
Hopefully.
They already have the know-how. So in the end, the US is the loser.
Right. Okay. Stay with me. Let's go back to Mr. Raja before we let him go. Thank you so much for your patience and being with us. You did mention that we cannot take statements coming from Trump at a face value because, whenever he says something, he does something different. And I think the Iranians are also perhaps preparing for that, knowing that there may be an escalation, even a ground invasion. But I want to look at the threats that Trump is making. They are not new. About a week ago, he had said that they will target all of Iran's civilian infrastructure, especially its energy and its, water facilities. And the Iranians have said that if you do that, then we will target everyone in the region. It's not just going to be us without electricity. No one will have electricity in the region. Let's all go down together. And then we had, a step back from Trump saying that, we're going to give it 5 more days for negotiations, while the Iranians said no negotiation is taking place. Then Trump said in the next 10 days, we will see you. And then now we're having this discussion before the 10-day, deadmark comes in place. I want to look at this back and forth with Trump. In your opinion, do you think this is a strategy? If it's not, does it signal that Trump is failing in the project that he himself has set, and perhaps is helping the Iranians in a lot of ways by setting this high standard for himself, and just with some efforts by the Iranians when they are able to resist, then the victory seems more for the Iranians and a lot of loss for the Americans. Just, within the next 1 or 2 minutes, if you can, give us your final thoughts on what you expect to see in the next coming days as well.
Yeah, sure. I think what's important for us to define what is a success for the U.S. and Trump and Israel versus what is a success for Iran. The U.S. and Israel, they set forward since day one their goal and their objectives of the war was the elimination and the assassination of the Iranian leadership, leading to the total regime change in Iran. The idea was, as we know, we've seen it in the months coming to the war, the support of the local protests in Iran to overthrow the Iranian regime. Since that that first objective was not successful. The second objective of stopping Iran from producing ballistic missiles is clearly not happening and not succeeding. So we can clearly say that the U.S. and Israel have not succeeded in their objectives, that the ones they define themselves. When it comes to Iran leadership clearly is not hiding. Iranian leadership is seeking martyrdom, as we know. The ideological framework that the Iranian leadership are functioning from within, and what's important for them, what drives them. So to them, they see martyrdom as the highest level of success, metaphysically speaking. And they see also, from an Iranian perspective, as long as the Iranians are resilient, as long as the state is still in control, as long as they're able to retaliate against aggression, then that's a success. Because you cannot compare the capabilities of the US versus the capabilities of Iran. That's just a reality. Iran has been facing a siege since the Iranian Revolution in 1979 until today. And the fact that they're still surviving, the fact that they were able to survive this massive hit in the past couple of weeks is clearly an evidence that the Iranian state and the Iranian people and the Iranian regime are still resilient, are still standing still. So the reality is Trump is threatening and speaking and not actually doing the action himself. As we've seen, he not apologized, but he technically acknowledged that the hitting of the Paris oil field a couple of weeks ago, when he took it back and he said Netanyahu and Israel will not do it again, it's obvious that Netanyahu is worried about the retaliation of Iran. I think Trump is trying to balance between his allies in the region. He's worried about his Arab and allies in the Gulf and in the Arab region, but also what's more important to Israel is always being Israel. To the U.S. is always Israel. Israel is the client state of the U.S. It's the biggest strategic ally in the world, and it's doing its dirty work around the world and specifically in the region. The objectives of Israel are way more important than those of the Arab regimes, because unfortunately the majority of the Arab regimes are technically cannot go against the direction of what the United States dictates for them to follow. So I don't think the U.S. is worried too much about them. I think the U.S. and Trump is only worried about not destroying them politically. Right. Because if Iran comes out victorious and undefeated at least, then the majority of these Arab regimes that collaborated with the U.S. and supported the U.S. aggression against Iran would have to answer a lot of questions for their own people and for the new reality in the region if Iran comes out victorious, because they have to answer the questions of working against Iran, collaborating with an American aggression and Israeli aggression, but without it succeeding. And clearly the US and Israel will retreat, because they cannot destroy Iran and they cannot destroy the resistance in the region. So they have to retreat. And once they retreat, then the reality on the ground is that these Arab regimes have to answer those questions about their allyship on their alliance with the U.S. and Israel, and have to answer to the people, but also answer to the new geopolitical reality in the ground, specifically with Iran now feeling that they have a stronger cards to play when it comes to politics and economy in the region.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed the conversation, and would have enjoyed to keep it going, but we're sure we don't want to take too much of your time. Mr. Raja Abdul Ak, Palestinian activist, community organizer, co-founder of Quds News Network, joining us from New York. Thank you so much. Hope to see you next time.
Thank you for having me.
Mariam, we are now looking at the fact that the market around the world is reacting to statements from Trump.
Sharp increase.
Sharply,
very sharp increase.
Nearly 4% increase on the Brent and oil market. We're seeing the Bitcoin markets being affected. Brent is affected. Gold is affected. The valuation of the dollar, we're also seeing that happen. The market is rattled. And I want to give a basis for this, because Trump has tried from the beginning to keep this market controlled. Obviously, we can see that the Iranians planned to use also the economic warfare on the Trump administration, not just militarily, because they understood that one-on-one you cannot face the U.S. military might, but you need other strategies, and the Iranians...
It's an asymmetric warfare, for sure.
Very, very smartly, control that market. We also have statement coming from Mr. Khalibaf, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, predicting Trump's move and helping the U.S. markets, even people get more money. Now we're seeing the statement from Trump. This is disaster, isn't it?
Of course. I mean, it really shows that actually the markets trust Iran's might more than they trust Trump's words, because of course, when Trump says, I'm going to attack, I'm going to destroy, then the market perhaps should have assumed that, with Trump's attacks, then Iranians would have maybe opened the Strait of Hormuz, maybe Iran being defeated, maybe Trump could reach Iran's oil that he's actually talked about. He's actually, talked about how he wanted to actually have Iran has better oil that they can use easier. However, if markets trust the threats of Trump, then actually the price should have gone down. The price of oil should have gone down instead of up. But then when Trump threatens Iran, then the price of oil goes up, which says which side markets actually believe. And I mean, market is a very good sense, because it's all about money. It's all about how money works. And so Trump himself has actually used the markets with various statements trying to actually make money out of it. We know that in only one instance, he made about 580 million with the changes with right 15 minutes before he gave a speech, then various, of course.
Okay,
and
stay with me, Mariam. Sorry to cut you off. We're now joined by Mr. Larry Johnson, as former CIA analyst, joining us from Brenton, the U.S. Thank you so much for your time. We know it's very late where you are, but we are covering this very important analysis, not just on the war in Iran, but this statement that is coming from Trump. And the reason why it's very interesting is because this war was started a month and 3 days ago by Donald Trump coming to the media and speaking to the world and telling them, listing, certain goals that he wanted to achieve in Iran. And if you compare what he said in the beginning of the war to what he's saying now, it sounds as though Trump himself is checkmating himself, because none of those goals have been realized. The market is crumbling. The lies you're told is still unable to keep that market stable. Why do you think the Trump administration has found itself in this quagmire?
Well, I mean, clearly you folks in Iran haven't gotten the memo. Don't you know you're defeated? I mean, you've been totally defeated, so Trump just doesn't understand why you don't give up.
Yeah.
I mean, the speech was pathetic, sad, delusional. For example, he claimed that the United States is producing more oil than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. No, that's absolutely not true. The United States produces around 13 million barrels a day. Saudi Arabia does around 12, and Russia does 10. So you put Russia and Saudi Arabia together, they actually produce more than the United States. And the amount that the Saudis produce is right now not going on the world market. So that's going to keep oil tight. And once the ships that were at sea prior to the war of attrition that the United States and Israel launched against Iran on the 28th of February, a lot of those ships will now be coming to port, they'll be offloading, and then there's no ships behind them. So the real impact of the oil spike in price is not going to hit, I think, for another 2 or 3 weeks around the rest of the world. It is hitting in Asia right now. His claim that Iran was behind the bombing of the USS Cole, no, that was Al Qaeda, and as Iranians know, sadly, groups like Al Qaeda and ISIS and Al Nusra, they've attacked Iranians, they've attacked Shia people, declaring them to be apostates and heretics. What Trump is he's trapped, tried to find an off-road, so he's just declaring, oh yeah, we've won, we wiped out everything, but we haven't won to the point that Iran's ready to give up. And what has been taking place is Iran retaliates on a day-to-day basis according to what the West, what Israel and the United States do to Iran. And I note that on Tuesday, there were a lot of commentary about, oh, Iran seems to have slackened off. Maybe they're running out of missiles. And then today we saw one of the heaviest attacks since the 28th of February, and really one of the most effective attacks against targets both in Israel and at U.S. bases throughout the region, particularly at Prince Saud Air Base in Saudi Arabia, and Muwafaq al-Sabti in Jordan. So what Iran has done is demonstrated that it cannot be bullied and it cannot be compelled to submit. And Trump doesn't want to admit that. Whatever comfort the oil markets take, because if you watched at the start, before Trump spoke on Monday morning, the price of Brent, one of the oil markets, was up around 118. Now tonight, it's fallen down to 99 because many of the oil traders are believing Trump's lies that Iran is on the edge of losing this war, and that the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. Well, I've got news for them. Iran is not losing, and the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed to those ships that are servicing the United States, Israel, and any other country that aligns with those two countries in attacking Iran. So this war is going to continue, and Trump is trying to suggest that in 2 or 3 weeks he may come out and say we've accomplished all of our objectives. But between now and then, he has moved significant aviation assets into the region that have only one purpose, and that is to support a ground invasion, if you will, of Iran. So I would expect sometime within the next week or two that U.S. forces will try to take Karg Island, will try to take Kemish Island, and will put U.S. troops in a very precarious position, because once they enter Iranian territory, Iran's going to be in a position to fight and destroy them. So that's going to really change the dynamic here in the United States. The price of oil is not going to go down anytime soon, and the negative economic consequences that are flowing into the economies around the world because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz to normal traffic we have yet to see the full effect of that.
In some of these important meetings, when perhaps, I'm just assuming, based on the position you held, you know how information are passed to the U.S. administration for decision making. The fact that the Trump administration and everyone else is saying to the Trump administration, do not do this. Do not commit yourself to this aggression against Iran. Yes, the U.S. is strong. It's a powerful military, but what you will lose is more than what you will gain. If that is what everyone else is saying, why is the Trump administration saying something else? Do you think that it's because people who are telling Trump this have been sidelined? Or is it that Trump does not believe it? Or are we going to fall into the trap of people saying that this is because of the Epstein files and that the U.S. has been controlled by the Israelis? Like, why would the United States, especially under Trump, continue to make this blunder after blunder when everyone else is saying the price that you will have to pay is more than what you will gain in the short or the long term?
Well, see, your problem is you're thinking rationally. You're thinking logically. That's not what Trump is doing. We already know that President Trump ignored the warnings from the intelligence community. He even ignored the warnings from General Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who said, this is going to be problematic. And so once they've entered into the war, once they started that attack on Iran, they had to admit, continue to create a narrative, a fairy tale, suggesting that, oh, everything's great, and like you said, we've eliminated the Iranian Navy, and again, that labors under the assumption that Iran had a blue water navy, one that would sail around the world to intimidate other countries. That's not the case. They did destroy a number of ships that function in a Coast Guard fashion, but the many submarines are still intact. The fast boats that are in caves that are along the waterway, they're still intact. Underwater drones are still intact. The drones that fly in the air are still intact, as are missiles. So the United States, there's nothing that the United States can do militarily in the course of the next 2 or 3 weeks that will change that threat picture. And accordingly, as long as Iran remains in a position that it can fire drones and missiles at any ship that dares to try to run the gauntlet, they'll be hit and they will not be able to get insurance. So Trump is going to face some tough choices in about 3 weeks once he sees that the additional violence that the U.S. is trying to inflict on Iran will fail. And when it fails, then he's left in a position of having to come up with a new excuse to get out. Right. The problem he faces is, even if he says, okay, we win, we're leaving, I don't see Iran changing its tactics. Iran is laid out its demands, I think, very clearly, that all sanctions against Iran must be lifted, that all U.S. military forces in the region and bases must be closed, and the U.S. must leave. And Iran is actually accomplishing that objective day after day as they continue to hit these bases. So the problem with America is we tell a narrative that it's been Iran that's been attacking us for the last 46 years. Right. And I don't know if it's through ignorance or just deliberately wanting to ignore the facts, but as too many Iranians know, those who are at least 56 years of age and older, they remember when the United States backed Saddam Hussein in his 8-year war against the Islamic Republic, and a war that left well over 300,000 Iranians dead, including at least 70,000 civilians. Right. And that's why when Trump, many commentators in the United States like say, well, the Iranians chant death to America. Well, you know what? If Iran had killed 300,000 Americans, we'd be out chanting death to Iran. And in fact, we don't come out and say death to Iran. We just go ahead and kill Iranians. Right. So, this is the United States, in my view, has committed a war crime.
Right. Okay, stay with me. Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're looking at, we're covering the live situation happening in West Asia following statements from Trump, which we were expecting. The White House made a huge, media play of this statement. For 20 minutes, we were told that, for the past few hours, we were told that Trump is about to make an important statement on the situation with Iran, and we've all been waiting for that statement. We have Richard N. Hassan said that, totally mystifying why Trump asked for 20 minutes in prime time on the first night of Passover to deliver a nothing burger of a speech that changed not a thing. Makes no sense, and we're seeing the markets continue to respond to that statement from Trump, where the crypto market has fallen following Trump's speech. We've seen 4% rise in Brent and crude. We'll continue to see the rise in prices of gold. It's just disaster, all round. But Mr. Johnson, I want to come back to the region. If Trump does follow through with his threats and his promises, and we do see boots on the ground in West Asia, and finally Trump plays that final card that he has to try to finally get the Iranians. Obviously, we know that the Iranian air defense, is weak compared to the power that the Americans possess. We know that the Iranians do not have a strong, when it comes to flight. But their missiles have been able to carry out, essentially the same thing that the American, airplane is doing and the Israeli fighter jets are doing. But when it comes to ground one-on-one, the Iranians are very good at that, not just because of the 8-year war experience that they had, but also because, many of the groups that are allied to the Iranians are known to be masters on one-on-one combat. Why then will the U.S. commit to this fallacy? Again, I know you've answered, but it does boggle the mind, and I know you said that we're looking at this rationally, but I am sure Trump is not that stupid. One will hope Trump is not that stupid. You're sending sons and daughters of the United States to a faraway land to be left alone on an island where they will be hunted. They will be hunted, and it's not just me saying it, it's the Iranians on the streets themselves, many of them who are trying to get themselves to those islands and saying, we're not just going as civilians, we're going as soldiers. If the U.S. or the U.S. Army or any armed forces try to take our island, we are ready to fight them. I mean, this is known. No one is hiding any of this. Why make this blunder?
Yeah, I share your puzzlement. One thing, there's no denying that until February 28th, that there were some political divisions in Iran. We've seen in the past, frankly, there are only two countries in the entire West Asia Gulf region that have had democratic elections, Iran and Iraq. None of the Gulf Arabs. They're all monarchies and autocrats. So what the United States accomplished on February 28th, thinking that it was going to decapitate and therefore cause a collapse of the government of Iran, it had the same effect that the 9/11 attacks had in the United States. It brought people who were on opposing sides together. It united the country of Iran, the people of Iran, in a new way. And I know I've seen some videos of, Iranian young people that in the past they were opponents of the Islamic Republic, but they are now saying that they're pledging loyalty to it because Iran has been unfairly and evilly attacked. And it's always, the United States tries to justify this by saying, well, we were under threat. Yet as Joe Kent, who was the head of the National Counterterrorism Center, and he was the one U.S. government official charged with monitoring and identifying all the current terrorist threats, that Iran was not an imminent threat at all. And in fact, if you look at all of, I used to work in the Office of Counterterrorism at State. It's now called the Bureau of Counterterrorism. Every year it publishes a report. The current version is called Country Reports on Terrorism. They started issuing that in 2004. Iran has never been identified as the number one sponsor of terrorism at all. Just the opposite. 90% of the terrorist attacks since 2001 have been carried out by these Takfiri groups that are aligned with countries like Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, Sunni groups, Deobandis, Wahhabis, ones who they are described as un-Islamic groups because they violate the very teachings of the Quran that when it comes to killing, and particularly killing Muslims just because they disagree with how they practice the religion.
Right.
So the United States perpetuates this lie, and Trump's not the first president to ignore the intelligence, but as the economic pressure in the United States increases, as the price of gas continues to climb, the political pressure on Trump and the Republican Party is going to grow very dramatically, and Trump's going to come under enormous pressure to withdraw from this fight.
Okay. Well, it was very nice having you on and getting your, analysis. And you did make us laugh with some of your statement. Mr. Larry Johnson, a former CIA analyst, joining us from Brandon, U.S. Thank you so much for your time. Hope to see you next time.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Have a good evening.
You
Good
too.
day.
You too. Bye bye. Mariam, so we are looking at live breaking news on our screen where the Iranian missiles have struck Haifa minutes after Trump claimed Iran's missile capabilities are destroyed. This is not new. We've been having the statement coming from Trump. Repeatedly, he has said multiple times that they have won in Iran. The regime has been changed, as they like to call it. It's a government. It is not a regime. It is a government elected by its popular people. We just celebrated, the 1 year, the 47 year after people had a referendum in the region where no election has been held.
Of course.
The Iranians held a referendum to choose what type of government they should have, and
98.2% voted yes to the Islamic Republic.
And one very important thing is I would like to advise many of our viewers to go and watch. Obviously, many of them are in Farsi, but you can still find books that were written by Iranian scholars where they were debating with each other on why the Islamic Republic should be the government the type of government that should be selected. We had socialists, we had Marxists, we had Democrats, we had all sorts of thoughts that were brought into the post-revolution to try and decide which of those thoughts should be the number one that should be selected, and people selected the Islamic Republic. Mariam, when it comes to the war, from the very beginning, from our own point of view, from the Iranian point of view, based on Islam, based on faith, based on national unity, the Iranians believe that they've won. And one of the reasons they believe they've won was because, first of all, the war was imposed upon them. They were the ones who were being oppressed. The war was imposed in the holy month of Ramadan where people were fasting. The war was imposed while Iran was trying to pursue diplomacy for the second time. The first target attacks were on the leader of the Islamic Republic, the father of the nation, and the children of the nation in Minab, 176 schoolgirls, and some of the boys also. There were pieces, And so the Iranians, based on their ideology, understood that this is a victory for them. Now the U.S. is beginning to understand that they are being defeated, but they're not admitting that defeat, and they're promising to punish Iran more. Just within 1 minute, give us an understanding of why the Iranians believe that this is a victory.
I mean, at this point, everybody in the world believes that Iran has a victory because, first of all, when you take on a power higher than yourself, in terms of materialistic ways, of course, I mean, compare the U.S. military budget to Iranian military budget. Iran's military budget is a joke compared to that of the U.S. And that, with being under siege for 47 years, the most extreme sanctions on Iran, and yet Iran has been resisting against the U.S. empire. So Iranians are defending. They're defending for values, for their country, for their loved ones, for everything that they hold dear, because they believe that death with dignity is better than a life of humiliation.
Right.
And so because of this, of course, these are Iranian values, but also anyone who actually wants to go for it just based on the materialistic values. I mean, look at what Iran is doing now. Before the war, Iran was not exercising the control that it could have had over the Strait of Hormuz, could not be charging these fees. Before the war, the price of gas was not higher. And in fact, the Iranians have struggled to free themselves of these illegal imposed sanctions placed on them by the U.S. regime for some 47 years. Finally, during this war, the sanctions were practically lifted because, then the U.S. needed Iranians to sell their oil, not preventing others from buying Iranian oil.
Okay, stay with me. We're gonna bring in our next guest, Karen Kiochowski, who is a retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel and former Pentagon analyst, joining us from Mount Jackson, U.S. Thank you so much for joining us. Give us your understanding of the speech by Donald Trump. There's so many questions, just looking at the statement he made, the hoorah that was surrounding the statement before it was made. We were expecting something very important, but it seems as though it's just a repetition of, the statement that Trump has made over the past 1 month. Iran has been destroyed, the military is gone, everything is fine, but the market is not responding very well to that statement, is it?
I actually wanted to watch this because I thought maybe he would give us some insight into what he's really thinking. And it looked like watching the speech and hearing what he said was a compilation of many of his Truth Social tweets, which are totally off the wall and disconnected from reality. And yet, instead of telling us something that's true or giving us a perspective from a strategic or a political sense of what this war has been about, because it is his war, he started it, we didn't get any of that. What we got was a compilation of rehashed false information that apparently Trump believes to be true. I just don't know.
Right. Well, Trump, first of all, said that this is not a war. So we have to be very clear that the administration is saying that this is not a war. But I just want to get an understanding. You know, obviously, we're seeing the U.S. market, reacts very badly to this, and we'll have to wait and see how much further, the markets will be affected by this and how it will start affecting average Americans. Obviously, we've been seeing that as well. But from a political point of view, the Trump administration entered into this war with very clear objective. We are going to remove what they refer to as the regime in Iran. We are going to, remove the threat of the Iranian nuclear threat. We're going to remove the Iranian missile threat. We're going to decapitate the Iranian, what they refer to as proxies around the region. We're going to keep Israel safe. None of that is real. We just had a message coming that missiles were launched towards Haifa just as Trump was having that speech. The Persian Gulf Arab countries used to have a sort of oasis in the region where the region may be on fire, but they're safe. That's gone. The Strait of Hormuz was free. Everyone was using it. There were no issues. Even the U.S. Warships passed through it with no issue. That's gone. The Iranians are beginning to say that they are going to start taxing everyone and collecting toll from people using it. I mean, the region is ablaze, and Trump is saying everything is fine. We're going to keep bombing more, and then after 2-3 weeks, it will be victory time, and everyone will go back home, and things will go back to normal. It boggles the mind, especially because people here are being killed.
Yeah, it does boggle the mind. I honestly didn't think that he was exceptionally clear about his objectives at the beginning because he kept adding to them. I mean, initially, I think we were going to do regime change. He definitely said that multiple times, which he denied tonight, but he had said that. And the regime change would be actually the liberation of the Iranian people. This would be a follow-on to the color revolution that was trying to be processed in January. So that was one thing that he did. And the regime change that he wanted changed was obviously to get rid of the one guy that for 30 years has stood in the way of a development of a nuclear weapon. So that doesn't even make sense. But again, Trump doesn't even, he apparently knows very little about Iran and the history. He also added on, we're going to get rid of their military capability. But because of Israel, I think in particular, Trump added on another objective within the first week that had to do with eliminating Iran's ballistic missile capability, right? So that wasn't on the initial list, but it was added on. And then, of course, they also had to add on reopening, I guess, the Straits of Hormuz because they were, Iran took control of them, which was a response to the war. And then, of course, defending our bases in the Middle East. Apparently, Trump did not realize that these would be targets, even though not only the Iranians had repeatedly told our negotiators that that would be the case, our own Pentagon must have known that that would be the case, and yet they left both our Arab, the Gulf states, our allies there, we left them hanging, didn't even tell them it was coming, and we left our own people at those bases undefended. So it's really beyond boggling the mind. I mean, this is, you couldn't do it worse if you tried to do it on purpose. This is just insane, and the way they're conducting this assault. And then the other thing that Trump didn't mention, which he never will mention, but it is known and it will come out as time goes on. But the targeting that Israel and the United States are using, and the AI targeting, is not on just military targets. We know that they are targeting exactly in the same way that Israel targeted Gaza. They are targeting schools, hospitals, sports arenas, universities, residential areas, infrastructure for sewage and water and electricity. These are the targets that Israel uses in Gaza. These are the targets Israel uses in South Lebanon. And these are the targets that the United States is using. And we're using it with Palantir's AI. So are we doing this by accident? Trump doesn't know. This is by design, the way we're fighting, and he is refusing to admit it. And these are war crimes.
Right. From a military point of view now, we have to understand that despite the fact that Trump may come out to say something, his actions are always different. So we do know that there is an amassing of a large number of U.S. troops in the region, and many of them are being deployed. They're not just accidental coming into this region. Some of them are going to stay for a few months. Make it make sense. At least explain a little bit, if you can, to our viewers, why the U.S. will be making such a blunder to send in U.S. troops at this point. If the defeat has been had and Trump is trying to declare victory, then declare victory and go. But bringing in U.S. troops, which we know will be definitely used, because just like we saw the Armada being brought into the region, they were finally used, of course. So we are expecting that those U.S. troops will also be deployed to carry out a very specific, operation. But how do you sustain that amount of U.S. troops on an island away from, the resources that they need under the reign of the Iranian missiles and drones?
Yeah, well, they're going to get slaughtered. It is going to be a meat grinder, a humiliation, and probably a cause for, we don't know for sure, but I mean, once our guys start getting killed, we don't know what the reaction will be in the United States. We don't know what the political reaction would be. This thing could go terribly in an escalatory manner. You could even see,
nuclear weapons?
Yeah, so, but Trump did surprise me in his 20-minute speech tonight, because he did say, we are going to continue to hit hard for the next 2 weeks or so. That's what he said. So in a sense, he was telling the Americans that, yes, we are going to use the troops that everyone knows we've shipped over there. And I think almost all the initial group are in theater. The Marines, the Special Forces, some Army guys. Yeah, and the idea is, from what we know, either to seize one of several islands that are critical in the strait. These islands are all very close to Iran's coast, very well defended. Our own Navy will not approach the entrance to the strait. Our own Navy won't get near it. And so what we're going to do, we're going to take these Marine expeditionary units and sneak them in the cover of darkness. I mean, this is absolutely insane. And the other project, in addition to seizing, approaching an island, getting on the island, and then somehow controlling it under fire, totally ludicrous, but that apparently is one of the plans. And then the other thing that they have put forth is they're going to send in special forces into, I think, southern Iran, or wherever they think they can find nuclear dust, nuclear powder. This isn't even a term we have talked about in terms of, nuclear material. Now it's powder that we're looking for. So I actually think that they may, just as Trump has lied and the White House has lied about all these so-called successes of this war, I think what they may do is say, well, we told you we were going to take one of these islands or occupy or do this or that. And then they will tell us that they did that, even though our guys may be dead, because we in America are not getting the death count. We don't know the true number of killed and injured, not at all. In fact, I think the total number dead is something like 12 people. That's all that the Americans have seen in terms of caskets returning to Dover Air Force Base. So Trump and the Pentagon may actually be preparing to create another fantasy success. They'll package it up, and he'll give another speech in 2 weeks saying, yeah, we blew up an island with our brave Marines. We didn't lose anybody. It took 5 minutes, just like Venezuela. It took 3 minutes, took 30 seconds. And then we also sent our talented special operations forces, and they ran into Iran and they got some dust, and they'll show us pictures of a bucket of something that they say, oh, well, that's the stuff they took out. So now the war's over, we can go home. This whole thing on the U.S. side is so much theater, not connected to any of the real life. And obviously the real life is that the region is ablaze. Many, many, many thousands of people are not just being killed and injured, they're being unable to get food, water, medical care. They've got to rebuild. Their housing is gone because of the way we are fighting, the way we are bombing Iran, the way we are handling this, again, which comes right out of the Israeli playbook. So Trump did nothing tonight. He should not have provided any assurance to the markets. And the other thing he didn't, I'm sorry, I'm going on, it's very upsetting. But Trump also did not explain the comprehensive nature of the waves of economic ramifications to the whole planet that have already begun to happen and will continue to happen months and months and months down the road, in some cases years. He acts like that's not a reality, but that is a reality. It's a global reality. And it is caused by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. So I don't know how they think they're going to get out of this, really.
Right. If the situation was not so traumatic, we will be laughing. The confusion,
yes.
the confusion on your face is what everyone else is experiencing right now. But stay with me. Let me come to our colleague in the studio. Mariam, Trump is saying that the allies of the United States must be the ones to open the Strait of Hormuz. Just like we just had our guest say, she is also confident that the numbers of the Marines that have been brought into the region is specifying that the U.S. is planning an attack on some of Iranian island, all of the Iranian island, looking for the enriched uranium. And the fact that the general in charge of the IRGC Navy was also assassinated specified that they are, pursuing that agenda. But we know how prepared the Iranians have been, especially when it comes to ground invasion, and how sensitive they are also to ground invasion. They may be able to take, you coming from the air and bombing us, but
first of all, Iran has said that if you take our island, we will also take other islands. I mean, Bahrain has been part of Iran, for instance, for the longest time. The Bahraini regime does not represent its people, and actually it's been torturing people. Any voice of, any opposition to the Bahraini regime. We've had recently Mohammed al-Musavi, who was tortured to death. People are angry. A lot of people feel far more affinity with Iran than they feel with the Bahraini regime.
People may argue that, if the Iranians attack the Bahraini island, that they are, in a sense, acting like Israel in the region and taking lands.
Except the Israeli occupation never owned Palestine. They were never part of Palestine. And they're predominantly actually coming from various countries such as Eastern Europe. Netanyahu himself is Eastern European. He's Polish.
So allow me to jump in again,
but let's, even before we get to that, when we talk about the Strait of Hormuz, actually, to begin with, because Trump has been saying that we don't really need the Strait of Hormuz, which is a major lie, because of course, when the price of oil goes up, as we know, because 20 to 30% of the world's crude oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz, that majorly affects Americans. We're talking about already the prices have gone to $4 per gallon. Various analysts are saying it could go up to $7. And also, it's not just oil that is passing through the Strait of Hormuz, it's also various products such as fertilizers. So the price of fertilizers have skyrocketed in America, which means also the price of food will skyrocket in America. And we have the country that has the highest GDP in the world does not have food security for a huge percentage of its people. I mean, I think one of the recent statistics I've read is 1 out of 5 Americans doesn't have food security. They don't know when the next meal arrives. So what will that do with the Strait of Hormuz staying shut? And then how Trump also expects its other countries to come help it in opening the Strait of Hormuz if the best funded military in the world world was not able to do it.
Right.
And then, you're asking, and as you said, the various leaders that he has ridiculed over the course of the years, that he has stood against, that they don't actually have the power also. Because even if all of these countries join hands against Iran, I mean, Iran has already suffered well over 100,000 strikes by the U.S. regime. So
Right.
what's another 200 more? What's another 500 more? You know, Iranians have been able to do this, and also with the taking over of the Strait of Hormuz, taking over the Khark Island, what we also had was when Trump threatened to occupy this Iranian island, what happened was Iranians lined up
to go there, yeah.
and to serve.
And
of
not
course,
just
we already
that,
have
then
enough
the
fighters.
Israelis then attack, the ports that was transporting people to those islands in order to prevent more people from going. Stay with me, Mariam. I want to go back to our guest and get her thoughts before we let her go. Coming back to you, it does seem, for us who are looking from the outside in, it's difficult, obviously, to understand some of the policies that are made in the United States because it's so, interwoven. On one hand, there are the corporations and the lobby group. On another, there are the, the Israeli Zionist point of view in this regard. And then there are the billionaires also in the United States who are making money, because we do know a lot of money has been made out of this war that we're looking at. No one can predict the future, but if you can give us, an understanding based on the analysis that we have, based on the information that we have, what's going to happen in the next few days, and what is the off-ramp here for the Americans?
Yeah, I think in the next few days, I think that the United States and Israel, to the extent that Israel is still fighting and not just concentrating on Lebanon, I think they're going to beef up the attacks, bomb more civilian infrastructure, and maybe some economic infrastructure. They're going to keep doing that. I think these troops are going to be applied and used in some fashion, but I can't say exactly where, and I think that the Iranian military is certainly ready for that. So this is going to get to be a little bit chaotic, I think, in some ways. And then Trump, regardless of what actually happens on the ground, Trump is going to sell a completion story, a win story, back to the United States, back to the people, back to Washington, and he's going to, at that point, say, it's over, we won, we're not worried about the Strait of Hormuz, everything's cozy, it's wonderful, we're the best, they're rotten, and we decimated Iran. That's what he's going to say. None of it will be true, but I think he's preparing to send that message back and do it. And I'll tell you why I think that. Jamie Dimon, who used to be, we rotate, our Secretary of the Treasury rotates back and forth between Goldman Sachs and the Secretary of the Treasury, then back and forth. So Jamie Dimon, who used to be the Secretary of the Treasury, we have Scott Bessent there now, he gave a talk, an interview just, I think, a day or two ago, and he said, we really have to get this thing finished. We've got to get this thing finished in Iran. We've got to be able to move forward. And what he advised is pretty well exactly what Trump said. 2 more weeks of hard bombing, using the troops that are there, do whatever we can, and then wrap it up, as if this is some sort of film that they're making in Hollywood, which in some ways it really, for Americans, it really is that. It is a packaged narrative that is put together for us to consume. But yeah, the impact of what we have done and the way Iran has resisted it, both passionately but also ingeniously. I mean, the Iranian strategy has really been exactly like Sun Tzu would say. You don't hit the enemy where he is strong; you hit the enemy where he is weak. And they know our weaknesses. Iran's the IRGC has studied that. Iranians have studied it, and they understand, and that's working extremely well. And Donald Trump is in 100% denial about that. And he's facing pressure from the elites in our country who make our policy. And that, of course, does include Zionist Israel. But the real problem is this will not end, and this will not be a secure peace or a secure sovereignty for Iran, even after we quit, until something is done about Israel's government. Because that is a big problem, and we really in Washington and Israel's, we're so connected, There's so much power, influence, blackmail, I don't know what all it is, that problem still exists. That problem will remain. And if it does remain, then we haven't solved the problem on our end at all. But Iran is doing a great job of solving the problem on their end, for sure.
Okay. Mariam, so you heard what she said, that even if the American theater, from the American point of view, the theater ends, the Israelis are still there. That threat is still there. And we're hearing statements also from Netanyahu that perhaps even if the Americans pull out, the Israelis will continue. We're also waiting for a statement coming
Well, the Israelis were losing against Hamas. So we're talking about the Hamas resistance during the live stream genocide of Gaza. Without America's help, the Zionist regime was already losing to Hamas, to a resistance group. They had gone into Gaza to destroy Hamas resistance, and also they had decided to destroy other resistance fronts.
People will argue that Gaza was destroyed, it was flattened. The Israelis will say this, they'll present that as a victory. Yes.
And yet they had to sit at the negotiation table with the same entity that they wanted to destroy. And yet the Israeli officials, themselves said that if we don't have more Hamas forces now after the live stream genocide in Gaza, we have more, if not if we don't have more, we have at least as many as before.
Okay. I'm going to come back to our guest, and before we let you go and say our final goodbyes. The region is ablaze, that's very much we know. The markets are not reacting very well, that's much we know. The theater of the war is still going to go on for the next 2-3 weeks, according to the Trump administration. We don't know what the Iranians are planning. But holistically speaking, we are at a very important juncture, whether at the decline of the American empire, the reshaping of the world as we know it, if we're being hopeful, and you just told us what you think is awaiting us in the next few days. Your final thoughts before we say our goodbyes.
Well, despite all of the terrible murders and just everything that's going on that's impacting the lives of people over in Iran and in the Middle East, what is going to happen and what is already happening is a reshaping of the power systems and the alliances. It's already happening. I don't believe that these bases that have been destroyed in Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Qatar and other places in Iraq are American bases. I don't believe we're putting those back. I don't believe we are going to reestablish those bases, because the way we do those bases is we ask the host countries to pay for them. And I don't think those GCC countries are going to want to do that. And if they do, they will not be in the majority. So I see that change happening, and that is a good change. That's getting American troops out of the region, at least to some extent, maybe not entirely. So I think that's happening. I think the other thing is a real, I hate to use the word democratic movement, but a kind of shifting in how many of these Arab Gulf states are handling their own domestic issues and sovereignty.
Right.
Okay, like you take Bahrain, right? It's 65-70% Shia,
right?
But it's ruled by Sunni, the Sheikh family or whatever. I don't have the details on the names, but the ruler. This is a heritage of the European colonial project.
Right.
So, and that's fine. I mean, things have to change, but I think what's happening is things are changing,
right.
And I think this war is going to bring the kind of change that many people haven't really even imagined, and it will be a new kind of power center, and certainly around the Strait of Hormuz, but also around the whole region. I think we're seeing strengthening of the truly powerful anti-Zionist coalition.
Okay.
I think we're seeing that, and it's not going to pop up instantly, but I think
Right.
it's forming. I think it's forming.
Right. Well, we'll have to leave it at that. We would have enjoyed to keep the conversation going, and we hope to have you here if and when that does happen. Karen Kwestowski, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel, joining us from Mount Jackson, United States. Thank you so much for your time and your thoughts.
Well, thank you for having me.
And viewers, also, thank you so much for joining us. Just before we let you go, you're seeing breaking news there with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer blasting Trump's war address, calling it a rambling and disjointed and pathetic. I don't know if we are, if we have a few minutes to keep the conversation going or end it. Okay, we are ending it. That is all the time we have for this rolling coverage of the situation in West Asia and the statement made by Trump. Thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you to all of our guests who joined us, and a special thank you also to my colleague in the studio, Madam Azachi, joining us with our thoughts, and obviously to you, our beloved and esteemed viewers. Thank you so much for staying with us in this rolling coverage. Please stay tuned to Press TV for the updates on what's been happening. Goodbye for now.
imperialism, is fighting against Zionism, and the reason is because the value of this resistance, the values and the morals of the Islamic Revolution is tied with people. It is strongly rooted in the people of Iran. And what we are seeing right now is mourning, but also sending a strong sense of solidarity from Iranians to their military forces, and also to make sure that the enemy understand Iranians are standing tall to defend their country, and no one fears this aggression, no one fears this war. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nahid, as well. There you have a Nahid Puri, our correspondent in the streets of Tehran, at the funeral procession which is underway for the IRGC Navy Chief Brigadier General Ireza Tangsiri, who was assassinated in a US-Israeli attack just recently. Roya, Nahid talked about revenge for the assassinations of their beloved leader, generals and officials as well, and they pledged to take revenge and continue their resistance, and also until the American and Israeli forces are eradicated from the region, basically from these Arab countries. There's also a new report. I want to get your thoughts on this, because they said they want revenge and they want no negotiations. They want this to continue until they all leave. Trump claims that Iran, or Iran's president, asked for a ceasefire. Trump has claimed that Iran's president wants a ceasefire ahead of the US president address to the Americans later tonight. And also, there was another latest one. Trump says will consider alleged ceasefire request when Hormuz Strait is open. After claiming that Iran asked for a ceasefire, Trump added that on his social media post that he will consider it when Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion.
Well, US President Donald Trump is a source of humor for many at this point. He's either making some laugh or cry, nothing in between, unfortunately. And it's nothing new with what he's saying. Even before, at the beginning when the war started, he said that they won the war, right? And now he's saying negotiations. Why are you negotiating if you won the war? And he said that they obliterated our nuclear facilities back before in the June war, and then again now they targeted our nuclear facilities. What exactly are you targeting if you obliterated them? He said that the Navy commander, that Iran's Navy has been completely, again obliterated. His go-to word is obliteration. And you have the continuation of the regulation of Strait of Hormuz. What exactly did you get rid of if the Strait of Hormuz is still, as you put it, closed? He said it's not closed, and then he comes out to say right now that he will only negotiate if it's opened. So Trump is contradicting himself, and that is because he is lost. He is in this dilemma that he put himself into and he cannot get out of. The U.S. is in a quagmire that it cannot get out of easily because it put itself there. They attacked Iran thinking that Iran will show restraint as it had in the past, because Iran did indeed show restraint. Iran did not retaliate in the sense that it had every legitimate right to retaliate up until now. But now this is a red line crossed for the Iranians following the February 28th attack that led to the martyrdom of our leader of the Islamic Revolution, and that killed over 100 children, Iranian children, in the school in Minab. Red lines have been crossed non-stop. On the first day, you had the most atrocious crimes committed by the U.S. against the Iranians, and they thought that Iran would show restraint again, and that is their major miscalculation. They don't know Iran, they don't know Iranians, they don't know our legacy and the civilization, the thousands of years of civilization that Iran holds. So they thought that Iran won't respond, but it did retaliate, and it retaliated very well. It retaliated immediately. It wasn't like the June war where it took some time, longer hours for the retaliation to happen. This time around, Iran retaliated in a matter of hours, and you know, in a very short period of time, it ordered, Tank City himself, the rear admiral, ordered the regulation or partial closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and we see the consequences of that regulation today. We see the amount of pressure, the immense pressure that is being put on American officials because of the Americans themselves and people across the globe who are complaining about the surge in oil prices.
The rapid response also showed that Iran was prepared. They
Indeed.
weren't fooled with the negotiations, they were prepared beforehand.
Even during the negotiations this time around, when Iranians were taking part in these indirect talks with the United States, they also made it very clear that we are taking part in these indirect talks, but we also remember what you did to us in the 12-day June war. We do know that this is not really negotiations, even though they never explicitly said it. Both sides kind of let everyone know that this is just buying time, because the Americans were hell-bent on starting this aggression either way. Their talks was just an attempt to see maybe Iran would surrender. That was their hope, I'm thinking. And then Iranians themselves, they were going through with this indirect talks. In my opinion, it was to buy time, to prepare themselves even more, because they had been preparing themselves. Exactly. The fact that we have underwater missile tunnels that were displayed back in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, following the imposition of sanctions, that was a message from Iran to the United States. We are very much capable of, regulating this strategic waterway. Just because we haven't until now, it doesn't mean we do not want to. It does not mean we are not capable of doing it. It's because we have shown restraint until now. But enough is enough.
It's part of the tactic.
Yes, enough is enough. Red lines have been crossed, just like our correspondent said there on the streets. And like you pointed out, Iranians right now, many of the ones who had said before, perhaps negotiations could bring about positive results. Now they're saying no to negotiations. Now they're saying never will we even think about negotiating again, because they now understand, those who didn't understand before now understand, that this is not an entity you negotiate with. And this is also what the leader of the Islamic Revolution has long been warning Iranians and advising them against. He said, I do not see any point in negotiating when that negotiating partner, that entity you're trying to talk to, does not understand the language of diplomacy. Exactly. It does not understand the language of talks, of trying to bring about peace, because that is not its objective. You negotiate when the objective of the other party is also peace. The American government does not want peace. It never did, and history is enough proof of that. You do not need to be, going through aggression in modern history, in today's time, to understand that the American government never was after peace. We saw what they did with Venezuela. We saw the blatant and this horrendous kidnapping of the leadership.
I believe they were negotiating with Maduro as well.
Well, yes, they were hoping also for, forcing them to submit. They did not want to submit, and they pulled out this very humiliating tactic of kidnapping a leadership, of kidnapping a democratically elected president and not returning him. And this was something that, shocked many. But not everyone. I wasn't entirely shocked. Many like me were not entirely shocked, because we understand the nature of the United States, of this regime, honestly, that we need to call it that, because also Trump right now.
Even worse with Trump.
Even worse with Trump, because now everyone's going to the streets for the No Kings protests. They're calling Trump for what he is, which is a dictator. Trump wants to dictate to the entire world how every country must act, how every country must, fall to its knees and bow down to the U.S. and give up its resources. And what are they doing with all these resources? What are they doing with all this power that they're trying to amass? What they're doing is what's been happening in the Epstein Island. That is the result of giving in to oppressors, of giving in to tyrants. These are a group of men, a group of individuals that are going after their carnal desires, and they do not show any sign of wanting to even stop going after their carnal desires. We've seen the names on the Epstein list. We've seen the names that are coming out and the crimes that were committed and continue to be committed behind the curtains against innocent children, against little babies even.
We heard
little
or
children.
saw a glimpse of it. We don't know what
Exactly. All we saw was a glimpse, and it broke hearts worldwide. It made people outraged, and it drove them to madness for a second, because up until now this has been happening and no one knew about it. But now that they know, my advice to the Americans is to stand up more seriously, take firm action, take direct action. For how long will you be carrying out your No Kings protests? It's supposed to lead somewhere or another, it's supposed to lead to firm action against your government.
You could say save America before it's too late.
Yes, save America before it's too late, because it is very much nearing late. It's very much nearing the tipping point, the point where it will be completely dismantled. That is not far off, in my opinion. So in spite of seeing all those crimes committed in the Epstein Island and the names that have come out, we specifically, being the victims of aggression, Palestinians expect, Lebanese expect, Yemenis expect people around the world to rise up even stronger, to take to the streets with a more firm and decisive action, to turn their abstract form of resistance that we had before the revolution of the Islamic revolution led by Khomeini. We'd advise you to do the same. Turn that abstract resistance into a tangible resistance, because that is the only way you will stop aggressors. An aggressor that only understands the language of force will only also stop his aggression when you force him to stop it. They will not just back out and say suddenly, we're done, we do not want to carry out our aggression. That's not going to happen. You're going to have to force them to halt their operations and their crimes.
Okay, Roya, sorry to cut you short again. We'll go back to, we have to go back to on the streets of Tehran, where we have a correspondent, Moin Amini, with us. Moin, tell us where you are exactly and what is the atmosphere like there?
Yes, I'm in the Engelab Street, somewhere in between, along the way to where the martyr's body is going to be taken. And as you can see behind me, the truck that is behind me is carrying the body of martyr Tangsiri, and there are also other trucks that are carrying a number of other martyrs from Engelab Square all the way to the cemetery for the martyrs. I can't tell you enough about the crowd that has participated in this event. It's quite huge. I had a problem finding a place to speak to you. The streets in the vicinity of the area are packed with people. There are many people around here, and because of the love they have for this commander of theirs, General Tangsiri, who was from the city of Bushehr, southern Iran. He was of course, IRGC Naval Forces commander, who was assassinated yet again in another brutal assassination by the US and the Israeli regime that has really put the Iranians into grief, and there is a deep sorrow around here. But look, you see the way people are trying to get their hands on the coffin of the martyr and at least get some of their items to be touched on the coffin of the martyr as a love they have for the commander. You see, people in Iran compare martyr Tangsiri to Rais Ali Delvari, who during the First World War fought the British invasion of Bushehr. Bushehr was a very critical place in southern Iran. Martyr Tangsiri was also from Bushehr. So people are saying that the history is repeating itself, and another Rais Ali Delvari was also targeted by the international imperialist structure and the Zionist international Zionism. You see, these are the people now who have come here to tell the world that they are ready to resist oppression at any cost. So these are people who are not afraid of losing their lives for their values and for their homeland and for the protection of their territorial integrity and freedom. Yes, so I think if you want to know more about General Tangsiri, you have to know his personality. He was known among his comrades and people to be a very humble, very kind-hearted person. And that is why this is an unprecedented funeral procession. I can tell you for a fact, I have never seen the streets this packed with people. I was surprised myself to see this amount of people taking to the streets to show their anger and also engage in the funeral procession of General Tangsiri. And of course, he had a very important role in protecting controlling the Strait of Hormuz for people, and the failure by the US and its allies to take control of Hormuz resulted in the assassination of such a hero of a nation, you know. And yes, that there is just so much love for the man. I'm telling you, I'm surprised myself because of the amount of love that people have for Martyr Tangsiri, who resisted oppression similar to what Rais Ali Delbari did during the First World War. And also, he's not the only person, of course, who was assassinated. Some days ago, Ali Larijani, Iran's Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, was martyred alongside his son, and also Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, leader of the revolution, was assassinated. But what people say is that these are just out of ignorance towards the Iranian nation, such as assassinations, because Iran is not a place that is dependent on individuals. It's not an individual-oriented system. This is a place that is a system that is built on values, a system that is built on knowledge and science, a system that is built on mysticism, on poetry, on literature, on whatever that humanity needs on its way towards prosperity. And losing General Tangsiri, yes, it's sad for Iranians. It's a great loss for Iranians, given the fact that he was a great commander, as I told you, a very humble person, a very kind-hearted, sweet human being. But this is also another sacrifice on the way to rescue not just Iran from this imposed war, but all the humanity who are chained by oppression and imperialism. And I can tell you for a fact that at this point of history, Iran is fighting not just for itself, not just for the values of the Islamic Republic, but for every nation and every individual who shares the idea of wanting to be free and wanting to protect the integrity and basically dignity of mankind. So Iran at this time of history happens to be at the forefront of fighting oppression, fighting colonialism, and fighting imperialism. And the people who are here are not just simply engaging in a funeral procession. They are here to tell the world that they are ready to fight the world's powerful imperialist systems until the last drop of their blood. They have come here with all the power they had, bringing all their naval forces, and then now they are speaking of bringing ground forces into Iran, which is, according to analysts, another bluff, because it's going to be a futile effort given the geographic position of Iran and also the forces of the country who are ready to sacrifice their lives for Iran, for the humanity. And you saw the other day the amount of people who gathered in the streets of the United States complaining about their administration's imposed war on Iran and its support for the Israeli regime and the genocide in Gaza, and also the problems they are having in terms of costs of living and healthcare issues in the United States. So these are the people who are resisting on behalf of all those people who are saying no to imperialism, saying no to colonialism, and saying no to oppression, and ready to sacrifice all they have for the freedom of their nation and for the freedom of humanity in general. And you can see somebody behind me is just shouting, "Death to America, death to the Israeli regime." The people are furious. They are so infuriated, but their resolve is also unprecedented. And I can tell you, and I have to tell you, that this is the nation of Imam Hussein, and it's the West. If the West thinks that by assassinating Iranian commanders and Iranian leaders, they can bring the nation down, they better go and study the story of Imam Hussein and read about who Imam Hussein was. So yes, there's so much. There's so much grief, but there is also joy because of the election of Ayatollah Moshtaba Khamenei as the leader of the revolution. And as much as people are in sorrow, they are looking forward to a bright future.
That's right. Thank you, Moin. There you have Moin Amini, our correspondent on the streets of Tehran at the funeral procession underway for the IRGC Navy Chief Brigadier General Reza Tangsiri, who was assassinated in a recent US-Israeli attack. We have Roya Purbacher in the studio with us. She's been with us from the start of the rolling coverage. Roya, Moin said, I was surprised. I mean, he was surprised. I think the world was surprised by the Iranian people, the Iranian army, their generals, and I think, like you said as well, more surprises to come as well. There's plenty more surprises from the Iranian nation as well.
Yes, there will be more surprises given the fact that also, as our correspondent was speaking, I was going through some of these reports coming out, and it seems that there are certain neighboring countries, regional countries, that want to increase their alliance as opposed to decrease. They want to increase their alliance with the United States to form some sort of mechanism to force open, to quote them, of course, to force open the Strait of Hormuz. So what the reports are indicating is an escalation, because as you also pointed out, we have President Trump also who tweeted talking about how negotiations are not possible anymore, not until the Strait of Hormuz is open. That was what he said, to quote what...
There's also a response by the IRGC soon after. As you said a short while ago, Trump claimed that the Iranian president had asked for a ceasefire, adding that he will consider it when the Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. This is why Iran says we don't want any negotiations. We're not talking about negotiations, and we haven't negotiated with anyone. There might have to be in talks, but no negotiations. Now, the IRGC says Strait of Hormuz will not be opened by ridiculous displays of the U.S. president. The IRGC says the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is firmly and dominantly under its control and will not be opened to the enemies of this nation by the ridiculous displays of the U.S. president.
Yes, exactly. So, as you said, messages were relayed to Iran by the United States, but negotiations have not taken place. Iran has denied this categorically, and we also have to bear in mind, like I said, that these reports coming out, they indicate that what we're going to see in the future is escalation as opposed to de-escalation. And unless countries that do see who is on the side of the truth and who is on the right side of this battlefield, unless they also take a firm stance and join Iran, help Iran in their stance against the U.S., against these crimes and illegal war that is being waged upon Iran, we're going to look at circumstances that are going to be difficult for everyone across the globe, not just for this region, but also for everyone across the world. So unfortunately, these reports do indicate that, but also we must remind our viewers that Iran will not back down. It's increased its missile production. Its missile output has been increased, and it continues to produce more missiles, more defensive capabilities. It's strengthening itself for these very days. And like you said, we have been preparing ourselves for a long-term war. We did know that when this aggression began, that this war is likely going to be a long-term war. We've prepared ourselves for that.
Do you think that, like you said, Iran, the Islamic Republic, is prepared for a longer war. They said 6 months, even 2 years, some say 6 years. We're prepared for all of that, okay? But do you think Trump is looking for a way out?
I don't think Trump is looking for a way out as much as he sometimes insinuates that he wants to end the war. The very fact that he constantly contradicts himself, and also bearing in mind his ego, I don't think Trump will want to end the war anytime soon, and I don't think him ending the war will look good for him, because after all he cares about is his image. That is all he cares about. Trump wants to come out as a winner one way or another, and for him to be the winner in his own mind, in his own fantasy, is if he can, turn the tables around and come out as the victor in this war that he has waged upon Iran. So that is not going to happen. Iran will be the victor. Iran is already showing that it is victorious with its accomplishments and its great achievements, militarily speaking. Just this Friday, we hit their E3 Sentry for the very first time. An E3 Sentry has been hit, the AWACS, that costed around $700 million. That is a significantly large number, a very high cost to the U.S. And we're just starting this. It's only been a month of this war. Iran has shown that it's very much capable of destroying many aircrafts, many U.S. aircrafts. Over 200 have been destroyed so far, according to Iran. Of course, this is according to Iran. Let's remind our viewers that the U.S. is not admitted to this, but we've seen it could be way more. And we've seen also that their F-35, the stealth fighter jet that was supposed to be stealth, hidden, was tracked. They used infrared tracking. Iran used this very smart and easy way to track an F-35, and it successfully hit an F-35 for the very first time. We hit an AWACS for the very first time, an E3 Sentry, and there will be many other firsts to come.
That's right, Roy. There was a report came earlier on, because we were talking about the different things. I don't want to interrupt it, change the conversation. It was a report by Iran's Red Crescent, which has provided an update on the damage to civilian infrastructure in Iran. As we know, the U.S.-Israeli regime is targeting civilian infrastructure, which is against international law. It says more than 115,000 civilian units have been damaged or destroyed in recent attacks, including residential, medical, educational, and we saw universities, hospitals, and even ambulances being targeted, and relief centers. The group said in a Telegram update, it said a significant share of the units are located in the province of Tehran. At least 1,526 people have been rescued from the rubble, it added. And I think hundreds and more than 1,000 have also been killed in the attacks as well.
Indeed, the U.S. is carrying out the same crimes the Israeli regime has been committing in Palestine. Of course, not to the same intensity, but we've seen the same types of crimes being committed. They've been committing.
It would if it could.
It would if it could, and it will continue these crimes until it's satisfied, which is God knows when. But I do want to also remind our viewers, just days ago, they targeted journalists in South Lebanon. You had, the journalist for Al-Mayadeen and Al-Manar killed, Fatima Ftouni and her brother Muhammad, and also we've had this very well-known and revered correspondent, Ali Shuaib, who belongs to Al-Manar, who was martyred. And so this just comes to tell that the U.S. does not care about civilian lives. We've seen, as you said, over 100,000 civilian units, according to the Red Crescent, Iranian Red Crescent, targeted. And these targetings have not stopped. They targeted civilian infrastructure and residential buildings, and at the same time, they do what the Israeli regime did at the beginning of the genocide, claiming that, back then it was Hamas infrastructure, Hamas was hiding, Hamas is using Palestinians as human shields, and now the same rhetoric, the same playbook is being played for the world to watch just and sit idly by and see how children are being killed in Iran, how women and children continue to be dismembered. And we've seen also how the Iranian kids, the school children of Minab, we saw how they were being brought out of the rubble and how their bodies were dismembered. And this one man was holding this little arm to show the world that these are kids, these are innocent children that are being targeted. And that specific strike, it was a double tap strike. That means they knew what they were targeting, and they still carried out that strike against the children of Minab. And that is what they want to do. They want to kill more civilians. They want to carry out a genocide to here, just like they did in Palestine, because they're not after a regime change, as they would like to call it. They are indeed after inflicting as much damage and as much losses as they can do. Because as the war rages on, we are seeing Iran is carrying out retaliatory operations successfully, and they're hitting their targets, and they're losing their soldiers in the region. And to make up for that, they're just losing control of whatever is in their sight. They do not care about targeting specific sites as they claim to be caring about. They do not care about carrying out strikes against military sites only. We have seen over 100,000 civilian sites that have been targeted: schools, ambulances, hospitals, and recently you had a university in Tehran that was also struck. And in response to that, Iran is saying that we will retaliate in kind. We have brought out a list of universities we can very much target and retaliate against. So this is a warning from Iran to pull back the reins. Do not continue with these targetings of civilian sites, of these infrastructure like universities, medical facilities, pharmacies, and so on. Because just last night, I believe, Iran has hinted at what medical facilities, pharmacies, or medicine production, pharmacology factories, pharmaceutical factories that are in the Israeli regime that could be potential targets. So it's hinting at that already.
You also have to clarify this, that Iran does not want to do this, but because they are doing it, is eye for an eye.
Exactly. Iran does not want this to happen. Iran has from the very beginning asked for these regional countries specifically to not allow these bases to be used against Iran, and for these aggressions to not even happen in the first place. And yet we see that these countries are not only are they allowing these bases to be used by the Americans, but they're also hinting at escalation. They're hinting at wanting to stand closer to the United States and help it even carry out even more aggressions against Iranians, against the people, against civilians, children, women, and young innocent men who are not military men, who are not part of the RGCs, but they're also losing their lives. They're also being killed in these non-stop attacks by the U.S. and the Israeli regime.
That's right. Roya, we talked about the cost of the war as well. It's been, I think, 33 days right now. We saw another front open. We have the Yemeni resistance, the Ansarullah fighters as well. We've got Hezbollah in the north of the occupied territories. Before we get to Yemen and the further cost of the war, the resurgence of Hezbollah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, Hezbollah from day one.
Because they said it's finished.
Exactly. The Israeli regime thought that it got rid of Hezbollah in Lebanon's south, and Hezbollah has proven that not only is it still present, it is very much capable of even a long-term war against Lebanon. At first, the enemies thought that, according to their own calculations, the November war back in 2024 on Lebanon, they thought that they were able to weaken Hezbollah, and they were able to, create this situation, these circumstances where Hezbollah could not respond should the Israeli regime again decide to open a front against Lebanon. And it did that now, and we've seen how Hezbollah has retaliated from day one in support of Iran and to avenge the blood of the beloved martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution. And we see how Hezbollah is carrying out operations every day. They're destroying Merkava tanks that the Israeli regime claims cannot be easily destroyed. They're losing, the Israeli regime is losing many of its soldiers. We constantly see helicopters coming to the northern occupied territories to carry back the dead bodies of the soldiers and the wounded to hospitals, so for treatment. So the presence of Hezbollah is very much there, and it's very much strong as before, if not stronger, and it is capable of holding out of holding up for a long-term war, just like Iran is. This is a long-term strategy that has been planned for years now, because Iran saw this coming. Iran and the resistance factions in the region knew this day would come. They knew there will be this comprehensive assault on the region, and they've been preparing for themselves for that moment. And like you said, we saw Yemen also enter the equation. Yemeni's entrance is a significant turning point for this battlefield, because should Yemen escalate and carry out even greater operations, not just the Red Sea operations we saw during the Israeli genocide in Gaza, they could very much also close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and that would lead to the disruption of the Suez Canal and trade there, which will cost, again, will leave immense costs for the Americans and for the Europeans, for everyone basically across the world.
As well. Yes. Thank you, Roya. It was a great pleasure talking to you, dear viewers. Roya, Ms. Roya Pubacher, our very own political analyst in studio at Press TV. Roya, thank you. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you for having me.
Dear viewers, we were covering it was a rolling coverage of day 33 of the imposed U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. Right now, there's a funeral procession taking place in Tehran to honor the legacy of Rear Admiral Ali Reza Tangsiri, who was assassinated in a recent U.S.-Israeli strike, along with a few other martyrs, including General Eshaqi. Now the commemorations began at 3 p.m. local time. It's continuing. It's been 2 hours now. It's continuing, and it will continue till afternoon, later tonight as well. With the warm-hearted people of Tehran thronging to the venues hours earlier, waving Iranian flags, embracing the body of this courageous martyred commander like a precious jewel, and bid him a tearful farewell. I also wanted to a profile of Rear Admiral Tangsiri, the IRGC Navy commander who reshaped Iran's maritime deterrence. Now, Rear Admiral Ali Reza Tangsiri, the commander of the Islamic Revolution Guards Corps Navy, whose strategic leadership helped close the Strait of Hormuz to Iran's enemies and shake their military and economic calculations, was martyred on Monday, days after sustaining injuries in an attack by the invading forces, the U.S.-Israeli forces. Now, the Israeli regime and the United States launched the unprovoked war of aggression against Iran on February 28th, assassinating the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, along with several senior commanders and ordinary civilians. Now, in response, Iran announced Operation True Promise 4, carrying out over 88 waves, I think it is so far, of retaliatory missiles and drone strikes against the occupied territories, as well as American bases and assets across the region. I believe we have Editor-in-Chief Ms. Leila Hatoum with us. Ms. Hatoum, nice, good to see you, Ms. Hatoum. Ms. Hatoum, your assessment of what you've been seeing today with the commemoration, people thronging to the streets of Tehran to bid farewell to their beloved General Rear Admiral Ali Reza Tangsiri.
Good evening to you and to your viewers, your esteemed guests as well. And I'm really sorry that we always basically are meeting in sad situations when it comes to funerals of great leaders that we've lost, both in Iran and in Lebanon as well. But the reaction from the population is spontaneous. You can never hide how people love their leaders and how much they respect them. So at the end of the day, when you're looking at all of these people, we're talking about thousands of people flocking in to give their condolences, to actually commemorate what you call the memorial of these great leaders at any point, be it be it religious leaders or political leaders or even military leaders. That tells you a lot. I mean, it tells you that the people are united with their leadership no matter what, that the majority of the people stand with their leadership no matter what, that the people of Iran in majority bulk are in defiance of the international attempt to what you call impose hegemony on Iran. But also showed me something, that the number of people who are there to mourn their beloved leaders is much, much larger, and it's incomparable to the small, insignificant numbers of those who went out to riot, and most of them were infiltrators and foreigners, and we saw that on the ground. Even the Pahlavists at any point inside Iran, when their Shah actually, or the son of the deposed Shah, called upon them to take to the streets, the maximum that they could gather was shy of 200. So it tells you where the majority lies, and if the West is actually caring for a democracy, democracy is the rule of the majority over minority. At the end of the day, this is the same situation in the US. Otherwise, we're going to call Donald Trump a dictator because there are a large number of Americans who are against him, despite the fact that they are not the majority. So again, the scene that we're seeing on the streets is literally reflecting this, the sentiment of the people in support of the leadership, in refusal of being controlled by Western powers, in demand that their sovereignty be intact, and refusing to be attacked with it. I mean, like for any reason or no reason at any point. Nobody wants to be attacked when they are living peacefully.
And Ms. Hatoum, what makes the Iranian people different?
They're united. I can tell you that, look, I've lived in this region for the longest time, and in this region I speak about the Middle East in general, the Arab region in particular as well. There's always what you call this bickering, this fighting. There's what you call there's no homogeneous people at any point in terms of decision making or respect to the leadership at any point, despite the fact that they speak about it a lot on social media. But if you look at the core, what you call structure of the countries around you, you'd see that the colonial powers for the longest time managed to divide the people between Sunni and Shia, Christian and Muslim, southern and northern, etc. But when it comes to Iran, despite the mosaic that Iran has, it always acted as what you call a unified country where people are proud to be part of this, be it the former empire or the current state, the Islamic State of Iran. So at the end of the day, I do believe that this unity and this patriotism that they have actually reflects the strength of the country. And that's why the Americans and the Israelis were taken aback when they attacked, and when they tried to stir riots inside Iran. They were faced with the dilemma that it is really hard to divide the people, despite all the sanctions that we've put on them, despite all the hardships we made them go through, despite this war that we're basically imposing on them, and yet they are not dividing. And if there's anybody who's voicing something, it's the opposition that needs to actually, I raise my hat to your, hats off to your opposition, because the opposition in Iran actually stood there and said, we are against any aggression on our country, and we stand with the leadership. So that tells you that their political differences, they do not allow it to actually infiltrate to their patriotic sentiment. And this is what differentiates the Iranians at the moment from everybody across this region.
Ms. Hatoum, how come we don't see such scenes in other regional countries? I don't want to mention the countries, but if you want to mention them, you can.
Okay, I'll tell you one thing. I can speak about my country in Lebanon.
Yes.
We have some of the most patriotic people you'll ever meet, but you also have sellouts, and you have people who don't believe that much in this country because this country never gave them anything throughout. It has been divided over politicians who are corrupt. It has been divided over people who each one basically follows a certain faith or a certain sect. It's really sad for me to say that, but I have to acknowledge it. If you actually want to fix a problem, you have to acknowledge it, right? So at the end of the day, so long that you have politicians that turn their ears and hearts to the outside and do what the outside wants rather than what the country needs, and so long that you have mass corruption where people are living in sheer poverty because of their actions and because the West actually enables them to enforce this kind of poverty on the people, and so long that you have an enemy that occupies part of your country able to play on the sectarian sentiments of the right-wing Christian group in Lebanon, to convince them that it is actually a land and that the people who are standing in his face, in that enemy's face, defending their land in South Lebanon are the wolves, then basically you'll always have a divided country, and you'll never have what you call the ability to rise with this country to new advanced levels that everybody dreams of. So at the end of the day, if you want to have a strong country, no matter how much you are divided, be it over sect, over religion, over faith, over ideologies over politics. When it comes to your country, you have to be united. And this is what I see in Iran. People are united despite all their differences and racial differences as well. But at the end of the day, they are all Iranian. And this is what we lack over here in Lebanon.
That's right. Ms. Hatoum, talking about assassinations and the idea of the US or Israel thinking that with these assassinations they would bring down this Islamic establishment. I wanted to know your thoughts on that, because they did the same kind of assassinations in Lebanon as well. But as we can see, many months later, right now, we see that the Hezbollah resistance movement, or the resistance axis, is fighting back against, it's like a resurgence again.
Well, you have to understand one thing. In war, everybody loses. Leaders or soldiers, civilians, loved ones, etc. So everybody loses at any point. It's how resilient you are and your ability to actually bounce back that actually shapes how you fight and how you win this war at the end of the day. We're talking about battles. I mean, the assassinations are part of battles, not of the whole war. And when basically a leader is gone, there's another leader who's bound to come after them and take over. I do know that the resistance in Lebanon and the leadership in Iran, they've always had plan A, plan B, plan C. So in terms of what if we lose a leader, who's going to be after that? So they have trained the second tier and third tier leadership, and we saw them basically change the leadership directly after the assassination of the main leadership, right? So
Ms. Hatoum, and what is surprising is that some of the analysts are saying they've even bounced back stronger than before.
Well, the thing is, again, these resistance movements and the leadership in Iran and the whole axis of resistance did not come out of void. They've been planning for years. They do understand their enemy very well, and they understand that they are targeted. They understand that they can be martyred at any point. So they have been not only replenishing their arsenal, but finding new routes of supply, finding new ways of communication. If the Israelis basically manage to infiltrate your phones, you can find new ways of communication that the Israelis cannot basically infiltrate. If the Israelis and the Americans are relying on technology, then non-technological means of communication would be the best way at any point. And they've gone back to that, to the extent that the Israelis are finding it hard to actually, what you call, assassinate first-tier leadership that actually replaced ones that were lost. So that tells us a lot. That tells us that the Israelis are flying blind. They are now relying on what you call word of mouth on the ground, infiltrators at any point. They're sending all sorts of people, from NGOs to reporters to even basically humanitarian aid people at any point to collect information. And still they are failing. Some of those are being detained. We saw that in Iran. They've detained multiple espionage rings, right? So the way I see it, preparation is 2/3 of the battle, and Iran understands that very well. The resistance in Lebanon understands that very well. They've taken some time, 15 months, not retaliating against the Israelis, not because they cannot retaliate, but because not only they are replenishing, but because they're setting new set of rules and plans to fight that enemy in a way that the enemy does not expect it. Because the enemy has been spying on them since 2006 in Lebanon, at least. After we won the 2006 Israeli aggression on Lebanon, we won against the Israelis. The Israelis were studying us very well, and they use technology. Sadly, we don't look at technology as a means to do evil over here, but to advance human life. The Israelis look at it as a way to actually not only spy on people, but control them and harm them. So we didn't factor this into our calculations, apparently, and this was a mistake. People do admit mistakes happen. They learned from that mistake, and in that sense, the Israelis now don't know where the new routes are coming from. So they're trying to claim that, the resistance is now taking basically what you call their missiles and their arms through Syria more than before. So what changed? What changed? The Israelis couldn't stop anything, right? That tells you how resilient the resistance over here is and how smart it is. The people fighting in the south are avenging not only their fallen friends, but also their leaders, their families, their homes. So that gives them 10 times the strength to fight for the land against the Israelis who don't have any attachment to this land. Same thing with Iran. You have natives in Iran fighting against what you call an outsider, an alien aggression on them. And in that sense, they are united in defending their country.
That's right. Ms. Hatoum, and Iran is gaining more support from around the world as well, as we've seen the No Kings the demonstration, the massive protests across the U.S. We also had a recent protest in Tel Aviv as well. And on social media, people were mocking the US and Israel, saying that the people in those countries are demonstrating or protesting against their leadership, against their government in Tel Aviv, in Washington, but in Iran, it's for their government, and they say that we will be gladly martyred if need be.
It clearly tells you which administration is dragging its people to war and which administration is dictator and which administration is actually defending its people, and it's actually a democracy over there because people had picked it for real, not basically what you call corruption in the ballots during elections. Okay, so rigging the elections is something that's the Americans are famous for. They have dead ones actually voting at any point, so I wouldn't bank on the current administration being legal at any point. So when you look at the whole situation, I do believe that with the increased wave of protests in the US, also in Europe, and in the Israeli entity itself, that could create pressure at any point for the administrations in those countries and entity, because the Israeli entity is not a country until now. It doesn't have fixed borders under international law. It means it's not a country. I always have to clarify that legally for people. Technically, it's not a country. Right. So that entity literally will be forced at any point to back off. They will try to assume that they have achieved some sort of victory, that they changed the face of the Middle East, that they have eliminated some leaders, and that's their only leeway for them to actually claim victory and back off. But the courts will be waiting for Netanyahu, not only in corruption cases, but also in jeopardizing.
وضعیت مجموعه مردم اطراف ورزشگاه هستش که متاسفانه می‌بینید همه شیشه‌ها تخریب شده، مسائل متاسفانه خراب شده، زندگی مردم شب عیدی کلاً به هم ریخته. همه واحدها اینجوری تخریب شده و بچه‌ها دارن کمک می‌کنن که خونه زندگی مردم متاسفانه نمیشه هم دیگه کامل تخریب شده. مردم عزیز، اینجا ورزشگاه مردمی بوده، باشگاه ورزشی بوده که بچهای مردم میومدن اینجا کمک میکردن و بازی میکردن، شادی میکردن و ورزش میکردن. ورزشگاه رو زده، اینم عکساشونه. حالا نمیخوام بگم اینا اینجا بودن، نه، ورزشگاه تقریبا تخلیه بوده به غیر از حالا کارکنانش و چند تا مثل این که ساکنین و این داستانا، ولی میخوام بگم جایی رو داره میزنه که قطعا نظامی نیست، حتما نظامی نیست و اون کمکی که میگفتن از رئیس جمهور آمریکا قراره برسه برای مردم ایران شاهد میکنه کمکش رسید و همینجور که میشنوید متاسفانه داره میزنه.
ما ساکنیم، ما ساکن خونمون اینجاست. ما خونه بودیم، مادرم اینا زنگ زدن که ورزشگاه رو زدن. ما اینجا اصلا ورزش میگن، اصلا نه نیرو اینجا بوده، نه تسلیحات اینجا بوده، هیچی نبوده. این دشمن من نمیدونم واقعا چی میبینه که اینجا همه دش ضعیفن، همه اینجا دش ضعیفن، نه دش پولدار داریم، نه دش این داریم که نظامی باشه. صدای چیه؟ صدای پراکنده داره میزنه. آقا پراکنده شو!
اینجا محلمونه، از بچگی اینجا بزرگ شدیم، اینجا انقدر فوتبال بازی کردیم، برامون خاطره است اینجا. بعد ما خونمون تو خیابون سفاریه، خونه که رفیقامون اینجا بود. تا صدای انفجار اومد ما سریع بلند شدیم و لباس پوشیدیم و سریع اومدیم که ببینیم چه خبره رو کمک رسانی کنیم و اصلا اینجا ما از بچگی اینجا بزرگ شدیم. اونجا سالونه، اینجا خونه ژیمناستیکه، این دوتا که معلومه مسکونیه، اینجا هم که زمین چمنه، اونم خانه کشی. اصلا برای چی باید خانه کشی رو بزنم؟ پای جون برای این کشورم و خاکم هر اتفاقی بیفته جونم هم
یه کسی داره امروز صحبت میکنه که 13-14 سال عمرش گوشه زندان ها بوده. خودم به نوبه شخصی خودم از جمهوری اسلامی دلخوری هایی داشتم و دارم. خودم میگفتم آمریکا، اسرائیل و کشورهای دیگه میان به داد ما میرسن، میان به فریاد ما میرسن، میان کمک ما میکنن این کشور رو از جمهوری اسلامی در میارن، مراقب ما، محافظ ما. امروز خود من کافم، ملکم، خونم، تمام سرمایه من مردم نابود شد.
اینجا استادیوم شهید پناهیه دیگه، موشک زدن دیگه، اینجا رو موشک زدن، تمام دیوارا خراب شد، تمام داخل خراب شده، بعد دیوار خونه بغلی خراب شده. اینجا رو میگفتن کردن پایگاه، در صورتی که پایگاهی نبوده.
نشسته بودم اینجا یه دفعه موشک اومد خورد دیگه، خونمونم اینای خونمون. چی بگم اینا کتبمه، اینا مامه. بچه هم پاش رفت بردیمش بیمارستان.
فهیمی هستم، کارمند مترو. عرضم به خدمت شما که اسرائیل و آمریکا میگفتن ما با خونه ها و هیئت و مناظر مسکونی کاری نداریم، با ماشینای مردم کاری نداریم. الان شما ببینید چقدر ماشین رو تخریب کرده. ماشین من بوده، ماشین عرضم به خدمت مسافرا بوده. ولی فدا سر نظام، ما تا آخرش هستیم، پای کار نظام هستیم. هلوش ساعت 12:01 بود، 2 تا موشک زد. دیگه اومدیم بالا دیدیم مردم وسط افتادند و یه خود کمک کردیم تا الحمدلله بچهای اوجانس و بچهای امداد و اینا رسیدن. و عرضم به خدمت تا خود نابودی اسرائیل و آمریکا کارگاه به حضرت آقا هستیم. یا علی مدد.
مسئله آمریکا و ایران چیه؟ این تقابلی که وجود داره 40 چند ساله ایران و آمریکا دشمنی دارن، این مسئله چیه؟ به نظر من مسئله در 2 کلمه خلاصه میشه. اون 2 کلمه هم این است که آمریکا میخواهد ایران را ببلعد، ملت رشید ایران و جمهوری اسلامی مانعه. خواستگاری همه چی تمام شده، موضوع در 2 کلمه باقی مونده. من میگم ما دختر شما رو میخواییم، اونا میگن غلط میکنید. حالا ملت ایران به طرف مقابل گفته غلط میکنه. یعنی جرم ملت ایران دعوا سر این قضیه است. در ایران شما، کشور شما جاذبه های زیادی داره. نفت ایران جاذبه داره، گاز ایران جاذبه داره، معادن غنی ایران جاذبه داره، موقعیت راهبردی و جغرافیایی ایران جاذبه داره، خیلی خصوصیات دیگر هست. ایران یک کشوری است که یک قدرت زیاده طلب متجاوز به چنین کشوری چشم طمع میدوزه به طور طبیعی. ایران یه چنین کشوری. خب میخوان این کشور رو تصرف کنن همچنانی که قبلا تصرف داشت. 30 سال، بیش از حدود 30 سال آمریکایی‌ها در ایران بودن، منابع دستشون بود، نفت دستشون بود، سیاست دستشون بود، امنیت دستشون بود، ارتباطات با دنیا دست اونها بود، همه چی دست اونها بود. هر کار دلشون خواست کردن. 30 سال دستشون قطع شده، میخوان برگردن همون وضع زمان پهلوی رو دوباره داشته باشن. ملت ایران هم محکم ایستاده، سینه سپر کرده، و مانع. دشمنی اینه، دعوا سر اینه. بقیه حرفا حقوق بشر رو نمیدونم، یعنی حرفای مفتی است که میزنن اونها. مسئله اینه، او طمع داره، ایران هم محکم ایستاده و محکم هم خواهد ایستاد و به امید خدا طرف رو از موذیگری و اذیت کردن مایوس خواهد کرد.
Thank you so much for staying with us right here at Press TV. It is 9 p.m. Right here inside the Islamic Republic of Iran. This just finished the 33rd day of this imposed war, the third imposed war on the Islamic Republic of Iran by the American and Zionist regimes. And I'm going to start it off with some of the latest that we have. Of course, we know that Iran had threatened at least 18 companies, U.S. Zionist tech companies, AI companies, those who have played a role in this war, those regional offices. And they also said for all employees to basically leave those companies for their own safety, and also for anyone living within 1 kilometer to make sure that they are not near these companies. These are retaliatory strikes, and Iran said it would definitely hit. And from the Hezbollah side of things, we look at the last couple of hours that the resistance has downed an Israeli Hermes 450 drone with a surface-to-air missile, and it has also intercepted an Israeli warplane. This while striking the IOF across 3 border villages. Another Merkava tank was also targeted, and soldier gatherings and rocket positions. So these operations, I mean, sirens have been going off for a while in the northern occupied territories. And even the Israelis themselves have confirmed that rocket fire has come in from Lebanon and Iran as the resistance declared dominance on the battlefield. Total coordination that we're seeing between Hezbollah, Ansarullah, and Iran as far as attacks on the occupied territories. And right now, as I speak, Zionist media is reporting long-range rockets being launched from Lebanon towards Tel Aviv and Ashdod. And just a bit ago, more sirens were going off in Tel Aviv, and basically is saying that rocket fire was coming in. Well, let me start this off. I'm going to turn to, let me welcome Professor Javad Rad to this program. Thank you so much for being with us. He's a professor of American Studies. Thanks so much for being with us. Your thoughts on, I mean, at this point in time, we know that we have the United States, we have Trump. He's continually saying that Iran wants a ceasefire, and of course Iran is saying that that is not the case. Your thoughts on what exactly is happening and why he is saying this?
Well, he has been projecting for some time now, you know, the wishes.
Oh, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Do you have my voice
Let's
now?
try it one more time.
Is it okay? Do you have?
Okay.
Well, what Trump is actually doing, he's projecting his wishes. You know, he has been.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I cannot hear him. I'm going to stay with me. Hopefully we'll get that taken care of. Let me pose that question to my colleague here in the studio with me, Mariam Aznacher. Good to have you with us. Your thoughts on what exactly is happening with that? Because Trump is constantly saying that Iran wants a ceasefire. Iran is saying that that is not the case. your thoughts about what's happening.
I mean, Trump has said a lot of things. I mean, he's said before that the U.S. has destroyed 100% of Iran's military capabilities. They have said it time and again, and he has actually said that Iran is no longer a nuclear threat. Well, I mean, you know, to begin with, even before the war, Iran was not a nuclear threat because Iran had chosen not to make nuclear weapons. That was already clear. It was already confirmed by the Pentagon. So we can't really put too much, you know, emphasis on what Trump says. He says some things to mislead. He says something just outright lies. He says some things to boast about victories he hasn't had. And so, I mean, we just have to see which one of these efforts it is. It sounds like Trump really would like a ceasefire because Trump is very much losing on the ground. I mean, they have said, and it wasn't only Trump. I mean, Trump had said, we had some of the most recent data that Trump had said Iran is militarily destroyed, and so had some military officials. And yet even Israeli channels were saying today that the Israeli regime suffered some of the perhaps the largest missile barrage that they actually had experienced in the last 3 weeks. And so clearly someone is, you know, striking the Israeli regime. If it's not Iran, I don't know who it is. So, I mean, you know, they are trying to open kind of the whole discussion about ceasefire. And the way they're doing that actually is they're making Iran suffer losses on the civilian front actually. And that's because they understand the power behind, the main power behind Iran's military power is the Iranian nation. If the Iranian nation wanted a ceasefire, then Iran would go through with it. But the Iranian nation are on the street every single night shouting that we don't want a ceasefire, even though, and we have some, I mean, they've actually committed some major war crimes. They have destroyed more than 113,500 civilian units. They have destroyed more than 90,000 homes. They have destroyed more than 760 schools, more than 300 medical centers and hospitals and so on. And so they are trying to make people suffer so that they ask the Islamic Republic for a ceasefire, and that's not happening. In fact, the more people they murder, the more Iranian people are saying that, you know what, we're not going to let the U.S. go easy this time. We're going to completely destroy their capabilities to target us. We're going to make sure that they're kicked out of a region so that they can no longer target our people. And we're also going to make sure that the Israeli regime is just about eradicated before we can have the ceasefire.
All right, stay with me, Mariam. Hopefully I will be able to hear our guest out of Borjnud, Professor Javad Rad. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
Okay.
How are you?
Yes, thank you. I hear you.
Regarding your very good question, psychologically speaking, the view here in Iran is that Trump is just projecting his wishes on others. Everyone by now knows that the longer war takes, the lower his ratings would go down, and it's the time is on the side of Iranians because it creates problems in the global economy, especially Western economies. The price of gas in the United States would increase repeatedly, and he's just projecting, and I think not only the Iranian government but also the Iranian people really want to punish the aggressors in a way that no aggression would happen again. So I guess besides knowing that Trump is not a man of his words, after all he ran on a platform of not beginning another costly war,
right,
and putting America first, and only a year into his administration we see that he put Israel first and began I could say several wars, especially the war on Iran, which is very costly for the United States. So he is not only not a man of his words, but he views the war as long as it takes as taking a toll on his reputation, and on the global economy as well as the U.S. economy. So that's why he wishes that the war would end and a ceasefire would happen, and he wants to try to project it on the Iranian government.
Well, let me just, because as we're showing, as you're speaking, we're showing actually videos of martyred General Ali Reza Tangsiri. We know that his burial was today, the funeral was today here in Tehran, a commemoration. Your thoughts, on the one hand, you're saying that he wants to project, Trump wants to project and wants to try to bring this to an end, and trying to show that Iran wants to actually bring it to an end. At the same time, the Zionist American regimes have been killing commanders, and they just recently martyred General Tangsiri. I want to talk about the effects, as a matter of fact, of killing or martyring these commanders on the psyche of the Iranian people. And as a matter of fact, when we go out every night and we see the people, they seem more adamant every day about making sure that these regimes pay the price and that there is no ceasefire until Iran gets its demands.
Well, that has been the case for the Israeli assassination of so many people in the Middle East for like 80 years now. What the Iranians now witness is what the Israelis have been doing to so many pro-Palestinian leaders in several countries. What is the difference is that the Iranians, who have been known to be followers of Imam Hussein, who mourn the martyrdom of a great man in the past, right now view every loss in that context. So it makes them not only more angry, but also gives them more power to continue their path. We shouldn't forget that Iran is a country of 90 million people. We shouldn't forget that. So it means that there are so many bright and young fighters who would easily replace the martyred generals, even though those generals were extremely worthy for the Iranian military. But we don't worry about that anymore. And we should also take that into account that during the 8-year war of Saddam against Iran, similar things happened, especially early at the stages of the war. We even lost the president, the prime minister, the members of the cabinet, head of the judiciary, but none of those made Iranians less strong, let alone now that we have a very robust economy, very robust military infrastructure, and a very resourceful culture. So losing commanders is painful, is sad, but it also only adds fuel on the fire, in a sense. And Iranians really want not to see that happen as a pattern like the Israelis do to Syria, to Lebanon. We could say a ceasefire right now, but everybody in Iran knows that having a ceasefire without punishing the aggressor enough would mean that once in a while they would come and make an airstrike and then kill someone and then go back.
Indeed.
This is not something that Iranians will accept.
All right, let me just, some more breaking news that the explosions right now are rocking the coastal plain south of Tel Aviv. Again, we know that there have been some coordinated attacks between Hezbollah and Iran, and right now explosions are being heard south of Tel Aviv. I'm going to stay with you, Professor Rod. When you talked about, for example, killing the commanders or martyring the commanders, it's very difficult for the nation, but at the same time, Iran is a very resilient nation and can continue. I want to also look at the fact that the Zionist U.S. regimes have been targeting universities, have been targeting research centers, hospitals. different type of research institutes in general. Your thoughts about that? Because as the leader, our martyred leader of the revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei has said, is that this is part of the culture. It's in the individuals. It's in the minds. It's not something that can ever be taken away from this nation. Your thoughts about why they are targeting then these buildings in the way that they are?
Well, it's a proof that the Zionists and also the United States, unfortunately for that matter, are against a civilization to be strong enough to defend itself against aggression. So that's why they attack not only the pretexts like the nuclear power plants, they attack universities, they attack infrastructure, they attacked oil refineries. It's a proof to many of your audiences that they are not in goodwill for the Iranian people. They have vicious things in mind. That's why they attacked the universities, they assassinated professors, and that happened also like 10 or 15 years ago in 2008, 2009, when we witnessed the assassination of Iranian nuclear scientists. But what is wrong about that assumption among the Israelis and the Americans is that you can't assassinate knowledge. As I said before, Iran is a country of resources, cultural resources, political resources, military resources, and knowledge resources. You know that about 4 million college students right now study in Iran. There are over 100,000 academics working in various universities throughout Iran. So it's quite clear that they can't destroy knowledge by killing our beloved scientists. And it's just a futile effort on the part of the Israelis, because they have learned to do that to many of the Muslim countries around them, like for 80 years, and they think that they can do it to Iran too. But that's a very wrong assumption, and that's why they are paying the price by witnessing Iranian missiles hit their academic institutions as a tit-for-tat style.
Well, Mariam, what about that? I mean, for military entities, it's quite interesting that we're looking at the type of edifices that they have been targeting, whether we're talking about residential homes or, as I said, cultural or educational institutions. It doesn't that speak for itself about the weakness of these militaries when they're not targeting military targets, but civilian infrastructure?
I mean, it speaks for itself as they understand where the source of power is. I mean, for the longest time, they have claimed that with everything they're doing against the Islamic Republic, with the major sanctions, with the coup attempt, and everything they do, they have claimed that they do it for the benefit of the Iranian people. And actually, they're doing it against the what they call Iranian regime. However, they understood, for instance, when they put sanctions on Iran's oil sale, clearly that's the people who are going to be suffering as a result, because of course a big part of Iran's budget and a bigger part used to actually come from Iran's oil sale. And so they always knew that Iranians are the reason behind the power of the Islamic Republic. They always understood that the whole reason they're not successful in their so-called regime change project is the Iranian nation. So when you're dealing with a nation who is actually supporting the Islamic Republic in their millions, who are signing up to join, Iran's forces, who's basically taking over all the streets, there across different cities, basically talking about, we're going to support our forces, then they understand that it is the Iranian population, it's the Iranian nation that they have to force into submission. And if they cannot, if they don't if they don't make them pay a heavy cost, then this war can go on for a very long time, because they already know that Iran has the missiles and drones that it needs. I mean, even before the 12-day war, our commander, Hajizadeh, who was martyred actually during the 12-day war, he had said that if Iran wants to target on a daily basis for 2 whole years, they can target the US and Israeli regimes and they would not run out of the missile barrage that they have right now. And that was a while back. And that was, and I mean, during the 12-day war, Iran used less than 25% of its missile depot. In addition to that, Iran actually makes these missiles here at home with everything. I mean, everything's basically homegrown. It's homegrown technology. It's Iran's own resources. And so not only does Iran have a lot of missiles, it's also capable of producing them on a daily basis. With everything they have at home, no sanction is going to stop Iran from doing that. And so because of that, Iran already has the weapons. The people, the only force that at this point stop Iran, the only force that can agree to any kind of ceasefire would be the Iranian people. And so what the US regime hopes is that if they target enough people, if they target enough civilian sites, then the Iranian nation is going to say, enough, we've had enough, and we're done with this war, and we're going to agree with a ceasefire that basically, I mean, the Western regimes are begging for, because at this point they have said it so many times. And if we're not asking for a ceasefire, so why did they constantly bring it up? And it was very interesting when Trump had said that the new president has asked for a ceasefire. Well, our president has been in office for 2.5 years, so I wonder which president he's been talking to. And I mean, he's making these claims and he's trying to get the word running that perhaps if they say we want a ceasefire and then other countries maybe join in and say, oh, you really do, then eventually we'll
maybe
agree
it will
to
happen
one.
for him. I want to look at back to Bojnout. I mean, when we see the original goals or stated goals of the United States for initiating this war to begin with, of course, it was allegedly dealing with Iran's nuclear program, and then we had regime change, and now it seems it's basically trying to get the Strait of Hormuz to be open. Your thoughts about the United States in not assessing this situation at all prior to initiating this war?
Well, it's the general idea, not only in Iran, but also across the globe, I think, even in Europe, that Trump didn't think this through. And it was just a plan that Netanyahu put forward and put the United States in this quagmire. In terms of the goals and objectives of the war, even today, Fareed Zakaria on CNN also mentioned that it seems that Trump is just looking for a way out of war, and he also said that he hasn't achieved most of his objectives. Yes, he assassinated Iran's supreme leader, which was a great loss for Iranians, but and he says that he has done regime change, but everybody knows, and for example, Fareed Zakaria also acknowledged that he just replaced an old Khamenei with a new one. And it also happened with other levels of government and military. So he might say that he has done regime change, but everybody else, even if you look at the face of people like Rubio and Hexed, they know that this is not right. In terms of nuclear energy or Iran's nuclear program, well, he did say that during the 12-day war, he obliterated everything. But we know that they can't do that to knowledge. And we have so many scientists who are ready as soon as the situation is ripe, they would take back what the United States obviously destroyed. In terms of, for example, he didn't see what might happen to the Strait of Hormuz. They thought, and they would think so, that it's so costly that Iranians would never do that. It would be so costly that Iranians wouldn't attack U.S. bases in the Arab countries. But it did happen, And the funny part is that the Strait of Hormuz was open before the war, and Trump did something that made it close, and now he's somehow begging whether his allies or Iranians to have the strait open for business.
Where do you see
So
this?
he hasn't
Professor
achieved
Rod, let me just jump in here because I only have a couple of minutes before the news. But when we look at this situation and the desperation by both regimes, now we know the Zionist regime has what it calls the Samson option. When it feels that it has no choice, it's desperate, it's losing. Your thoughts about the possibility of using that? Of course, I'm talking about nuclear weapons. I mean, the irony of all of this is that the excuse to begin with was to prevent Iran from attaining a nuclear bomb, which Iran continually said it wasn't interested in getting, but the regime that has the nuclear bomb, the United States supports it more than any other entity. So your thoughts on that?
Well, unfortunately for the United States, the prescription of the stages of war is something that Bibi has been providing the U.S. We do remember Biden when he criticized the way that Israel attacked and bombed Gaza. Biden said that Bibi told me you did the same thing in Dresden, in Germany, to end the Second World War. You did the same thing in Japan to end the World War. So I guess the plan, the general idea is palpable, and we can think about that. But of course, there are problems in doing it. You know, for example, Iran has threatened that if something like that would happen, there would be extreme response towards the nuclear facilities in Israel's Dimona, and that's really a frightening image in front of Israel and the United States. That said, I believe that if there is a real will in the administration of the United States to end the war, they might think about doing something really dirty to Iran, to inflict a major pain so that, for example, they could declare victory. But they don't know, as until now Iran has responded quite strongly to every threat, whether in words or in action. Iran would do the same and retaliate.
All right, thank you so much. Would love to continue talking to you, but I'm out of time. Professor Javad Rod, out of Borj Nud, and my colleague Mary Mazacheh right here in the studio with me. Thank you, viewers, for staying with us. Don't go away. I'll be back in just a few minutes with a full news bulletin.
Top headlines. Iranian armed forces launch a new wave of Operation True Promise #4 against U.S. and Israeli targets in the region. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has vowed a response to any terrorist crime by either the United States or Israel. And finally, people in Tehran have attended a funeral procession for the commander of the IRGC Navy Brigadier General Ali Reza Tanshiri. Hello and welcome everyone. You're watching Press TV World News. Let's go ahead and get started with the stories that matter. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has carried out the 89th wave of Operation True Promise No. 4 against American and Israeli targets in the region. The phase targeted a covert gathering of American forces outside the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain using a large number of drones and ballistic missiles. The IRGC also hit Israeli oil tanker Aqua 1 in the heart of the Persian Gulf, emphasizing that the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is under full control of Iranian Navy forces. The operation was conducted jointly by the IRGC and regional resistance movements. The combined operation targeted Israeli forces at military sites in Eilat, Tel Aviv, and Bnij Barak in the occupied Palestinian territories. Israeli media has described the operation as the largest in the past 3 weeks. Well, Iran has issued a new warning, vowing a response to any terrorist crime committed by either the United States or the Zionist regime. The IRGC has rejected an undeniable lie, a recent claim by U.S. Central Command that its army does not attack homes or civilian centers. It cited the attacks on the homes of the leader of the Islamic Revolution and Iranian officials, as well as the Minab school massacre, as stark examples of U.S. direct terrorist operations. The IRGC reaffirmed that whether the U.S. or Israel commits a terrorist crime, 18 American companies will be targeted in response. The IRGC has announced a list of American companies involved in terrorist operations killing Iranian civilians, warning their employees and residents nearby to evacuate. The companies listed include Cisco, Intel, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Boeing, among others. Meanwhile, a funeral procession for the commander of Iran's IRGC Navy, Brigadier General Ali Reza Tanshiri, has been held in the Iranian capital of Tehran. Thousands of mourners took to the streets in downtown Tehran to bid farewell to the Navy commander who was assassinated in a U.S.-Israeli attack. Participants waved flags of Iran, chanting slogans in support of the Islamic establishment. Earlier in the week, IRGC announced the martyrdom of Tanshiri due to injuries he sustained during a retaliatory operation that inflicted heavy damage on enemy facilities. Mourners also bid farewell to the body of Major General Jamshid S. Hagi, an advisor to the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, and a number of other staff martyred in recent U.S.-Israeli attacks. Hezbollah has carried out a series of retaliatory operations against the Israeli regime across southern Lebanon. The Lebanese resistance group says its fighters downed a Hermes 450 drone over the town of Ainata with a surface-to-air missile. Earlier, the group targeted 2 Merkava tanks, one of which caught fire. Rocket barrages were also fired at troop gatherings in various southern towns, as well as in the northern occupied Palestinian territories. Hezbollah says that surface-to-air missiles were fired at Israeli warplanes in the south's skies as well. According to Israeli media, some 40 rockets were fired into southern Israel Tuesday night. At least 10 Israeli soldiers have been reported killed in recent days. The Yemeni armed forces have launched a new retaliatory operation amid the imposed U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. In a televised speech, Yemeni armed forces spokesman Yahya Sari'a said that sensitive Israeli targets in southern occupied Palestine were struck with a barrage of ballistic missiles. He added that the operation was carried out jointly with Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Sari'a emphasized that the enemy's escalation of aggression will only make Yemen further intensify its operations until the aggression ceases and the blockade is lifted. Well, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has warned that the enemy will suffer heavy casualties in case of a ground invasion of Iran's southern islands. In an interview with Qatar-based media Al Jazeera, the top Iranian diplomat said that the Islamic Republic has inflicted significant damage to U.S. and Israel's equipment and facilities. He noted that Iran is more experienced and better equipped in ground warfare and that Iranian forces are fully prepared to confront any ground threat. The foreign minister also rejected claims of negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. He stated that exchange of messages through intermediaries is ongoing, but no formal negotiations have taken place. Araghchi also noted that Iran has not responded to the U.S.'s 15-point proposal. He clarified that Tehran's position is clear, that it does not accept the ceasefire, but seeks a complete end to the war across the entire region. Iran has warned the United Nations about U.S. threats against the country's infrastructure. In a letter, Iran's UN ambassador cited recent U.S. threats against Iran's key infrastructure. Amir Saeed Aravani called the threats deliberate and explicit. He also warned of widespread destruction, environmental damage, and a humanitarian crisis. Aravani said targeting civilian infrastructure violates international law and could be a war crime. The Iranian envoy urged the UN Secretary Council to condemn the threats as well as U.S. and Israeli acts. He also warned that Iran will use its right to self-defense under Article 51 if attacks are launched against the infrastructure. Well, Iranians have mobilized to deliver humanitarian aid and essential goods to communities affected by war. Shipments of food, medicine, and basic supplies are being organized and sent to these in need. Maureen Amini reports from Tehran.
The Iranian people's selfless assistance for those affected by the imposed war of the U.S. and its friends against Iran. The people's dedication to restoring victims to normal living conditions. An effort rooted in the culture and values of Islamic Iran.
Donated goods from benefactors and volunteers of non-governmental organizations are stored, and after packaging and sorting by relief workers, they are distributed to those affected and in need.
Charities and non-governmental organizations have come together and formed a headquarters called the Ramadan Defense Support Headquarters.
A few days ago, when I partnered with the Red Crescent Society to distribute aid, I witnessed a treasure the likes of which I had also seen during the 8-year sacred defense.
The women artists who have sacrificed their time, energy, labor, and moments with their children to keep the people's hands filled with the Iranian flag.
This is Iran, and these are the people of Iran, in the heart of Tehran, who, in difficult days and harsh conditions, amidst the bombing by the most usurping of countries, are engaged in spontaneous, dedicated grassroots work.
Today we are standing here. We are protecting our always and already great country with every drop of our blood.
Some say history does not repeat itself, but Iran, both during the 8-year imposed war and now, has proven that there are people in this world whose repeated, resolute defense of their independence and freedom leaves history and its chroniclers astonished.
This is the place where sacrifice and selflessness can be vividly seen. It's the place where love reveals its true essence. Maureen Amini, Press TV, Tehran.
Well, since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, residential areas in Tehran have been targeted. Our correspondent Gisu Misha Ahmadi has visited a neighborhood in Tehran where a number of apartments have been destroyed or damaged. Here's her report.
Gisha neighborhood, uptown Tehran. This is normally one of the city's quiet, tree-lined residential areas. But today, it is the latest target of U.S.-Israeli strikes. Here we are, just hours after the attack.
As you can see here, this is a residential area that was targeted in the early hours of this morning. You can clearly see that people were living in these homes. In addition to residential buildings, commercial areas, schools, universities, passenger planes, water reservoirs, infrastructure, power plants, medical centers, Red Crescent facilities, ambulances, rescue vehicles, and helicopters have also been targeted. All of this is the result of the savage nature of the Zionist regime and the Americans. You can see for yourselves and bear witness. And their claim that they only target military zones and not residential areas. That is 100% a complete lie. This level of savagery only reveals their desperation, weakness, and defeat.
The reality that images can capture. Homes hit, families displaced, and a community struggling to comprehend what has happened.
Number 16 in the 9th Alley. That's where I live. It was a residential building. We really don't know why our building was attacked. We were just lucky we weren't home when it happened.
Walking through the neighborhood, we see and we listen. We speak to the people who were here when the bombs fell.
No, ma'am. Please, no.
Last night, we were told that our neighborhood might be attacked. We were asked to evacuate. The entire neighborhood is residential. Every apartment here was someone's home.
And this is what remains. There are no soldiers here, no fighters, just ordinary people living their lives.
My mom nearly had a heart attack. She's a 74-year-old woman. Thank God she is fine now, but her home is completely destroyed.
There are no words for moments like this. There's only grief and the important task of finding a way forward.
I'm here with some of my friends to help my fellow neighbors. For those whose windows are broken, we remove the remaining glass and prepare the window for the repairman to install new window panes. This is our way of showing support.
Another residential neighborhood in Tehran today has become a scene of destruction. But the people you see here are still standing as the world silently watches. Yusuf Ahmadi, Press TV, Tehran.
Meanwhile, Iran's cultural heritage sites have been targeted in U.S.-Israeli attacks on the country. During a presser in Tehran, the Secretary General of Iran's National Commission for UNESCO has condemned the strikes.
In this world, if we cannot keep our cultural heritage safe, it means there is a big fairness for the international law and international humanitarian law.
Hassan Faratusi said that not only cultural heritage sites but also universities have been hit. He rejected Israeli claims that heritage buildings were not targeted, stating that some were directly struck. Many of these sites, such as Gulistan Palace and Naqsh al-Jihan Square, date back centuries and are considered part of the world's shared cultural heritage. Even if not directly hit, nearby explosions can cause serious damage to fragile structures through shock waves and debris. Well, Well, crossing over to the U.S., where petrol prices have jumped above an average of $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022, as the war Washington and Tel Aviv launched on Iran has plunged the world into an oil crisis. Now, American citizens are feeling the pain of the crisis. Let's take a listen.
I'm just bewildered, confused, unhappy, things like that, because we didn't ask for the war.
It's horrible. Johnny and his stupid war, totally unnecessary. Health care? Now they want to take health care away so they can pay for the stupid war.
It's very high. It's traumatic on my family because we wanted to travel. We're not able to travel this year as much as we did last year. It's ridiculous the prices are so high. I don't think the government is knowing what it's doing, attacking countries that fulfill our oil crisis in this country. You know, very traumatic on the whole family.
I don't know when the war is going to end, so I don't think these gas prices are going to come down anytime soon. But I mean, I hope it comes down at some point.
This war is going on. It's going to keep. Yeah, it's going to keep going up. Hopefully, it doesn't. But I don't see. I see it just keep going up, up, up. $50 it was. Now it's $69 to fill it up. Next week it might be $80. Who knows?
It's ridiculous, honestly. Seeing these gas prices skyrocket it's incredible. You know. Already the living is already like the cost of living is already. It's like skyrocketing, so it's incredible with the gas, so that's all.
Well, as the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran continues, voices of support for the Islamic Republic are growing across the globe. In India, politicians, religious leaders, and members of the public are condemning the attacks and expressing solidarity with the Iranian people. Press TV's Adil Mir reports from New Delhi.
Amid rising tension in West Asia, protests and strong reactions are emerging in India, with many calling the attacks on Iran unjustified and unlawful.
Americans believed that after the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Iran would weaken. But the spirit of the Iranian people tells a different story. People are standing firm on the streets even as bombs fall, sending a clear message that Iran will not back down. The killing of young girls, even inside schools, raises serious questions. What international laws of war have the United States and Israel followed?
Criticism is also coming from senior diplomats, politicians who describe the attacks as part of a broader pattern of Western interventionism.
I'm sure Iran will be able to give a befitting answer to the needless aggression to which they have been subjected by a combination of Yankee imperialism and Zionist criminality.
Religious voices have also joined in, framing the conflict in moral and ethical terms.
If we do not support Iran today, then who are we expected to stand with? Those whose names are linked to serious crimes, or those accused of committing grave crimes against innocent children? Should we stand with the United States and Israel, or reflect on what is morally right? Our religion and scriptures have given us deep knowledge and guidance. If we ignore that in moments like these, then what purpose does that knowledge serve?
Lawmakers and political figures say the outrage is not limited to sentiments, with protests taking place in different parts of country.
ये उन लोगों ने जंग थोपी है जिनको बच्चों के खून करने में मजा आता है.
This is a brutal war marked by the killing of innocent children. More than 50,000 children have been killed in Palestine. And in the attack on Iran, 165 children were killed on the very first day. This is an unprovoked war and we condemn it. The people of India have condemned it, which is why many have taken to the streets in protest, because they fear the consequences of such actions could eventually affect others as well.
Far beyond the battlefield, the voices of solidarity in India echo growing global sentiment. They see this US-Israel aggression not just a violation of international order, but a conflict that has implications far beyond the region. Adil Mir, Press TV, New Delhi.
Well, Israel's parliament has approved a controversial new law applying the death penalty on convicted Palestinian detainees. The move that has sparked widespread fear among Palestinian families and drawn sharp international criticism over concerns of immorality and violations of international law. Ghada Ibrahim reports.
In a move described by Palestinian families, legal advocates and rights groups as a dangerous turning point, the ratification by the Knesset in a second and third readings of a law enabling the execution of Palestinian detainees is being met with deep alarm and grief across the Palestinian society.
The ratification of the new execution law reflects the racist and extremist Zionists prevail in the Israeli parliament and society and goes against the international law. This law puts the lives of the Palestinian detainees at risk and must be alarming to the international community. We have been witnessing the Israeli army's executions of civilians and Palestinians, and some of the detainees have already been extrajudicially executed, but now they're recklessly normalizing this.
For many Palestinians, the legislation is not viewed in isolation, but as part of the broader and painful reality inside Israel's presence. The reality of imprisonment itself looms large in the Palestinian consciousness. Behind the bars, all kinds of unimaginable physical and psychological torture, besides the medical neglect, are subjected to the Palestinian detainees, which have led to the death of over 100 of them. However, this new law is formalizing a harsher and more punitive phase in the treatment of the detainees.
This unjust law overshadows all the Palestinian families. It only reflects the inhumane treatment of the Palestinians behind the bars and gives a clear scope into what they endure. Our message today is that the international community and the human rights advocates must stand against this injustice and immorality to save the lives of thousands.
My worries over the lives of my sons are increasing. We have been fearful for their safety, but now this new law makes it worse. We know what they go through behind the bars, and it is burdening even to imagine what they are enduring. Seeing Ben Gvir celebrating has provoked all the families of the Palestinian detainees, including myself. Now we fear and worry more amid this international silence regarding this issue.
The introduction of a law permitting executions intensifies an already deep fear that an unjust system is becoming even more severe. Critics argue rather than addressing long-standing concerns about detainee treatment, the new legislation risks reinforcing a climate in which harsh measures are further normalized. In that sense, the law's passage is not only a political development. For Palestinians, it is a matter of life and a profound emotional weight, one that amplifies the long-standing fears while reinforcing the struggle for justice, dignity, and life itself. Al-Ibrahim for Press TV, Gaza City, Palestine.
Well, viewers, I'd like to thank you very much for watching this hour's Top Headlines. For latest updates, please stay tuned to Press TV World News. Goodbye for now.
روز بخیر خانم‌ها و آقایان. با درود به روان پاک شهدای اسلام و با آرزوی سلامتی و طول عمر شما را به هواپیمای ایرباس A300 خوش آمدید.
اگر صبور و شکیبا، نه این که ساکت و سردم. جهان به تجربه دیده همیشه مرد نبردم. من از قبیله دریا، من از عشیره توفان. آهای کشتی جنگی مراز نعره نترسان. شبیه پرچم کاوه به گل نشسته درفشم. منم که وارث رستم، منم که صاحب رخشم. شبیه مین به کمینم میان خشکی و دریا. اگر کرد شبی از من قلم کنم قدمت را.
همین الان کمتر از 1 دقیقه است. تقریبا فکر میکنم پایین خیابون ایران رو مورد هدف قرار داد. فکر کنم 3 تا انفجار رو ما شنیدیم. اون بریم ببینیم که کجا رو زدن، چه اتفاقی افتاد. نزدیک میدون شهدا تو خیابون ایران یک محله متراکم مسکونی رو با 3 تا تیر موشک مورد هدف قرار دادن و این وضعیت فعلی ساختمون کمتر از 10 دقیقه گذشته.
محمد برو کوچه بالایی.
بچه‌ها رو می‌بینید این بچه‌های ما اونایی که میگفتن تهران کمک کن ببینن اونایی که میگفتن تهران مردم ایران کمک کن بچه‌های مردم رو ببینید یه محله مسکونی رو زدن زن و بچه مردم رو ببینید این تو فری رو زدن آقا اینو بگو
بیا بچه برو
داشتم قرآن میخوندم پسرم رو تختش خوابیده بود کلا همه چی ریخته بود
زهرا پیروزیم زهرا پیروزیم
شهر اسرائیل برگردون به خودت ای خدا ای خود به دست مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر اسرائیل مرگ بر رژیم صهیونی مرگ بر اسرائیل
الان باید بخورم مادر من خواهر من بخور رو دست حالت بده بیا داداش بیا اون دو طرف
نترسی تو رفیق عباسی اگه عباس الان بود چیکار می‌کرد اینجا؟
ماشاءالله ماشاءالله
هیچی تمام شده رفت
نترسی برم صورتی آب بزنم
تو رفیق عباسی
بیا صورتی آب بزن عمو جون بیا صورتی آب بزنه آقا
خونه تو کجا بود؟
خونمون دقیقاً پلاک رفت توی بنبست لاله همونجاست.
یعنی روبروی همین ساختمونی که زدن؟
بله.
اون لحظه ای که اتفاق افتاده میشه دقیق تعریف کنی؟
من داشتم گوشی با اون دو دقیقه داشتم بازی میکردم یه دفعه شیشه کلا ریخت من پتون بود پترو دادم اونور کل شیشه ها ریخت اونور.
چند تا صدای بمب شنیدی؟
4 تا.
4 تا صدای بمب شنیدی؟
دوتاش به خونه ما نرسید ولی اون دوتای دیگه کلا رو خونه ما بود.
نگران نباش اصلا عزیز دلم یه آب میزن بده این پسرم بخوره یه شکلات هم بهش بده شیر یه دونه کنار لخته نه جایی بره ها بازم بدینم باشه
لباسم تو خونه هست
فدا سرت همه این عموها میرن برات میارن همه این عموها میرن برات میارن به جون دل آره گریه کن
شما امدادگر هستین؟
قندت بیاد بالا
یعنی تو این ایام فعالیت میکنین توی ساعت شب؟
امدادگریم دیگه اینم دخترم با خودم
چطور شد که اومدین اینجا یعنی صدای انفجار رو شنیدین؟
ما هر جوری که نزدیکمون میشنویم میریم دیگه هر کاری که از دست اومد دقیقاً خانواده‌ها رو که میتونیم آروم کنیم از بحث‌زدگی در بیاریم
آموزش دیدین؟
چه نه زورکیه اسمش آب میوه زورکیه بعد بخوری خب الان خودت با توجه به علائمی که داری فشارت بالاست میای یه فشار ازت بگیرم یه صندلی کاش بود
ندارم
الان فقط هول کردی آره
ما این روزا توی شهر داریم میچرخیم و گروه‌های مختلفی که شاید به شکل غیر رسمی یعنی کسی در واقع وظیفه رسمی براشون تعیین نکرده، مثل آتش نشانی امدادگر. گروه‌های مردمی دارن کار میکنن، مثلا جای مختلفی ما رفتیم غذا میپختن برای امدادگرا، برای بچه‌های حافظ امنیت، بعضی جاها براشون جای اسکان فراهم میکردن. شما چطور شد که به این فکر رسیدید که خودتون بیاید این کارو بکنید به صورت خودجوش و توی صحنه باشید؟
البته حس انسان دوستانه که اولینشه، بعدم توانمندیایی که خدا بهمون داده دیگه. تو جنگ 12 روزه هم همین بود، هر کار که میتونستیم میکردیم. از غذا درست کردن، ما الان از دستمون بر بیاد نزدیکمون باشه، جایی رو زده باشه، تیم خانمامون رو برمی‌دارن میبرن، میگم تعداد روحیه دهی که هستیم که مردا کار خودشونو بکنن، ما زن و بچه‌ها رو تو دست و بال اینا جمع میکنیم. حداقل کاری که از دستمون بر بیاد جو و آروم همه چیو داری دوتا میبینی؟ آره اشکال نداره. وقتی که زد پرت شدی، آره چقدر پرت شدی؟ اینجا به من نشون بده، مسافتش رو به من نشون بده. تا اونجا پرت شدی، آره همینجا روی این موکته دراز بکش. همینجا رو موکته دراز بکش. خب منو نگاه کن، موقعی که خوردی زمین، سرت زمین خورد محکم، آره خیلی خوب. این بره اورژانس رو بهش بگید این بچه رو ببره. داداششو بگید بهش اطلاع بدیم.
نه میتونم، سرم زمین نخورد.
ببین الان این دوبینی که داری، این حالت تحولی که داری
داره بهتر میشه الان.
آره با داداشت میفرستیمت، نگران نباش، تنها نمیذاریم بری. بیا اینجا عزیزم، بیا اینجا مامانته، نترسین ها، بیا.
بیمارستان کسی نمیبره تو؟
نه نمیبریمش. بیا اینجا پیشش بشین، مامانش بشین پیشش. بشین یه ذره این آب بخور، باش خودت این آب بخور که اون ببینه. خدا به همراهت باشه، عاقبتت بخیر. برید دست علی به همراهت. خوش آمدید. مواظبش فقط نذار زیاد راه بره دیگه، چون ترسیده ممکنه زانوهاش خالی کنه. آره برو کنارش برو. ما هیئتای تو خونمون مال میلاد امام حسن بود، گفتم چرا تو خونه بگیریم، همه رو تو خیابون مدرسه ترحیم میگیریم. تا دیشب ما از شبی که از آقا رو زدن تا دیشب تو وسط خیابون مراسم داشتیم،
چون این باید تکثیر بشه. مثلا
بعد همه میرفتیم تو میادین،
هر کسی بدونه که خودش چه کاری میتونه انجام بده.
همه کاری میتونن بکنن، هیچ کاری نیست هیچ کس نتونه بکنه. انقدر کار ریخته زمین، فقط آدم باید پیدا شه اینا رو دونه دونه مدیریت کنه، برداره از زمین، اینا بتونن به کارشون برسن، ما همین وقت پشتیبانی بکنیم. این
اتفاقایی که از این دست میفته، مردم مهمترین کمکی که میتونن بکنن، اونایی که کاری ندارن محل رو تخلیه بکنن. بعضی از گروه ها هستن آموزش دیدن، میتونن میان کمک کنن، مثل این خانومی که اومد کار امدادی انجام داد. این نشون میده که هر کدوم از ما، گروه ها، افراد، هر کاری کمکی از دستمون برمیاد با هماهنگی نیروهای امدادگر، نیروهای امنیتی تو این روزها انجام بدیم. ان شاءالله از این روزها بگذریم.
رگ ماست، هدیه به رهبر ما.
الله
اکبر.
خونی که در رگ ماست، هدیه رهبر ماست.
خونی که در رگ ماست، هدیه به رهبر ما.
ماشاءالله.
Hello and welcome everyone to this ongoing rolling coverage coming to you from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Today's day 34, of course, of the continued U.S. Zionist entity aggression and opposed war on Iran. And as promised, as per the dub of the title, Operation True Promise number 4, 89 waves have indeed been launched off, not only, of course, towards the occupied Palestinian territories, causing more damage, more destruction, more casualties for the Zionists there, but also towards U.S. and Zionist entity, whether bases or interests in the region, specifically, of course, in the Persian Gulf states. Some updates that we do have coming to you over the last time that we spoke. Of course, the top story, top headline has been Trump Donald Trump, who indeed used his prime time speech, his Wednesday speech that had been prepared ahead of time. A lot of propaganda saying he's going to go ahead and talk. Make sure you watch. A lot of people around the world did watch, and indeed it was basically something that was a recap of something that we've already heard before. So he basically said that Iran has already lost. We are going to continue to pound Iran for another 2 to 3 weeks. There, he put no clear goals, no timeline, no strategy. So again, nothing new came from this much awaited speech. We also have had some reactions to Donald Trump's speech from various congressmen, from analysts, from experts, from senators. We're definitely going to update you on those and elaborate on them in due time. But let's go ahead and get started with just some points that Donald Trump did talk about. Let me go ahead and welcome to the studio, as always, our Press TV colleague, Zainab Virani. Zainab, as always, thank you very much.
Always a pleasure.
Zainab, so I basically capped the situation. It was a quick summary because, again, it was nothing new. In regard to Donald Trump's speech, again, it was long awaited. People around the world from the day before had been saying something's going to be announced, but basically nothing new came out.
I mean, what else can you expect from a beautiful president, you know? Everything that he said was basically a recap of already the things that he had tweeted for the past 30 days. Everything was just, again, it was just like he was reading his tweets out loud. The speech was so hyped up that he's going to make an announcement. There was also journalists and analysts talking about maybe that he's going to announce an end to the war. Maybe he's going to talk about some kind of off-ramp and getting America out of the situation that they're in right now, with no exit strategy, and all of their assets in the region being actually decimated by Iranian forces. But to everybody's disappointment, he did again go ahead and talk absolute nonsense, provide nothing new in terms of ending this aggression, this illegal aggression that is currently being carried out by the U.S. and Israel against Iran, and just went ahead and said that he does indeed wish to bomb a civilization of more than 90 million people back to the Stone Ages. I mean, the whole operation, which began just February 28, it began with, oh, we're going to make Iran great again, and now it's we're at bombing Iran back to the Stone Ages.
Well, exactly. And Zainab, some of the reactions that we have been having, we've had a lot of analysts, experts are basically saying that Trump is trapped. He's stuck. They even said that, described him as a madman who is damaging the entire world. Before we move on to the other reactions, of course, in regards to these, I mean, him being stuck, being trapped, and of course dragging or damaging the entire world into more chaos, we've seen already from our reports on our headlines how it has been affecting people, even in the U.S. I mean, people who are not directly being hit or affected by any kind of military missiles and stuff, they have the economic situation. So indeed, what has Trump done? Why is he stuck and trapped, as people are describing him?
There's of course multiple angles to look at this. First of all, just the speech that he did give right now said so many things about how he has obliterated Iran's military capabilities, and how you know, they want to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages. There was nothing new in his the speech. Something different from what he's already mentioned over the past month of the war. This just goes to show that even now, even 1 month after the war, they do not have an off-ramp, they do not have a strategy, and it's actually a very dangerous situation for the American people, that their president has entered a war which is now, according to their own experts and analysts and organizations, it is costing them around $2 billion per day to continue with this war on Iran that they have started, not to mention the amount of bloodshed that they have caused inside of Iran, killing children, women, so many people, bombing pharmaceutical companies producing cancer medicine, bombing universities, bombing schools, of course, not to forget the children of Minab who were massacred by a U.S. Tomahawk missile that was launched on them. first day of the war. This is the kind of situation that Trump has gotten them into, and just so it's day 33 of the war, and their president comes out and gives a speech and has absolutely no idea how to get their country out of this messy, scary situation. I mean, of course, we can all laugh about his remarks, how ridiculous they sound, how funny they sound, how deluded he is, how he has no clue about what's going on. But it's actually a very scary situation for the American people, because they're the ones who are paying for it. Their soldiers are the ones who are fighting this war. And now he's also been talking about a ground invasion for a few weeks, and it is imminent. He might actually go ahead and do it. He said that the war might go on for another 2 or 3 weeks. So that might mean that they might send in troops, because seeing how deluded they are, Iran had time and again warned that we will retaliate against all American assets in the region if any aggression is carried out before the war started. And yet they did not pay heed to Iran's threats, of course, warnings, and they went ahead with the war. Now they're seeing that all of America's assets in the region are a target. They are being hit. Iran is going after their troops wherever they may be hiding, and they still are continuing to talk about, oh, we're going to take this island, we're going to take Khark, we're going to send in troops. And seeing how erratic he is acting, they might even go ahead and do that. And that just means more American lives being lost. For what? For Israel's plans, for Netanyahu's agendas and expansionist agendas, of course, and wanting to take control of the region. So this is a very dangerous and scary situation for the Americans. They need to, rise up and just realize that their president is not going to get them out of the situation. If anything, he's just going to escalate, make things worse, spend more money, and cause the prices, energy prices, to go up. Just after his speech, again, oil prices went up, and stock markets showed reaction to it. So they need to figure out a way. They need to figure out a way to stop their president and to actually demand from their Congress, from their parliament, from their government to figure out a situation, figure out a way out of the situation.
Exactly, Zayman. As you did mention, as we're seeing, of course, as you're talking, the images of the stock markets. I mean, again, President Donald Trump used this very prime time Wednesday speech. And immediately after, as you did mention, the stock prices, the stock market fell, and also the oil prices skyrocketed. They spiked. And this has happened immediately. It's very interesting because after his previous posts on X and his Truth social media posts, it was interesting the time that he did go ahead and delay the 48-hour threat on Iran. We saw the complete opposite reaction. We saw the prices of oil dropped, actually. If you remember, we were actually sitting in the studio talking about this situation. Immediately after he had posted that, I'm going to go ahead and postpone our 48-hour threat to 5 days, the drop of the prices happened. Why do you think this is the difference now? That before they dropped, while now they not only escalated a bit, they basically spiked?
Because, of course, now the people have seen that Trump is not to be trusted. Everything that he says, everything that he does is just, it's not based on facts. It's not based on the on-ground reality of the war right now in the region. He is making claims that, oh, we've decimated Iran's military capabilities. Just few minutes after he says this, Iran launches another barrage of missiles towards the occupied Palestinian territories, towards Israel, towards Haifa. And again, them talking about, oh, the Strait of Hormuz is open. Whoever wants to go, they can go get their oil from there. Or we don't need the Strait of Hormuz. We're not dependent on them. These are the kind of statements that he's making which do not make sense in real life. They do not translate to real life situations. And which is why we saw, like back a couple of weeks back, when he did extend his timeline from 48 days to 48 hours to 5 days. It was, of course, everybody knew it was to stabilize the markets, to stabilize the prices, and we did see a drop in the prices, but now the people know that he making claims is not going to help them win the war. Making claims is not going to get oil into the petrol pumps, into their cars, that it's not going to reduce prices. So now the people have actually gradually stopped believing and trusting Trump's statements.
Definitely, as they have been saying. Zainab, I'd like to thank you for that. I'm going to go ahead and come back to it. First of all, let me welcome to our rolling coverage from Xi'an, Mr. Matteo Capasso, academic and political analyst. Mr. Capasso, a pleasure to have you with us.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you for having me.
I do want to go ahead and start off with Senator Chuck Schumer's reply or reaction to Donald Trump's awaited speech. Has there ever been a more rambling, disjointed, and pathetic presidential war speech? This is what he posted on X. Let's go ahead and start off with your reaction, not only to his reaction, but of course Donald Trump's speech in essence.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've been seeing this since the beginning of this unprovoked war on Iran, that basically the United States and Trump's approach has been to shifting the objectives from one thing to another. So there is clearly a major imperial confusion by the United States government around what their capacities are and what their possibilities are. The recent Trump statement, moving from we never said regime change and then saying they're all dead. This is a contradiction at the heart of the war. There is no clear end game. The objectives change weekly. And again, we have to be very firmly in saying why this is happening. And this is happening because of the capacity of Iran to have withstand this war, the resilient military, diplomatic, and social capacities of Iran as a country, as a people, to unite and to understand the existential nature of this war, the importance of this war, which is a major illegal war, imperialist war on the region, imposed first on the Palestinians, then on Lebanon, on the destruction of Syria, and now coming all the way to Iran.
Well, exactly, Mr. Capasso. And as you are speaking, we are actually seeing images coming out from the 89th wave being launched, of course, by the Islamic Republic, True Promise Operation number 4. The operations have not declined. They have not stopped. Wave after wave is still being shot off. And again, we also have U.S. Congressman Hakeem Jeffrey said that the American people are sick and tired of the chaos there in the States and that Trump must end his reckless, he called it a war of choice in the Middle East now, of course. How much do you agree with this?
Well, I agree. The question is that there is clearly, these statements are for domestic consumption on the one hand, and on the other, they have serious limitations. In the sense that we are definitely seeing the explosions of major contradictions within the United States. The America First project on which Trump has campaigned with a strong anti-war rhetoric is collapsing under its own feet because of the choices that he has been making in the last period, and most recently by launching the war on Iran together with Israel. But this goes back to the composition of the elites within the United States. Whereas the American First project was trying to appeal to a class of voters that feel disenfranchised, that feel that wealth in America has become increasingly polarized, with people amassing wealth at an enormous scale at the top 1%, leaving the rest of the population poor. Another part of these elites, which I call globalists because they are the ones that connected to the financial economy on a global scale, that benefit from wars abroad by not just by destroying the countries abroad, but benefiting also domestically by providing some of this the spoils of the war to its own population, is pushing against also the America First project. And part of this globalist, to this globalist elite belongs, of course, the Israeli project, the Zionist project. So I think Trump is stuck in this incapacity to deal with, on the one hand, the America First project that brought him to power, and on the other, the globalist elite that is really pushing him to go for war to maintain the imperial clout of the United States all over the globe. And at this point, these contradictions are going to boil more and more and more. The longer the United States is bogged down into those wars, the longer these contradictions will come out and will explode within American society, possibly even violently, because we should never forget that the United States is one of these countries where, you know, it's, in most of the states within the US, everybody's allowed to hold a gun. So, you know, the consequences of the decisions that the current ruling class in the US is taking is going to be very detrimental to its own society as well. But again, we have to remember that at the same time, as much as now they are fighting Iran and they want to destroy Iran, both there was a bipartisan complicit support for the genocide in Gaza, both by the Republicans and the Democrats. So we have to see, and we have to keep track of these internal contradictions of the United States. And the longer Iran is able to fight this war, and recently I think the foreign minister actually said that the capabilities of Iran is prepared to fight the war for at least 6 months. The more this war prolongs, the more contradictions will come out within the US.
And Mr. Capasso, if you could, in around 30 seconds, because our time is dwindling down, in regards to Warren Buffett to CNBC, the current market drop is nothing. Any larger decline is ahead. How much is this related to the timeline of, Donald Trump has said, another few weeks?
Well, I think that we are about to witness a major economic crisis situation. It is all connected to the political instability within the United States that has been constructing an architecture of the economic order around this political power and the capacity of projecting stability. That stability is not being able to provide it anymore. So the longer this war continues, the major consequences at the economic level we will see. On the one hand, many countries will have to bear the cost,
yes,
but there are going to be also opportunities for shifts and different arrangements away from the US-led architecture.
Well, on that point, I'd like to thank you very much for joining, of course, from Xi'an, Mr. Matteo Capasso, academic and political analyst, and as always from the studio, Zainab Virani, our Press TV colleague. A pleasure as always. Viewers, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break from this rolling coverage and get back to you with this hour's top headlines, so please stay tuned.
Quds Day, observed on the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan, was designated by Imam Khomeini as a day to support the cause of Palestine. From the early hours of the morning, the people of Tehran gathered to the University of Tehran, sending a clear message that despite war and all, they remain committed to the cause of freedom and justice. As you can see, from the very first hours of today, people carrying Iranian flags have conveyed to the world their support for steadfastness in the face of arrogance and oppression. Our reports and coverage will continue to follow this march moment by moment.
Iranian armed forces launch a new wave of Operation True Promise number 4 against U.S. and Israeli targets in the region. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has vowed a response to any terrorist crime by either the United States or Israel. And finally, Trump's speech at the White House on the war against Iran has drawn condemnation from U.S. lawmakers. Oil and stock markets also reacted negatively to the speech. Hello and welcome everyone. You're watching Press TV World News. Let's go ahead and get started with the stories that matter. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guard Corps has carried out the 89th wave of Operation True Promise number 4 against American and Israeli targets in the region. This phase targeted a covert gathering of American forces outside the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain using a large number of drones and ballistic missiles. The IRGC also hit Israeli oil tanker Aqua 1 in the heart of the Persian Gulf, emphasizing that the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is under full control of the Iranian Navy forces. The operation was conducted jointly by the IRGC and regional resistance movements. The combined operation targeted Israeli forces and military sites in Eilat, Tel Aviv, and Bnei Brak in the occupied Palestinian territories. Israeli media had described the operation as the largest in the past 3 weeks. Meanwhile, Iran has issued a new warning, vowing a response to any terrorist crime committed by either the United States or the Zionist regime. The IRGC has rejected an undeniable lie, a recent claim by U.S. Central Command that its army does not attack homes or civilian centers. It cited the attacks on the homes of the leader of the Islamic Revolution and Iranian officials, as well as the Minab school massacre, as stark examples of U.S. direct terrorist operations. The IRGC reaffirmed that whether the U.S. or Israel commits a terrorist crime, 18 American companies will be targeted in response. The IRGC has announced a list of American companies involved in terrorist operations, killing Iranian civilians, warning their employees and residents nearby to evacuate. The companies listed include Cisco, Intel, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Boeing, among others. Well, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has warned that the enemy will suffer heavy casualties in case of a ground invasion of Iran's southern islands. In an interview with Qatar-based media Al Jazeera, the top Iranian diplomat said the Islamic Republic has inflicted significant damage to U.S. and Israel's equipment and facilities. He noted that Iran is more experienced and better equipped in ground warfare, and that Iranian forces are fully prepared to confront any ground threat. The foreign minister also rejected claims of negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. He stated that exchange of messages through intermediaries is ongoing, but no formal negotiations have taken place. Araghchi also noted that Iran has not responded to the U.S.'s 15-point proposal. He clarified that Tehran's position is clear, that it does not accept the ceasefire but seeks a complete end to the war across the entire region. A funeral procession for the commander of Iran's IRGC Navy, Brigadier General Ali Reza Tanjiri, has been held in the Iranian capital of Tehran. Thousands of mourners took to the streets in downtown Tehran to bid farewell to the Navy commander who was assassinated in a U.S.-Israeli attack. Participants waved flags of Iran, chanting slogans in support of the Islamic establishment. Earlier in the week, IRGC announced the martyrdom of Tanshiri due to injuries he sustained during a retaliatory operation that inflicted heavy damage on enemy facilities. Mourners also bid farewell to the body of Major General Jamshid S. Hagi, an advisor to the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, and a number of other staff martyred in recent U.S.-Israeli attacks. Meanwhile, Hezbollah has carried out a series of retaliatory operations against the Israeli regime across southern Lebanon. The Lebanese resistance group says its fighters downed a Hermes 450 drone over the town of Ainata with a surface-to-air missile. Earlier, the group targeted 2 Merkava tanks, one of which caught fire. Rocket barrages were also fired at troop gatherings in various southern towns, as well as in the northern occupied Palestinian territories. Hezbollah says that surface-to-air missiles were fired at Israeli warplanes in the South's skies as well. According to Israeli media, some 40 rockets were fired into northern Israel Tuesday night. At least 10 Israeli soldiers have been reported killed in recent days. While U.S. President Donald Trump has repeated his rhetoric and threats against Iran during an address to his nation from the White House, Trump once again claimed that his core objectives are nearing completion in the war on Iran. He said the war is close to its end. The U.S. president said attacks will continue within 2 or 3 weeks, renewing threats of targeting Iran's infrastructure. Many analysts have said the comments are threadbare, as Trump has been repeating them since the start of the imposed war on Iran. After the speech, global oil prices rose to $105 a barrel. Stock markets also reacted negatively to Trump's comments. Reactions and condemnation are coming from U.S. lawmakers over Trump's latest speech on the war against Iran. Senator Mark Warner from Virginia says Trump's address did little to answer the most basic questions the American people deserve when the nation is engaged in a costly and dangerous conflict with Iran. The Democrat said the fallout from the war has been rising prices of gas, diesel, fertilizer, aluminum, and other essentials. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer slammed Trump's address and described it as a rambling, disjointed, and pathetic presidential war speech. Senator Chris Murphy questioned what Trump claimed about Washington's achievements in the war, saying that plain evidence shows that Iran is even not close to being decimated. Murphy added that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, it has a nuclear program, and possesses loads of missiles and drones. Well, in the U.S., petrol prices have jumped above an average of $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022, as a war Washington and Tel Aviv launched on Iran has plunged the world into an oil crisis. Now, American citizens are feeling the pain of the situation. Let's take a listen.
I'm just bewildered, confused, unhappy, things like that, because we didn't ask for the war.
It's horrible. Johnny and his stupid war, totally unnecessary. Health care? Now they want to take health care away so they can pay for the stupid war.
It's very high. It's traumatic on my family because we wanted to travel and we're not able to travel this year as much as we did last year. It's ridiculous the prices are so high. I don't think the government is knowing what it's doing, attacking countries that fulfill our oil crisis in this country. You know, very traumatic on the whole family.
I don't know when the war is going to end, so I don't think these gas prices are going to come down anytime soon. But I mean, I hope it comes down at some point.
This war is going on, it's going to keep, it's going to keep going up. Hopefully it doesn't, but I don't see it. I see it just keep going up, up, up. $50 it was. Now it's $69 to fill it up. Next week it might be $80. Who knows?
It's ridiculous, honestly. Yeah, seeing these gas prices skyrocket it's incredible. You know, already the living is already like the cost of living is already it's like skyrocketing. So it's incredible with the gas. So that's all.
Well, Iranians have mobilized to deliver humanitarian aid and essential goods to communities affected by war. Shipments of food, medicine, and basic supplies are being organized and sent to those in need. Maureen Amini reports from Tehran.
The Iranian people's selfless assistance for those affected by the imposed war of the US and its friends against Iran. The people's dedication to restoring victims to normal living conditions, an effort rooted in the culture and values of Islamic Iran.
Donated goods from benefactors and volunteers of non-governmental organizations are stored, and after packaging and sorting by relief workers, they are distributed to those affected and in need.
Charities and non-governmental organizations have come together and formed a headquarters called the Ramadan Defense Support Headquarters.
A few days ago, when I partnered with the Red Crescent Society to distribute aid, I witnessed a treasure the likes of which I had also seen during the 8-year sacred defense.
The women artists who have sacrificed their time, energy, labor and moments with their children to keep the people's hands filled with the Iranian flag.
This is Iran, and these are the people of Iran, in the heart of Tehran, who, in difficult days and harsh conditions, amidst the bombing by the most usurping of countries, are engaged in spontaneous, dedicated grassroots work.
Today we are standing here. We are protecting our always and already great country with every drop of our blood.
Some say history does not repeat itself, but Iran, both during the 8-year imposed war and now, has proven that there are people in this world whose repeated, resolute defense of their independence and freedom leaves history and its chroniclers astonished.
This is the place where sacrifice and selflessness can be vividly seen. It's the place where love reveals its true essence. Maureen Amini, Press TV, Tehran.
Well, since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, residential areas in Tehran have been targeted. Our correspondent Gisumi Ahmadi has visited a neighborhood in Tehran where a number of apartments have been destroyed or damaged. Here's her report.
Gisha neighborhood, uptown Tehran. This is normally one of the city's quiet, tree-lined residential areas. But today, it is the latest target of U.S.-Israeli strikes. Here we are, just hours after the attack.
As you can see here, this is a residential area that was targeted in the early hours of this morning. You can clearly see that people were living in these homes. In addition to residential buildings, commercial areas, schools, universities, passenger planes, water reservoirs, infrastructure, power plants, medical centers, Red Crescent facilities, ambulances, rescue vehicles, and helicopters have also been targeted. All of this is the result of the savage nature of the Zionist regime and the Americans. You can see for yourselves and bear witness. And their claim that they only target military zones and not residential areas. That is 100% a complete lie. This level of savagery only reveals their desperation, weakness, and defeat.
The reality that images can capture. Homes hit, families displaced, and a community struggling to comprehend what has happened.
Number 16 in the 9th Alley. That's where I live. It was a residential building. We really don't know why our building was attacked. We were just lucky we weren't home when it happened.
Walking through the neighborhood, we see and we listen. We speak to the people who were here when the bombs fell.
No, ma'am. Please, no.
Last night, we were told that our neighborhood might be attacked. We were asked to evacuate. The entire neighborhood is residential. Every apartment here was someone's home.
And this is what remains. There are no soldiers here, no fighters, just ordinary people living their lives.
My mom nearly had a heart attack. She's a 74-year-old woman. Thank God she is fine now, but her home is completely destroyed.
There are no words for moments like this. There's only grief and the important task of finding a way forward.
I'm here with some of my friends to help my fellow neighbors. For those whose windows are broken, we remove the remaining glass and prepare the window for the repairman to install new window panes. This is our way of showing support.
Another residential neighborhood in Tehran today has become a scene of destruction. But the people you see here are still standing as the world silently watches. Yusuf Shamani, Press TV, Tehran.
Iran's cultural heritage sites have been targeted in U.S.-Israeli attacks on the country. During a presser in Tehran, the Secretary General of Iran's National Commission for UNESCO has condemned the strikes.
In this world, if we cannot keep our cultural heritage safe, it means there is a big fairness for the international law and international humanitarian law.
Hassan Fartusi said that not only cultural heritage sites but also universities have been hit. He rejected Israeli claims that heritage buildings were not targeted, stating that some were directly struck. Many of these sites, such as Golistan Palace and Naqsh al-Jihan Square, date back centuries and are considered parts of the world's shared cultural heritage. Even if not directly hit, nearby explosions can cause serious damage to fragile structures through shock waves and debris. Well, as the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran continues, voices of support for the Islamic Republic are growing across the globe. In India, politicians, religious leaders, and members of the public are condemning the attacks and expressing solidarity with the Iranian people. Press TV's Adel Mir reports from New Delhi.
Amid rising tension in West Asia, protests and strong reactions are emerging in India, with many calling the attacks on Iran unjustified and unlawful.
Americans believed that after the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Iran would weaken. But the spirit of the Iranian people tells a different story. People are standing firm on the streets even as bombs fall, sending a clear message that Iran will not back down. The killing of young girls, even inside schools, raises serious questions. What international laws of war have the United States and Israel followed?
Criticism is also coming from senior diplomats, politicians who describe the attacks as part of a broader pattern of Western interventionism.
I'm sure Iran will be able to give a befitting answer to the needless aggression to which they have been subjected by a combination of Yankee imperialism and Zionist criminality.
Religious voices have also joined in, framing the conflict in moral and ethical terms.
If we do not support Iran today, then who are we expected to stand with? Those whose names are linked to serious crimes, or those accused of committing grave crimes against innocent children? Should we stand with the United States and Israel, or reflect on what is morally right? Our religion and scriptures have given us deep knowledge and guidance. If we ignore that in moments like these, then what purpose does that knowledge serve?
Lawmakers and political figures say the outrage is not limited to sentiments, with protests taking place in different parts of country.
ये उन लोगों ने जंग थोपी है जिनको बच्चों के खून करने में मजा आता है.
This is a brutal war marked by the killing of innocent children. More than 50,000 children have been killed in Palestine, and in the attack on Iran, 165 children were killed on the very first day. This is an unprovoked war and we condemn it. The people of India have condemned it, which is why many have taken to the streets in protest, because they fear the consequences of such actions could eventually affect others as well.
Far beyond the battlefield, the voices of solidarity in India echo growing global sentiment. They see this US-Israel aggression not just a violation of international order, but a conflict that has implications far beyond the region. Adil Mir, Press TV, New Delhi.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for watching this hour's headlines. For latest updates, please stay tuned to Press TV World News. Goodbye for now.
Every home has a story of joys, sorrows, and memories. Memories of childhood days, of laughter and tears, the hard days, bitter and sweet moments of life. Home is where life flows. A refuge for passing moments, a place for hope and tomorrow. That ruthless storm that turns a home into ruins of memories that can no longer be touched. Cracked houses, broken windows, memories crushed beneath the rubble. Residents of a neighborhood in Tehran on one of the days of the Israel war on Iran. In the middle of the day, when one was busy cooking in the kitchen, another watching television. Children, happy with the holidays, were playing. But with the sound of an explosion, life came, however, to a halt for them. And all their shelter and the memories of their lives collapsed over their heads. What remained for them was destruction, ruin, and pieces of the bodies of neighbors and families.
برقتون قطعه؟
آره برق محل قطعه کلا با این سم.
نبودین شما اون رو؟
نه نبودیم ما. آره طبقه بالا بچه‌ها تمام خونه‌هاشون اون پشت اصلا دیوار قلبه کن شده. ما اینجا کوچه پشتمون فروشگاه کوروشه. در اونا کنده شده بود. پشت شیشه‌های پشت همه ریخته بود. یه همسایه رفیق داریم اون ور اون بنده خدا تمام شیشه و کمد اینا همه در بود. آقا خدا رحم کرده بچه‌ش زیر روسر بوده، روسر افتاده بغل دختر بچه. مثلا اونجا خیلی خیلی بد زده. مثلا آدم نمیدونه باید چی بگه خدا وکیل.
کلا این چند تا کوچه قابل سوپ.
من اصلا اینو میبینم خانم مثلا خودمو یادم رفته. باور کن مثلا میگم فعلشون من اصلا حرف زدنش خنده داره. مثلا چی بگم مثلا اون آدم میبینه اینو میگه موضوعه به خدا نمیدونم چی بگم.
میتونیم خونه همسایتونم ببینیم اگر باشون صحبت کنیم؟
But amid all this destruction and devastation, people search for pieces of their lives under the rubble. Even in the heart of war, as walls collapse, they seek life and resist death and destruction.
این کار دستیش بوده؟
کلاس سوم کاشف
اصلا هم نایمدن. نه این دوستش فقط یه تو که پا اومد وسیله هاشو بود. این که اصلا نایمد رنگ خدا.
Life in those homes has not ended. Every piece of this land bears witness to the resilience and inner strength of people who never fall. Every ruin tells the story of the lives of men and women who, in the heart of destruction, fought for life and still stood strong.
On February 28, 165 children aged 7 to 12 were killed in a targeted U.S. strike in Shajar Tayyibeh school in Iran. Today, people gathered to honor their memories. I spoke with children who could have been among Minab's students about the lessons they were learning before the U.S. carried out the attacks, their goals and their ambitions, and how they feel when they hear explosions.
چند سالته؟ 11 9
سالته میشی کلاس الان مدرسه ها تعطیل شده. قبلش چی داشتید میخوندی؟
قبلش ضرب یاد گرفته بودیم.
خب اولین راست می کلاس سوم ضرب یاد میگرفتی؟
داشتیم مساحت یاد میگرفتیم.
میدونی دوست داری چی کار کنی وقتی بزرگشی؟
مهندسی.
چه مهندسی؟
ماشین سازی.
میخوای ماشین بسازی؟ چه ماشینی دوست داری بسازی؟ چه مدلی؟
از همه ماشینا بهتر باشه.
چه میدونی برای چی اینجایی؟
برای اینکه نشون بدیم چقدر ایران رو دوست داریم. برای شهدای مدرسه مینا، شهیدای نوجوانان، بچه‌ای بودن که جونشون رو برای وطنشون فدا کردن.
کی کشتش میدونی؟
اسرائیل و آمریکا. آمریکا و اسرائیل. آمریکای کثافت.
چرا کشتن؟
میخواستن ایران رو از بین ببرن. میخواستن همه فکر کنن اونا رئیسن. اونا میخواستن بقیه رو بترسونن برای اینکه مثلا بگن که ما خیلی قدرتمندیم، شما باید به حرف ما گوش کنید.
چرا به نظر ازشون نمیترسی؟
شما قدرتمندید، ما زور سفید. هیچ غلطی نمیتونم بکنم. خدا با ماست.
Not all children have the privilege of not knowing. Some know who bombs them and who takes their tomorrow, but they're also being raised to reclaim their futures. At the memorial, which took place on Gaza Boulevard in Tehran, people also honored the children of Gaza who have been taken by the same forces of death and destruction. Every child, every martyr, joins the long, unbroken story of the resistance of the South.
Welcome back, everyone, to this continued rolling coverage coming to you from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Today's day 34, of course, of the continued U.S. Zionist-imposed war on Iran. And Operation True Promise number 4 is continuing to send out waves after wave of launches. 89 have indeed already been fired off. More missiles, more barrages of drones and missiles, not only towards the occupied Palestinian territory, where the Zionist regime, of course, is receiving large damage, destruction, and casualties, despite, of course, their attempt for any kind of media blackout. The reality is definitely being shown not only on social media but other mainstream medias. In regards also, we're seeing the interest of the U.S. and Zionist entity being hit in the region, not only, of course, in nearby countries, but specifically in the Persian Gulf states. With that, what we have been covering so far, of course, has been Donald Trump's speech, much awaited speech, according to many. According to the White House, they had prepared everyone around the world. Wait for the speech of Donald Trump. It's his prime time speech on Wednesday. He came out and basically just summarized his last 8 or so tweets into one. Basically, no strategy, no clear goals, no timeline was even given. His continued claim that Iran has been beat, has been defeated, and that we're going to continue to our operations there for at least another 2 to 3 weeks. In regards to that, we have been seeing reactions from people around the world, not only congressmen, but analysts and experts. We also did speak about some other points in regards to that. But let's go ahead and bring in our Press TV colleague, Ms. Humaida Ahad, joining us here in the studio. Humaida, as always, thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Humaida, you know, it's interesting that Donald Trump had a lot of propaganda coming out, wait for his speech. And we spoke about his speech just in our last rolling coverage, but I do want to say that let's remind the viewers that we also had Iran's president, Mr. Masoud Pezeshkian, who made his speech hours before Donald Trump, and a completely different aspect. Can you just remind the viewers about what Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, had spoken about? And he addressed it towards American people.
Yeah, he wrote a letter towards American people, and he categorically said in that we are not against the people of America, but it is against the policies which the United States has been implementing of destroying other countries, including the Islamic Republic of Iran. And he was quite clear about the fact that Iran has not launched any war of aggression against any country in the last few hundred years. And if we talk about it, even the martyred national advisor, national security advisor of Iran, Ali Larijani, also had tweeted about it, that our country has not launched any aggression for the last 300 years, and it's only that we are defending our country against aggression launched by foreign powers. And he also said that the most important thing about his letter, the most important idea in his letter was that the President Trump, who was elected on the concept or on the basis of Make America Great Again, has now, put this slogan into a bin, and he has now his all his policies are revolving around Make Israel, keep Israel at the first place. So he is working at the behest of the Israeli or the Zionist lobby. He is forwarding their plans and whatever they had been thinking for all these years. Netanyahu's 30-year dream of attacking Iran has been fulfilled by Trump. So Masoud Pezeshkian addressed the American public, telling them that they should wake up from the slumber and see how their president is not giving preference to Americans, and on the contrary, trying to fulfill the objectives which the Israeli regime has in mind, and these objectives are destroying America, the soldiers of America. He doesn't even think about the soldiers of America. The casualties are increasing, and he's not taking that seriously. And on the contrary, if we compare it to what Trump has said, there have been commentators, there have been analysts who have been saying that the speech was totally, haywire, where he did not even know what he's speaking about. And he talked about things which he has been talking about again and again, and the ground reality is totally different. And his language also, if we analyze his language was also genocidal, taking Iran to the Stone Age, and he will continue these strikes for 2-3 weeks. And even you already mentioned the Democrats have been saying that his speech has been, can be considered a laughing stock if stakes would not be so high. He did not himself know what he's talking about, so much of incoherence, and again saying that he ripped apart Obama's deal, but now he wants to make a negotiation. We had yesterday the Vice President of America, J.D. Vance, saying to intermediaries that Trump is, really very, in a situation where he wants a deal very fast. So at the same time, when we are having reports from his own administration coming that he is dying to make a deal, then on the other hand, he says certain things which are totally contrary to the other reports. So this is how things have been happening in the last 24 hours.
Well, on that point, Humaira, allow me to come back to you momentarily. I'm going to go ahead and welcome into our rolling coverage from Osaka, Mr. Ryan Dawson, geopolitical analyst. As always, a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Dawson. Let me go ahead and get started with, of course, as our colleague did mention, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian had basically said Americans need to wake up. You should wake up from your slumber, realize what your president is doing. And in regards to, of course, your initial assessment of Donald Trump's much-awaited prime-time speech just hours ago.
He didn't really say anything new that he hadn't said, and what he said was it was done in a very childish way, talking about blowing people up back to the Stone Age. Everything he said, it's a contradiction. He tried to throw multiple different lies against the wall. He's the one that tore up the JCPOA, and now he says he wants to negotiate, but then he also says he already obliterated, because he doesn't say obliterate, he uses a V instead of an R. He said he already got rid of the weapons at Fordo in June, but yet that's still on the table, and there's still a threat that it had to be done. He was seeking praise. He's like, everybody tell me about all my prior decisions were right. Please tell me I'm correct. He loves talking about himself. He makes these threats. He was saying the war was pretty much over, 2 or 3 days, and now he's saying 2 or 3 weeks. He backed off from his rhetoric about reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Last week he was trying to get an international armada to go open it. Then he said, we don't even need them, we can open it ourselves. And now he's telling them in a very childish way, well, if you need your oil, go get it on your own. Even though we have the most powerful Navy and invincible military, but we're not going to open the strait. Because he knows in reality they can't open the strait. They do have a powerful Navy, but it doesn't matter against land batteries. They can't get the strait open. And so he's shifting positions, saying, well, we'll have the Europeans and Asians go get their own oil on their own. So he's kind of rolled back on all his hype. A lot of the lies that he says is just to try to calm down markets. He says things he knows he can't do, he can't complete, which will only temporarily stave off the market panic. Wait until the morning when the market's open and see what happens to crude oil and Brent crude, because they understood now when he said 2 or 3 more weeks of war, and he's not even factoring in the fact that the Houthis have joined the war, and they already proved that they can solo close down the Red Sea and straits on both sides there. They did that in the past, they could do it again. That's another 12% of global goods, period. You're knocking out 32% of global oil and gas. They haven't done it, but if you put boots on the ground, they will. And I think people are starting to wise up to this and figure this out. And Americans, they do need to wake up, but there's a lot of them feel like, what can they do? Their representatives don't listen to them. They listen to AIPAC. I don't know how Lindsey Graham gets reelected over and over again, but there is really nothing left of MAGA. The left is gone. Most of the right is gone. He's got some dispensationalist Christian boomer Zionists that believe every word. But, he's losing a lot of his corporate support, too, because they're losing money.
Yes.
The Gulf states have lost billions of dollars, and investors, everybody's interrelated, and so a lot of his people and a lot of factions from big energy, big pharma, big even the MIC, they're losing money and they're losing face. People aren't going to invest so heavily in these THAAD missile systems, for example, that radar were vulnerable and they were completely useless in this war, and it cost enormous amounts of money. It's going to be hard to sell that again. And so a lot of his donors and investors are angry, and yet all that pressure combined doesn't add up to Israel. Whatever Israel says is what he does.
Well, exactly,
Even with,
Mr. Dawson,
everybody else's action against him.
Exactly, you did mention some important points. I would like to elaborate on some. We also saw again J.P. Morgan. There's this image or this article that they had published, and people are going crazy. It's circulating all over. It's basically a map of a countdown for when each continent will be running out of fuel. As you did mention, immediately after Donald Trump did finish his speech, the stock markets fell, the oil prices spiked, and again, as you did mention, people are saying it's all related to the timeline, the weeks. The more the time goes on, the further the damage is going to be. They have that Asia will be finishing as of yesterday. April 1st will be the end of their fuel. Europe, April the 10th. North America, April the 15th. And Australia, April the 20th. And this is again according to the end of fuel. How dangerous is the situation? I mean, I know you're a geopolitical analyst. For our viewers, international viewers who don't really understand this.
Yeah, it depends where in Asia and where in each place. So certain places like Vietnam is very vulnerable. The Philippines very vulnerable. China and Japan have about 200 days worth of reserve. But 200 days, not a lot. That's not a lot of time either. But yeah, as of now, I mean, they're at. Iran did allow a Thai ship to go through with some oil, but that will only stave things off for 4 or 5 days. Australia is running out of jet fuel. This happens. You can have a Havana situation like Cuba right now. The lights are off because of the oil embargo there. That's separate from what's happening to Iran, but it's the same situation. If you run out of oil, this isn't a movie where everything works out in the end or something. This is real life, and we are in the oil age. In a lot of Asia, especially in the East, they don't have petrochemicals. They rely almost exclusively on the Middle East and Russia. And it's not as if the war ended tomorrow or right now and they reopened the strait and they didn't put a toll on it, prices are still going to be higher than ever, because it's not just the fact that the delivery has been prevented. It's the fact that they have physically destroyed refineries because Israel attacked the Pars gas fields, so Iran did in kind. When you blow up pipelines and refineries and oil, it's gone. And it takes years to rebuild. So it's not as if, okay, now reopen the strait, everything goes back to normal. No, it doesn't. This is permanent economic damage that's being done. And the longer it goes, the more things get destroyed, and the less able we will be to recover even if the war ends. That's why it has to end now. Or they need to not play tag with each other's energy infrastructure. But Israel's doing it because they're desperate. They're losing the war. They can't get at the ballistic missiles. They're under granite. They're under mountains. They don't know what to do, and so they're attacking civilian infrastructure. Well, Iran will do it back to GCC and Israel, and everybody loses from this. But what else is Iran supposed to do? They're fighting for survival. Like, if you do it to us, we're doing it back. They've been very measured. There were 3 previous attacks. This is True Promise 4. They were extremely measured in how they responded. And now they've just crossed all the red lines. And if they keep going up the escalation ladder, it's going to be a global catastrophe. You're talking like 1970 level or beyond. Oil will go above 125 a barrel, 135. If they close the Red Sea, who knows? It's going to shoot past that, and things will collapse. You will start to see, you're going to go back to the paper age. Because if the fuel is gone, it's gone. And that is, I need people to know this is a very real thing. You're going to go turn your computer on tomorrow and it's not going to come on because you don't have electricity. It will get to that level in certain places. And a lot of people in the first world, they feel invincible, like, well, that won't happen here. Yes, it will. It can.
Exactly.
And this is still preventable.
Well, Mr. Dawson, allow me, I'm going to go ahead and come right back to you to elaborate a bit more on one of those points you did mention. Me bringing it back to the studio to our colleague, Humaira. Humaira, our esteemed guest, Mr. Dawson there in Osaka, had mentioned that, again, what can the Americans do at this point? I mean, there's a lot of things going around that. Donald Trump wanted regime change in Iran. It seems that the situation is happening in the States. But again, I mean, other than protesting, we saw last Saturday the No Kings nationwide protest. We have some boycotting. But other than that, what, in your opinion, can Americans really do to show their government that what they want?
Yeah, we did see the No Kings protest in America, but I think they need to be, doing this more again and again to make the administration or Trump aware that the people are not supporting him and they are not with the war. I also think that Trump is also his psychological state is such that he thinks he's right all the time. He has committed a mistake and he doesn't want to take he doesn't want to say that I did a miscalculation. And at the same time, we have also seen that the statistics which have been showing that the American public is not with the war. This is the only war where he is not having that much of support which usually the US administration had during Iraq war or for that matter Afghanistan war. They had built a narrative before attacking these two countries, but here they didn't build any narrative, so they don't have that support. That's that's at its own place. Yeah, the war is lacking a support, but also at the same time, I think the demonstration, the protests have to be much larger to inflict that pressure on the administration and also on the president, where he's at a point that he cannot just brush them aside, and he's forced to take a decision in favor of the American public. But at this time, we did see a million march, but No Kings protest. But I think it has to be very frequent so that we do see results on the ground. And there is I do not think there is any other way apart from the public itself waking up to what is happening, in the name of Americans to other countries, and how how they are being you would say they are being used to meet nefarious ends by these governments, be it America or Israel. So for it to change, the only thing that can change it is for the public to wake up and for them to take the charge.
Well, on that point, Humaid, let me go ahead and bring it back to Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson, you were earlier speaking, of course, about a point that Donald Trump had mentioned during his speech earlier. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have. Let's remind the viewers, go back a bit to 1987, where he completely said the opposite. He said that why couldn't we just go there, of course, to Iran, and take some of their oil along the sea? We know Donald Trump's a gambler. We know he likes to bluff. Do you think this is another one of his bluffing moments where he's going to attempt to use this time perhaps to try to do some kind of operation, whether in the Strait of Hormuz, or of course we also have the situation of the ground troops?
Yeah, you don't have to listen to what he says, just look at what he does. And they are moving Marines. They're coming all the way from Japan down. They'll be set up around April 6th or 7th. But 10,000 Marines, okay, maybe you take an island, you hold it temporarily, a lot of people die on both sides. It doesn't change things. It's not going to open the Strait of Hormuz either. But he's looking for a W and maybe an off-ramp so he can declare victory and say, I won and get out. He's only doing this. He's like the sunken fallacy. I swear, I think he thought he could kill the Ayatollah, Iran would collapse, and the war would be over in days like Venezuela. That's what was going on in his head. And that didn't happen, because he bombed a school full of girls, and he killed a spiritual leader, and now his son's in charge after he murdered his wife and daughter, and they're doubling down. They don't have an answer for these ballistic missiles. They don't have an answer for the real strategy that Iran is playing and the economic leverage that they have. Iran can issue the demands, not the United States. And the public is upset at him. And in addition to people like grassroots protesting things, go yell at buildings, whatever, that's not as effective as people in his own administration, like Joe Kent resigned. The people in his own cabinet are saying, I'm not being listened to, so I'm out. And we need more resignations, and the public needs to praise the people who have enough courage to leave when they leave, to show that, look, you will land on your feet if you resign like Joe Kent did. Now he's going on every show. He's fine. His career's fine. Give praise to those who do the right thing and continue to pressure those who do the wrong things with all your activism. But I think Trump's donors are going to be the deciding factor. It won't be the regular blue-collar workers. It's all these people that are losing enormous amounts of money because of his folly and his ridiculous war. And he's tried to lie his way out. And like I said, that'll only work temporarily. They're going to figure out the reality of this war and that it's not ending soon and that it only can escalate. He's not talking about any kind of de-escalation at all. He's talking about bombing all their oil and bombing all their power grid and electricity, which is a war crime, by the way. That's what he's talking about. If people hear that kind of bombacity, and I do think it's hyperbole, but that's what he said, markets are going to react, and they're not going to react favorably. And I do worry about his mental state as well, and we might have to enact the 25th Amendment and get rid of him. He's not going to make it to November if he continues to escalate.
And Mr. Dawson, since you did bring up the situation of money, I do have to ask you, a few days ago, the U.S. was saying that Trump is even interested. The White House spokesperson said that he's interested in even asking the Arab countries and the Persian Gulf countries to even pay for the war on Iran, completely disregarding the whole situation that they're going through. This is what he's talking about.
It's unbelievable. Israel starts a war. America pays for the offense and then hands the bill over to the Gulf Arabs who have lost their infrastructure, their tourism, their imports, their exports, everything. And you know what? They'll probably do it. That's what's sad. They don't have a choice. They have no protectorate. And they put themselves in that own situation. They painted themselves in a corner, trusting America and Israel. But I don't have a lot of sympathy for these states. These are the same states that sponsored ISIS in Syria, the same states that sponsored the RSF and the civil war in Sudan, and a number of other terrorist groups, Boko Haram, the MEK, Baluchistan, they all sponsored by these GCC nations. They are the great purveyors of terrorism. However, I do have sympathy for just the general public that live in this, just somebody that lives in Abu Dhabi, whatever. They don't have a say in it, and they're suffering greatly. And if America puts the bill to the GCC, how do you think the public's going to stomach that, watching their leaders just roll over, get crippled economically, and then pay for a war that was totally unnecessary because Israel wants to remove any resistance to their ambitions of annexing land and ethnic cleansing? It's not going to go well there either.
Well, exactly. Mr. Dawson, let me bring it back to Humaira here joining us, our colleague in the studio. Humaira, as he did say, the Persian Gulf states did indeed put themselves in this position. And again, despite what we're hearing on a lot of places, despite, of course, them continuing to condemn Iran, they're saying that you guys crossed the red lines. In the reality, let's go back a bit and remind the viewers a bit. Before this imposed aggression even started on Iran, a warning was made that if an aggression does happen, we will be attacking any type of U.S. interest, Israeli interest in your countries, because these are the places that are being used to attack us.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I would also like to mention that these countries are still not understanding how the situation is unfolding, and we have had reports where Saudi Arabia had, said to Trump that they are ready to pay the price for removing the words used were really genocidal. What was reported in media was that Saudi Arabia said that we would support and pay Trump for removing Iran from the face of the earth. So even now they are not understanding this and how UAE is behaving. UAE is also supporting Trump and asking him to launch a ground invasion. So they are also able to take one of the Iranian islands. All this is happening when when they have already suffered damage. We have seen how their economies have been hit, how their infrastructure has been hit, but they are still not understanding. They still think this alliance with the United States, with Israel, the signing of Abraham Accords with Israel, and everything what they have been doing would provide them security. Even now, when the reason for insecurity has been this alliance, they are still not changing their way and thinking beyond this alliance, which is suicidal for them. And talking about how Iran, already had warned them. Yeah, Iran, even before the war, the foreign minister of Iran, the national security advisor traveled to these countries. We were very, clear about it, that if your territories are used for attacking Iran, we will retaliate back, and this will go into a regional war. And even the martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei also mentioned this, that this time it will change into a regional war. It will not remain within the borders of Iran. But they did not, take it seriously, and now they are seeing the repercussions. But even now, apart from some countries, maybe Oman and Qatar has also issued a statement where it has said that we cannot change our neighbors. Apart from these two countries, I think the other GCC countries are still not understanding that this alliance of them with America and also supporting the United States in launching aggression against Iran is going to be catastrophic for them. It has already led to a lot of destruction in these countries, and it is going to get worse if they do not understand that they need to change their strategy, they need to change their policy towards Iran.
Well, on that point, I'd like to thank you, of course, both of my guests for joining us during this rolling coverage. Of course, from Osaka, Mr. Ryan Dawson, geopolitical analyst, and as always, Humaira Ahad, our Press TV colleague, joining us here in the studio. Viewers, we are going to get back to our rolling coverage, but first, in moments, we're going to go ahead and have this hour's top headlines. So please stay tuned to Press TV World News. Goodbye for now.
راه حل مسئله فلسطین مقاومت و مبارزه. هر کسی که از راه مقاومت پاشو کنار گذاشت از فلسطینی ها ضرر کرد. اسرائیل صادق نیست در خواست صلح. اگر صادق هم بود غلط میکرد و او حق نداره در اینجا. اما صادق هم نیست. اون کسانی که در راه مذاکره وارد شدند مجبور شدن تحمیلات دشمن رو قبول کنند. اگر یک لحظه پاشون رو از مسیر تحمیلات دشمن دور گذاشتن یا حذف شدن یا تحقیر شدن که شما نمونه های هر دوشو ملاحظه کردید و دیدید. بعضیا رو حذف کردن، بعضیا رو هم تحقیر و تدلیل کردن. راه قدس، راه فلسطین، راه نجات مسئله فلسطین و حل مسئله فلسطین جز راه مبارزه نیست. این رژیم وحشی و گرگ صفت که سیاستش اینه که با مشت آهنین، با بیرحمی و سنگدلی با مردم رفتار بکند و آدمکشی و کودککشی و حمله به مناطق و ویرانگری اصلا براش مهم نیست و انکار هم نمیکنه، این رژیم علاجش جز از بین رفتن و نابود شدن نیست. علاج مقاومت قاطع و مسلحانه در مقابل این رژیم. این علاج در مقابله با رژیم صهیونیستی دست قدرت باید از سوی فلسطینی ها نشون داده بشه. گروه های فلسطینی در مقایسه با گذشته قدرتشون نمیشه گفت چند برابر، شاید 10 برابر. آدمی مثل یحیی سنوار رو کشتن، شهید کردن، این ضربه ها رو وارد کردن، در این حال مردم ایستادن. اونا به این خیال بودن که مردم رو زیر فشار قرار بدن و مردم خودشون علیه حماس بایستند و قیام کنن. عکس شد، مردم بیشتر طرفدار حماس بودن. رژیم صهیونیستی در حادثه بن الاقصی ضربه فنی شد. یعنی حماس به عنوان یک گروه مبارز، نه به عنوان یک دولت، نه به عنوان یک کشور با امکانات زیاد، به عنوان یک گروه مبارز توانست دولت غاصب صهیونیست رو با اون همه امکانات ضربه فنی کنه. در داخل غزه و داخل فلسطین نیروهای مقاومت دارن به قرآن عمل میکنن. مقاومت در داخل غزه در حال ایستادگی در مقابل دشمن. اذن للذین یقاتلون بانهم ظلموا و ان الله علی نصرهم لقدیر. خدای متعال انشاءالله نصرتن خواهد داد به اونها و ما از مقاومت حمایت میکنیم. از مقاومت در غزه، از مقاومت در کرانه باختری، از مقاومت در لبنان، از مقاومت در یمن، از هر نقطه‌ای که در مقابل حرکت خباثت آلود رژیم صهیونیستی ایستادگی کنن و مقاومت کنن، ما از اونها حمایت میکنیم. امروز حماس و جهاد و مقاومت به طور کلی در فلسطین با قدرت کامل ایستادگی کرده. ان فلسطین حیه و هی تواصل جهادها و ستستطیع بعون الله في النهایه ان تهزم العدو الخبیث القدس الشريف وفلسطين كل فلسطين هي للشعب الفلسطيني وستعود إليهم إن شاء الله وما ذلك على الله العزيز.
Keeping you up to date with world news every half hour on Press TV.
This hour's top headlines. Iranian armed forces launch a new wave of Operation True Promise No. 4 against the U.S. and Israeli targets in the region. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has vowed a response to any terrorist crime by either the United States or Israel. And finally, Trump's speech at the White House on the war against Iran has drawn condemnation from U.S. lawmakers. Oil and stock markets also reacted negatively to the speech. Hello and welcome everyone. You're watching Press TV World News. Let's go ahead and get started with this hour's top stories. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has carried out the 89th wave of Operation True Promise No. 4 against American and Israeli targets in the region. This phase targeted a covert gathering of American forces outside the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, using a large number of drones and ballistic missiles. The IRGC also hit Israeli oil tanker Aqua 1 in the heart of the Persian Gulf, emphasizing that the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is under full control of Iranian Navy forces. The operation was conducted jointly by the IRGC and regional resistance movements. The combined operation targeted Israeli forces and military sites in Eilat, Tel Aviv, and Bnei Barak in the occupied Palestinian territories. Israeli media has described the operation as the largest in the past 3 weeks. Well, Iran has issued a new warning, vowing a response to any terrorist crime committed by either the United States or the Zionist regime. The IRGC has rejected an undeniable lie, a recent claim by U.S. Central Command that its army does not attack homes or civilian centers. It cited the attacks on the homes of the leader of the Islamic Revolution and Iranian officials, as well as the Minab school massacre, as stark examples of U.S. direct terrorist operations. The IRGC reaffirmed that whether the U.S. or Israel commits a terrorist crime, 18 American companies will be targeted in response. The IRGC has announced a list of American companies involved in terrorist operations killing Iranian civilians, warning their employees and residents nearby to evacuate. The companies listed include Cisco, Intel, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta, and Boeing, among others. Meanwhile, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has warned that the enemy will suffer heavy casualties in case of a ground invasion of Iran's southern islands. In an interview with Qatar-based media Al Jazeera, the top Iranian diplomat said the Islamic Republic has inflicted significant damage to U.S. and Israel's equipment and facilities. He noted that Iran is more experienced and better equipped in ground warfare, and that Iranian forces are fully prepared to confront any ground threat. The foreign minister also rejected claims of negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. He stated that exchange of messages through intermediaries is ongoing, but that no formal negotiations have taken place. Araghchi also noted that Iran has not responded to the U.S.'s 15-point proposal. He clarified that Tehran's position is clear, that it does not accept a ceasefire but seeks to complete end to the war across the entire region. A funeral procession for the commander of Iran's IRGC Navy, Brigadier General Ali Reza Tanjsiri, has been held in the Iranian capital, Tehran. Thousands of mourners took to the streets in downtown Tehran to bid farewell to the Navy commander who was assassinated in a U.S.-Israeli attack. Participants waved flags of Iran, chanting slogans in support of the Islamic establishment. Earlier in the week, IRGC announced the martyrdom of Tanjsiri due to injuries he sustained during a retaliatory operation that inflicted heavy damage on enemy facilities. Mourners also bid farewell to the body of Major General Jamshid Ishaqi, an advisor to the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, and a number of other staff martyred in recent U.S.-Israeli attacks. In other news, Hezbollah has carried out a series of retaliatory operations against the Israeli regime across southern Lebanon. The Lebanese resistance group says the fighters downed a Hermes 450 drone over the town of Ainata with a surface-to-air missile. The group targeted 2 Merkava tanks, one of which caught fire. Rocket barrages were also fired at troop gatherings in various southern towns, as well as in the northern occupied Palestinian territories. Hezbollah says that surface-to-air missiles were fired at Israeli warplanes in the south skies as well. According to Israeli media, some 40 rockets were fired into northern Israel Tuesday night. At least 10 Israeli soldiers have been reported killed in recent days. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump has repeated his rhetoric and threats against Iran during an address to his nation from the White House. Trump once again claimed that his core objectives are nearing completion in the war on Iran. He said the war is close to its end. The U.S. president said attacks will continue within 2 or 3 weeks, renewing threats of targeting Iran's infrastructure. Many analysts have said the comments are threadbare, as Trump has been repeating them since the start of the imposed war on Iran. After this speech, global oil prices rose to $105 a barrel. Stock markets also reacted negatively to Trump's comments. Reactions and condemnations are coming from U.S. lawmakers over Trump's last speech on the war against Iran. Senator Mark Warner from Virginia says Trump's address did little to answer the most basic questions the American people deserve when the nation is engaged in a costly and dangerous conflict with Iran. The Democrat said the fallout from the war has been rising prices of gas, diesel, fertilizer, aluminum, and other essentials. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer slammed Trump's address and described it as a rambling, disjointed, and pathetic presidential war speech. Senator Chris Murphy questioned what Trump claimed about Washington's achievements in the war, saying that plain evidence shows that Iran is even not close to being decimated. Murphy added that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, it has a nuclear program, and possesses loads of missiles and drones. Well, over in the U.S., petrol prices have jumped above an average of $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022, as the war Washington and Tel Aviv launched on Iran has plunged the world into an oil crisis. Now American citizens are feeling the pain of the crisis.
I'm just bewildered, confused, unhappy, things like that, because we didn't ask for the war.
It's horrible. Johnny and his stupid war, totally unnecessary. Health care? Now they want to take health care away so they can pay for the stupid war.
It's very high. It's traumatic on my family because we wanted to travel. We're not able to travel this year as much as we did last year. It's ridiculous the prices are so high. I don't think the government is knowing what it's doing, attacking countries that fulfill our oil crisis in this country. You know, very traumatic on the whole family.
I don't know when the war is going to end, so I don't think this gas prices are going to come down anytime soon. But I mean, I hope it comes down at some point.
This war is going on. It's going to keep. Yeah, it's going to keep going up. Hopefully, it doesn't. But I don't see. I see it just keep going up, up, up. $50 it was. Now it's $69 to fill it up. Next week it might be $80. Who knows?
It's ridiculous, honestly. Seeing these gas prices skyrocket it's incredible. You know. Already the living is already like the cost of living is already it's like skyrocketing. So it's incredible with the gas. So that's all.
Well, Iranians have mobilized to deliver humanitarian aid and essential goods to communities affected by war. Shipments of food, medicine, and basic supplies are being organized and sent to those in need. Maureen Amini reports from Tehran.
The Iranian people's selfless assistance for those affected by the imposed war of the US and its friends against Iran. The people's dedication to restoring victims to normal living conditions, an effort rooted in the culture and values of Islamic Iran.
Donated goods from benefactors and volunteers of non-governmental organizations are stored, and after packaging and sorting by relief workers, they are distributed to those affected and in need.
Charities and non-governmental organizations have come together and formed a headquarters called the Ramadan Defense Support Headquarters.
A few days ago, when I partnered with the Red Crescent Society to distribute aid, I witnessed a treasure the likes of which I had also seen during the 8-year sacred defense.
The women artists who have sacrificed their time, energy, labor and moments with their children to keep the people's hands filled with the Iranian flag.
This is Iran, and these are the people of Iran, in the heart of Tehran, who, in difficult days and harsh conditions, amidst the bombing by the most usurping of countries, are engaged in spontaneous, dedicated grassroots work.
Today we are standing here. We are protecting our always and already great country with every drop of our blood.
Some say history does not repeat itself, but Iran, both during the 8-year imposed war and now, has proven that there are people in this world whose repeated, resolute defense of their independence and freedom leaves history and its chroniclers astonished.
This is the place where sacrifice and selflessness can be vividly seen. It's the place where love reveals its true essence. Moinamini Press TV, Tehran.
Well, since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran, residential areas in Tehran have been targeted. Our correspondent Gisu Misha Ahmadi has visited a neighborhood in Tehran where a number of apartments have been destroyed or damaged. Here's her report.
Gisha neighborhood, uptown Tehran. This is normally one of the city's quiet, tree-lined residential areas. But today, it is the latest target of U.S.-Israeli strikes. Here we are, just hours after the attack.
As you can see here, this is a residential area that was targeted in the early hours of this morning. You can clearly see that people were living in these homes. In addition to residential buildings, commercial areas, schools, universities, passenger planes, water reservoirs, infrastructure, power plants, medical centers, Red Crescent facilities, ambulances, rescue vehicles, and helicopters have also been targeted. All of this is the result of the savage nature of the Zionist regime and the Americans. You can see for yourselves and bear witness. And their claim that they only target military zones and not residential areas. That is 100% a complete lie. This level of savagery only reveals their desperation, weakness, and defeat.
The reality that images can capture. Homes hit, families displaced, and a community struggling to comprehend what has happened.
Number 16 in the 9th Alley. That's where I live. It was a residential building. We really don't know why our building was attacked. We were just lucky we weren't home when it happened.
Walking through the neighborhood, we see and we listen. We speak to the people who were here when the bombs fell.
No, ma'am. Please, no.
Last night, we were told that our neighborhood might be attacked. We were asked to evacuate. The entire neighborhood is residential. Every apartment here was someone's home.
And this is what remains. There are no soldiers here, no fighters, just ordinary people living their lives.
My mom nearly had a heart attack. She's a 74-year-old woman. Thank God she is fine now, but her home is completely destroyed.
There are no words for moments like this. There's only grief and the important task of finding a way forward.
I'm here with some of my friends to help my fellow neighbors. For those whose windows are broken, we remove the remaining glass and prepare the window for the repairman to install new window panes. This is our way of showing support.
Another residential neighborhood in Tehran today has become a scene of destruction. But the people you see here are still standing as the world silently watches. Yusumi Shamali, Press TV, Tehran.
Well, Iran's cultural heritage sites have been targeted in U.S.-Israeli attacks on the country. During a presser in Tehran, the Secretary General of Iran's National Commission for UNESCO has condemned the strikes.
In this world, if we cannot keep our cultural heritage safe, it means there is a big fairness for the international law and international humanitarian law.
Hassan Fartusi said that not only cultural heritage sites but also universities have been hit. He rejected Israeli claims that heritage buildings were not targeted, stating that some were directly struck. Many of these sites, such as Golistan Palace and Naqsh-e-Jihan Square, date back centuries and are considered part of the world's shared cultural heritage. Even if not directly hit, nearby explosions can cause serious damage to fragile structures through shock waves and debris. As the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran continues, voices of support for the Islamic Republic are growing across the globe. In India, politicians, religious leaders, and members of the public are condemning the attacks and expressing solidarity with the Iranian people. Press TV's Adel Mir reports from New Delhi.
Amid rising tension in West Asia, protests and strong reactions are emerging in India, with many calling the attacks on Iran unjustified and unlawful.
Americans believed that after the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Iran would weaken. But the spirit of the Iranian people tells a different story. People are standing firm on the streets even as bombs fall, sending a clear message that Iran will not back down. The killing of young girls, even inside schools, raises serious questions. What international laws of war have the United States and Israel followed?
Criticism is also coming from senior diplomats, politicians who describe the attacks as part of a broader pattern of Western interventionism.
I am sure Iran will be able to give a befitting answer to the needless aggression to which they have been subjected by a combination of Yankee imperialism and Zionist criminality.
Religious voices have also joined in, framing the conflict in moral and ethical terms.
If we do not support Iran today, then who are we expected to stand with? Those whose names are linked to serious crimes, or those accused of committing grave crimes against innocent children? Should we stand with the United States and Israel, or reflect on what is morally right? Our religion and scriptures have given us deep knowledge and guidance. If we ignore that in moments like these, then what purpose does that knowledge serve?
Lawmakers and political figures say the outrage is not limited to sentiments, with protests taking place in different parts of country.
ये उन लोगों ने जंग थोपी है जिनको बच्चों के खून करने में मजा आता है.
This is a brutal war marked by the killing of innocent children. More than 50,000 children have been killed in Palestine. And in the attack on Iran, 165 children were killed on the very first day. This is an unprovoked war and we condemn it. The people of India have condemned it, which is why many have taken to the streets in protest, because they fear the consequences of such actions could eventually affect others as well.
Far beyond the battlefield, the voices of solidarity in India echo growing global sentiment. They see this US-Israel aggression not just a violation of international order, but a conflict that has implications far beyond the region. Adil Mir, Press TV, New Delhi.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for watching this hour's headlines. For latest updates, please stay tuned to Press TV World News. Goodbye for now.
روز بخیر خانم‌ها و آقایان. با درود به روان پاک شهدای اسلام و با آرزوی سلامتی و طول عمر شما را به هواپیمای ایرباس A300 خوش آمدید.
اگر صبور و شکیبا نه این که ساکت و سردم جهان به تجربه دیده همیشه مرد نبردم من از قبیله دریا من از عشیره طوفان آهای کشتی جنگی مراز نعره نترسان شبیه پرچم کاوه به گل نشسته درفشم منم که وارث رستم منم که صاحب رخشم شبیه مین به کمینم میان خشکی و دریا اگر کرد شبی از من قلم کنم قدمت را
مسئله آمریکا و ایران چیه؟ این تقابلی که وجود داره 40 چند ساله ایران و آمریکا دشمنی دارن، این مسئله چیه؟ به نظر من مسئله در 2 کلمه خلاصه میشه. اون 2 کلمه هم این است که آمریکا میخواهد ایران را ببلعد، ملت رشید ایران و جمهوری اسلامی مانعه. خواستگاری همه چی تمام شده، موضوع در 2 کلمه باقی مونده. من میگم ما دختر شما رو میخواییم، اونا میگن غلط میکنید. حالا ملت ایران به طرف مقابل گفته غلط میکنه. یعنی جرم ملت ایران دعوا سر این قضیه است. در ایران شما، کشور شما جاذبه های زیادی داره. نفت ایران جاذبه داره، گاز ایران جاذبه داره، معادن غنی ایران جاذبه داره، موقعیت راهبردی و جغرافیایی ایران جاذبه داره، خیلی خصوصیات دیگر هست. ایران یک کشوری است که یک قدرت زیاده طلب متجاوز به چنین کشوری چشم طمع میدوزه به طور طبیعی. ایران یه چنین کشوری. خب میخوان این کشور رو تصرف کنن همچنانی که قبلا تصرف داشت. 30 سال، بیش از حدود 30 سال آمریکایی ها در ایران بودن، منابع دستشون بود، نفت دستشون بود، سیاست دستشون بود، امنیت دستشون بود، ارتباطات با دنیا دست اونها بود، همه چیز دست اونها بود. هر کار دلشون خواست کردن. 30 سال دستشون قطع شده، میخوان برگردن همون وضع زمان پهلوی رو دوباره داشته باشن. ملت ایران هم محکم ایستاده، سینه سپر کرده و مانع. دشمنی اینه، دعوا سر اینه. بقیه حرفا حقوق بشر رو نمیدونم، یعنی حرفای مفتی است که میزنن اونها. مسئله اینه. او طمع داره، ایران هم محکم ایستاده و محکم هم خواهد ایستاد و به امید خدا طرف رو از موذیگری و اذیت کردن مایوس خواهد کرد.
Professor Mearsheimer, welcome here, my dear friend. As always, a pleasure, and thank you for accommodating my schedule. How precarious is the U.S. positioned in Iran, in this Iran conflict, as we speak, Professor Mearsheimer?
Well, it's remarkably precarious because we had assumed that we were going to win a quick and decisive victory. And once we didn't do that and we ended up in a long war, we found ourselves in a situation where it's the Iranians who hold most of the cards, not us. And there's nothing President Trump can do to escalate this crisis that works to our advantage. In fact, it works to Iran's advantage. And at the same time, it's hard to see where there is a viable off-ramp. So he's stuck, which is another way of saying we're stuck in a war that we can't win. and that has the potential to do enormous damage to the international economy.
What became of the bill of goods that Netanyahu and his aides apparently sold to Trump, that a quick decapitation of Iranian leadership would result in mass chaos and revolution in the streets, and they would take over the government?
You know, the New York Times had a fascinating article 2 days ago that laid out in detail how the head of Mossad, a man named David Berea, convinced Netanyahu, as well as the Trump administration, that once we decapitated the regime, that what would happen is that there would be a mass uprising in Iran, the regime would be overthrown, and we would in effect win a quick and decisive victory. And it's worth noting that the Times points out that his predecessor, a man named Yossi Cohen, had said that this was a pipe dream. This was not going to happen. But the new head of Mossad did a 180-degree turn and was able to convince both Netanyahu and Trump that we had the magic formula. And of course, he proved wrong. And all I would say is it's quite remarkable that people bought this argument. There's just a huge literature on regime change and coups and so forth and so on that tells you that it was extremely unlikely that this strategy would succeed, as the predecessor at Mossad had understood.
Do you have any indication or feeling of whether President Trump takes into account the advice of the American CIA or the American intelligence community? I realize there's a lot more agencies out there besides the CIA. When it conflicts with the Mossad?
Well, I think, you know, if you look at what the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was saying before the war, and the military more generally was saying, and what the intelligence community was saying, and this would include the CIA, but especially the reports on what the National Intelligence Council was saying, it's quite clear that there were all sorts of people and institutions inside the deep state who were telling him that this is not a good idea, that we don't have a viable strategy for winning this war. But instead, what he did was, and here we're talking about President Trump, is he listened to the Israelis and he listened to the Zionists in the United States who were pushing him towards war. And this, of course, would include people like General Keane, Lindsey Graham, and his two principal advisors, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. So it's that crew inside the United States, plus the Israelis, who were pushing hard for us to get into this war, I think, generally speaking, against the advice of the deep state.
I'm going to guess that Joe Kent, the former director of counterintelligence in the office of the director of national intelligence, counterterrorism, his title, offered that advice, and it was rejected, and that resulted in his resignation.
Well, he works for Tulsi, or he worked for Tulsi Gabbard, and the National Intelligence Council comes out of Tulsi Gabbard's office. So I would assume that almost all of these people who were working with Tulsi Gabbard were on the same page. And I would imagine that many people in the CIA and in the military understood that this was not a workable scheme, which proved to be the case.
Has President Trump offered any evidence of which you're aware to substantiate his claim, denied by the Iranians, that his two real estate agent negotiators are in fact negotiating with a high-ranking official of the Iranian government?
I've not seen any evidence of that. I mean, it could be that they sent an email. Steve Witkoff, let's say, sent an email to someone in Iran who's at a high level, and that person responded. And President Trump can characterize that as a serious negotiation. But of course, it's not. I think to the extent that there's any hope of getting some discussion going between the two sides, it appears that the Pakistanis are trying to get something started next week, where Pakistan serves as a mediator between Iran and the United States. But I think this is really going nowhere. The Americans want a ceasefire, and the Iranians would be crazy to agree to a ceasefire, and they're not going to do that. And then when you get down to real negotiations that are designed to settle this conflict, it's impossible to see how you get a deal. This situation, by the way, is analogous to the whole question of whether you can get a ceasefire in Ukraine and whether you can have a meaningful peace agreement. You can't do it in Ukraine, and I don't see how you can do it here. I mean, if you look at, just let's take Iran. Look at Iran's demands on one side, and then look at the concessions that the United States and Israel are expecting the Iranians to accept. And when you look at those two sides of the equation, there's just no way you get a deal here, right? The Iranians are really playing hardball in terms of their demands. They want all U.S. military forces and installations out of the Middle East. They want reparations. They want sanctions relief, so forth and so on. Then when you go over to the concession side of the equation, we want them to give up their ballistic missiles. We want them to give up their nuclear enrichment capability. We want them to stop supporting the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. This is not a set of demands that there's any chance the Iranians would accept. So how do you get a deal here?
I don't know, but here's what the Iranian foreign minister had to say yesterday about the President Trump's claims that negotiations are going on. Chris, number 10.
I don't think the question of talking with Americans or negotiation with Americans once again would be on the table, because we have a very bitter experience of talking with Americans. We negotiated with them last year in last June, and they attacked us in the middle of negotiations. And again this year, they tried to convince us that this time is different. They promised us that they don't have any intention to attack us. And they wanted to resolve Iran's nuclear question peacefully and to find a negotiated solution, and we finally accepted. But again, after 3 rounds of negotiation, and after the American team in the negotiation, said itself that we made a big progress, still they decided to attack us. So I don't think, talking with Americans anymore would be, on our agenda anymore.
I don't think that talking to the Americans anymore would be on our agenda anymore. You can't blame him.
No, there's no question about it. But let me add another dimension to it. Judge, just imagine that you're playing Iran's hand. And the question is, how do you think about prolonging this war? And it seems to me that if you're playing Iran's hand, you don't want the war to end now. You want the war to keep going for the foreseeable future. And the reason is, as the war goes on, the costs that the West is paying for this conflict go up and up and up. And that means that you gain greater leverage. My view is that if there's anything that's going to stop this war, it's going to be a situation where we are on the precipice of a major economic disaster, worldwide economic disaster. That situation will force President Trump to go to the negotiating table and make huge concessions to the Iranians. He'll have no choice. I think that's the only way you get a deal here. Well, if that's the case, and you're the Iranians, you have a vested interest in continuing to inflict pain on the West and really on the entire world, and putting enormous pressure on us, on President Trump, to cut a deal. push us toward the precipice. So I don't see why the Iranians, from a strategic point of view, would agree to cut a deal now.
What would become of Israel if the United States stopped the bombing?
Well, the Israelis won't stop the bombing. And if the Israelis are on their own, what will happen is they will probably go after the energy infrastructure inside of Iran, and the Iranians will respond. And that will push us very close to the precipice, if not over the precipice. So if the United States just pulls out and leaves the Israelis and the Iranians to fight it out between themselves, it's not clear that there'll be a happy ending to that story. And one can tell a story, a very plausible story, where we end up going off the cliff.
Here's a rather glum Prime Minister Netanyahu last night in Jerusalem. Chris, number 9.
Earlier today, I spoke with our friend, President Trump. President Trump believes there is a chance to leverage the tremendous achievements of the IDF and the U.S. military to realize the objectives of the war in an agreement that will safeguard our vital interests. At the same time, we continue to strike both in Iran and in Lebanon. We are disrupting the missile program and the thin nuclear program, and we continue to inflict heavy damage on Hezbollah. Just a few days ago, we eliminated 2 more nuclear scientists, and this is only the beginning. We will safeguard our vital interests under any circumstances.
Last thing he wants is for the United States and Iran to enter into some sort of an agreement which stops the U.S. from attacking Iran.
Well, that's true now, but we'll see how this plays out. I was looking at Haaretz this morning, and there were 8 missile barrages from Iran overnight. This is Monday night, Tuesday morning. There were 8 missile barrages from Iran, and there were 2 rocket barrages from Hezbollah in Lebanon. The Israelis are really being pounded, and their missile defenses are clearly not working for whatever reason. And the Iranians have the capability to continue pounding Israel. So we'll see how long Prime Minister Netanyahu wants to continue this war. It's not clear to me that he's going to want to fight a long war with Iran. And by the way, this is why I said if the Israelis are left on their own, they'll go up the escalation ladder and they'll go after energy infrastructure in Iran. And that could lead to real catastrophe really quickly.
What has been the international geopolitical reaction amongst diplomats and heads of state to this war?
Well, I think almost everybody around the world understands that this was a catastrophic mistake by the United States and Israel to start this war. I just saw where the German president said almost exactly that. The Europeans understand that this is a disaster. And of course, all across the global south, there is great consternation about what is going on here, because the cost of food, the cost of oil, the cost of gas and diesel is going to go up significantly over time. It's only going to get worse. And this is going to have disastrous economic and political consequences for countries all over the world. Furthermore, all those leaders and many of the people in those countries understand that there is no quick and easy solution to this problem. It looks like it's just going to go on, and their situations are going to get worse. So if you look at what people around the world are thinking about what President Trump did and what Prime Minister Netanyahu did, I think that most people think this was a remarkably foolish move that is going to have significantly negative consequences for them.
Trump does not have a face-saving off-ramp right now, does he?
No. No, if he did, he would take it. Again, it's very important to understand that the Iranians have a vested interest in continuing this war, because the longer the war goes on, the more leverage they have. Look at President Trump today compared to what situation he was in 3 days after the war started. 3 days after the war started, he thought he was in the catbird seat. He doesn't think he's in the catbird seat now. He knows he is in deep trouble, and he's looking for a way out. But there is no off-ramp. And a lot of that, as I said, has to do with the fact that the Iranians understand that they hold most of the cards at this point, and it's in their interest to continue the war.
When he says that the United States and Iran have engaged in productive negotiations, do you think he's lying? He's making this up just to move the markets?
Well, he definitely is making this up. There's no question about that. And I understand the markets argument, and I'm sure there's some truth in that. But I think more importantly, he just didn't want to have to attack Iran on Monday night. This would have led to catastrophe, because what Iran was talking about doing was basically destroying the Gulf states. Very important to understand that. They said, the Iranians said, that if the United States and Israel attacked their energy infrastructure, they would retaliate not only by going after energy infrastructure in the Gulf states, but they go after the desalination plants as well. They would have wrecked these societies. It would have been catastrophic. And furthermore, the consequences for the international economy would have been disastrous. So President Trump would have been, in my opinion, out of his mind to start a war on Iran's energy infrastructure on Monday night. And I think that's why he changed the rhetoric. And let's hope at the end of 5 days, he has the same basic attitude and doesn't tend to attack that energy infrastructure after 5 days, because this, again, would lead to disaster. Let me make one more quick point here. One thing that really matters when countries get into war and you think about escalation is just how desperate they are. What really worries me about President Trump is that he's getting into a desperate situation. Despite the positive face that he puts on every day when he gets out in public, he has to know behind closed doors that he is in deep, deep trouble. And I would imagine that the level of desperation goes up every day. And when countries get desperate, you do not want to underestimate the extent to which they're willing to roll the dice and pursue policies that stand very little chance of succeeding, and indeed could lead to disaster. But nevertheless, the leaders feel that they're in a position where they have no choice. This, by the way, is what happened to the Japanese with regard to the attack on Pearl Harbor. The Japanese were in a desperate situation. They understood full well that it was likely to end in catastrophe, but nevertheless, they rolled the dice, and they did it because they were desperate. So people want to understand, despite all the positive words and all the tough words that you hear from President Trump every day, behind closed doors, he fully understands that he is in really deep trouble, that he made a huge mistake. And that makes me very nervous because, again, there's lots of evidence when leaders are desperate, they do foolish things.
Is he compounding that mistake by introducing ground troops? I mean, we don't know how many. The number started out at 5,000. It now appears close to 50,000 American infantry, Army and Marines are on their way to the Middle East.
Yeah, I think this is evidence of how desperate he is, right? Because he would have never countenanced a ground invasion before the war. The problem he faces is that there's no good military option for using those ground forces. I mean, for example, there's all this talk about invading and taking Karg Island. It's hard to see, number one, how you get to Karg Island. It's number two, it's hard to see how you conquer Karg Island without lots of casualties. Number three, it's hard to see how you hold on to it once the Iranians realize you're there and they zero their artillery and rockets and ballistic missiles on top of your troops. And then finally, let's assume that we take Karg Island. It's ours. We control it. Tell me the story about how that leads to a happy ending. Do people really think the Iranians are then going to roll over and play dead? I would not bet any money on that. So that's not going to work. And then there's all this talk about, inserting forces into the middle of Iran to rescue that highly enriched uranium. The chances of that succeeding are about zero. And then we're not going to invade the whole country. Have you ever looked at how big that country is? And they have 93 million people. There's just no way he can do that. We would need an army of about 2 million men and women to do that. And that's not happening. So I don't think there is a ground forces option here that is a viable one. But again, he may be desperate enough that he'll try.
Yeah, this brings us back to where we started. How precarious is the U.S. position? Extremely precarious, based in large measure, I invite your comments on this, on the U.S.'s failure to appreciate Iranian resistance, failure to understand the asymmetrical nature of Iranians' military response, failure to appreciate the underground silos that Iran has, which are impervious to U.S. and Israeli attack.
I think everything you say is correct. Again, it gets back to that simple point that I made that, we thought we would win a quick and decisive victory. This is what David Barnea, the head of Mossad, convinced Netanyahu and Trump would happen. And once that doesn't happen, you're into a war of attrition. This is like the Soviet Union and Germany, Nazi Germany in World War II. The Wehrmacht invades on June 22nd, 1941. They think they're going to win a quick and decisive victory. The German troops going into the Soviet Union in June 41 don't even have winter clothing. They think it's going to be quick and easy, and that does not prove to be the case, thankfully. And the Wehrmacht is stopped outside the gates of Moscow on December 8th, 1941, and they are in a war of attrition. And by April of 1945, the Red Army is in Berlin, and Germany is about to be finished off. So if you don't win a quick and decisive victory, and you're not prepared for a long war, and you get into a long war, you're in real trouble. And that's what's happened to us. And then you just factor in all the points that you made, and you can just see how bad off we are.
The war in Iran transitions to the level of establishing a comprehensive energy deterrence equation. Following the threat of US President Donald Trump to strike Iranian energy facilities, the response of the IRGC came through the Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters, specifying 4 clear steps. First, a complete closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the energy artery of the world. Second, striking the electrical infrastructure inside the Israeli regime, mainly the 5 major power stations that provide more than 50% of the regime's electricity. Foremost amongst them, the Orat Rabin station, with a capacity approaching 2,590 megawatts, and the Rutenberg station, with approximately 2,250 megawatts. The list also includes the Hagit station, with a capacity approaching 1,371 megawatts, and the Eshkol station at approximately 912 megawatts, in addition to the Dalia station with a capacity of approximately 912 megawatts. Third, striking the interest in companies linked to the United States in the region. The response includes targeting facilities in which American companies participate, making any attack on Iranian energy have a cross-border impact. In the UAE, the company ADNOC Drilling is responsible for drilling onshore and offshore wells, while ADNOC Offshore specializes in gas and oil production from the sea. As for Saudi Arabia, Aramco manages offshore and onshore fields in cooperation with Halliburton and Baker Hughes in drilling. And SABIC produces petrochemicals in cooperation with Dow Chemicals and ExxonMobil. while Gasco processes natural gas using partnership and American technologies as well. Fourth, striking power stations in regional countries that host American bases. The geographical data is striking, as between 70 and 80% of the power generation plants in these countries are located on the coastal strip. In the UAE, the Baraka nuclear power plant, with a capacity approaching 5,600 megawatts, represents one of the pillars of the national grid. In Qatar, the Al Khul power plant produces approximately 2,520 megawatts, while the Ras Kartas energy plant has a capacity of approximately 2,730 megawatts. In Kuwait, the Al Noor North power complex provides approximately 1,632 megawatts, with expansions reaching 2,700 megawatts, while the Al Dor power plant produces approximately 1,200 megawatts, and the capacity of the Sohar power plant exceeds 1,700 megawatts. The essence of the scene is that energy has become an element of strategic balance, and any targeting of electricity facilities inside Iran opens the door to a confrontation that will encompass electricity, water, and industrial networks across the entire region.
In just 3 days, Iran and the Axis of Resistance delivered the most devastating blow to American aerial logistics since the Vietnam War.
It began with the Strato tankers, flying fuel tanks that keep the entire US air campaign alive. On March 12th, the Islamic resistance in Iraq, coordinating with Iran's armed forces, shot down a KC-135 over western Iraq. All 6 crew members killed.
2 days later, Iranian ballistic missiles pummeled Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. 5 more Strato tankers on the tarmac, destroyed in a single salvo.
7 tankers lost, 13 American service members dead.
Without it, strike aircraft cannot reach deep into Iranian territory. They cannot loiter. They cannot sustain operations.
Then, on March 19th, Iran went after the crown jewel, the F-35 Lightning II, a multi-trillion-dollar, 5th-generation stealth fighter. For nearly 2 decades, it was marketed as invincible, designed to pierce the world's most advanced air defenses with total impunity. That myth was shattered over central Iran, where the IRGC deployed a domestically built air defense system and exposed the F-35's vulnerabilities. The message is now clear. The resistance is not just targeting the supply lines, the tankers, the bases, the fuel. It is also dismantling the technological superiority that American military dominance was built on.
Global flight trackers show the remaining Strato tankers refusing to enter Iraqi airspace. They glide along the southern border, staying inside Saudi territory, because they know what awaits them.
The US Air Force has roughly 400 tankers in total. In 1 week, the resistance removed nearly 2% of the entire fleet. And now, their so-called invincible stealth fighter has been exposed as vulnerable.
The Axis of Resistance has found the throat of the American air campaign, and it is not letting go.
top headlines. As Iran's armed forces continue retaliatory operations against the U.S. and Israel, a military spokesman says the operations continue until the enemies regret the war they began. Tehran says it does not accept the vicious cycle of war negotiation ceasefire, adding that repetition of the cycle would be disastrous for the entire region and beyond. And finally, Trump's speech at the White House on the war against Iran has drawn condemnation from U.S. lawmakers. Oil and stock markets also reacted negatively to the speech. The world news. Let's go ahead and get started with this hour's top stories. Well, a spokesman of the Iranian armed forces has warned that the U.S. and Israel know nothing about the capabilities of Iran's military. In a statement, the spokesman said Washington and Tel Aviv think that they have destroyed Iran's facilities that manufacture missiles, drones, and other munition, adding that their assumption only deepens a quagmire they are now caught in. The statement says the centers targeted by the enemies are not the ones where Iran's strategic military equipment is produced in. It added that the U.S. and Israel must pay the price for the aggression they launched against Iran. The spokesman noted that the war will continue until the adversaries regret the aggression they began. Well, Iran has issued a new warning vowing a response to any terrorist crime committed by either the United States or the Zionist regime. The IRGC has rejected an undeniable lie and recent claim by U.S. Central Command that its army does not attack homes or civilian centers. It cited the attacks on the homes of the leader of the Islamic Revolution and Iranian officials, as well as the Minab school massacre, as stark examples of U.S. direct terrorist operations. The IRGC reaffirmed that whether the U.S. or Israel commits a terrorist crime, 18 American companies will be targeted in response. The IRGC has announced a list of American companies involved in terrorist operations killing Iranian civilians, warning their employees and residents nearby to evacuate. The companies listed include Cisco, Intel, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Boeing, among others. Well, Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has carried out the 89th wave of Operation True Promise No. 4 against American and Israeli targets in the region. The phase targeted a covert gathering of American forces outside the U.S.'s Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, using a large number of drones and ballistic missiles. The IRGC also hit Israeli oil tanker Aqua 1 in the heart of the Persian Gulf, emphasizing that the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is under full control of Iranian Navy forces. The operation was conducted jointly by the IRGC and regional resistance movements. The combined operation targeted Israeli forces and military sites in Eilat, Tel Aviv, and Bnei Barak in the occupied Palestinian territories. Israeli media has described the operation as the largest in the past 3 weeks. Meanwhile, Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps says it has shot down an advanced MQ-9 drone over the country's sky in the city of Khomeini. The targeted aerial vehicle is the 151st drone shot down by Iran's air defense since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on February 28th. The IRGC has also successfully targeted a cruise missile in the central city of Kashan. Well, Tehran says that it does not accept the vicious cycle of war negotiation ceasefire, adding that there will be disastrous consequences for the region and beyond if the cycle goes on. Foreign Minister spokesperson Ismail Baghai said Iran countries Iran continues to retaliate against the war illegally waged against the country. He noted that the war is not a conventional one, as it is coupled with terrorist activities. Baghai referred to assassination of Iranian commanders who were off duty when they were killed. The spokesman said the U.S. and Israel misused the territories of regional countries to launch military attacks against Iran. Well, Iran's foreign ministry says attacks on a school in the southern city of Minab and a stadium in the city of Lamirad are part of a wider pattern of war crimes in the ongoing conflict. Ismail Baghai says the use of new missiles in a strike on a sports venue in Lamirad, which killed over 20 teenage athletes, is not an isolated incident. Writing on X, a social media platform, Baghai described the attack as part of a systematic and brutal campaign in an illegal war against Iran. He added that more than 600 schools and educational centers have been targeted so far. The spokesman noted that the term war crime is insufficient to describe the scale of the attacks, adding that the U.S.-Israeli actions amount to genocide. Well, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has penned an open letter to American people urging them to look beyond the machinery of misinformation surrounding the ongoing U.S. and Israeli war on Iran. In the letter, Pezeshkian said, Iran has never initiated a war in modern history, but has bravely defended itself in the face of attacks. He emphasized that Iran harbors no hostility towards the American people and argued that portraying his country as a threat is politically motivated and not grounded in reality. President Pezeshkian noted that such narratives are used to justify military presence, sustain the arms industry, and control strategic markets. The president also noted that Israel has manipulated the U.S. into this war as Tel Aviv seeks to divert global attention from its crimes against the Palestinians. In the end, he warned that continuing this aggression against Iran is costlier and futile than ever before, and emphasized that the choice between confrontation and engagement will shape the future generations to come. Well, U.S. President Donald Trump has repeated his rhetoric and threats against Iran during an address to his nation from the White House. Trump once again claimed that his core objectives are nearing completion in the war on Iran. He said the war is close to its end. The U.S. president said attacks will continue within 2 or 3 weeks, renewing threats of targeting Iran's infrastructure. Many analysts have said the comments are threadbare, as Trump has been repeating them since the start of the imposed war on Iran. After the speech, global oil prices rose to $105 a barrel. Stock markets also reacted negatively to Trump's comments. Well, reactions and condemnations are coming in from U.S. lawmakers over Trump's latest speech on the war against Iran. Senator Mark Warner from Virginia says Trump's address did little to answer the most basic answer to the most basic questions the American people deserve when the nation is engaged in a costly and dangerous conflict with Iran. The Democrat said the fallout from the war has been rising prices of gas, diesel, fertilizer, aluminum, and other essentials. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer slammed Trump's address and described it as a rambling, disjointed, and pathetic presidential war speech. Senator Chris Murphy questioned what Trump claimed about Washington's achievements in the war, saying the plain evidence shows that Iran is not even close to being decimated. Murphy added that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, it has a nuclear program, and possesses loads of missiles and drones. Well, now crossing over to the U.S., where petrol prices have jumped above an average of $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022. As the war Washington and Tel Aviv launched on Iran has plunged the world into an oil crisis. Now American citizens are feeling the pain of the situation.
I'm just bewildered, confused, unhappy, things like that, because we didn't ask for the war.
It's horrible. Johnny and his stupid war, totally unnecessary. Health care? Now they want to take health care away so they can pay for the stupid war.
It's very high. It's traumatic on my family because we wanted to travel and we're not able to travel this year as much as we did last year. It's ridiculous the prices are so high. I don't think the government is knowing what it's doing, attacking countries that fulfill our oil crisis in this country. You know, very traumatic on the whole family.
I don't know when the war is going to end, so I don't think these gas prices are going to come down anytime soon. But I mean, I hope it comes down at some point.
This war is going on. It's going to keep. Yeah, it's going to keep going up. Hopefully, it doesn't. But I don't see. I see it just keep going up, up, up. $50 it was. Now it's $69 to fill it up. Next week it might be $80. Who knows?
It's ridiculous, honestly. Yeah, seeing these gas prices skyrocket it's incredible. You know, already the living is already like the cost of living is already it's like skyrocketing. So it's incredible with the gas. So that's all.
Well, Iranians have mobilized humanitarian aid and essential goods to communities affected by war. Shipments of food, medicine, and basic supplies are being organized and sent to those in need. Maureen Amini reports from Tehran.
The Iranian people's selfless assistance for those affected by the imposed war of the US and its friends against Iran. The people's dedication to restoring victims to normal living conditions. An effort rooted in the culture and values of Islamic Iran.
Donated goods from benefactors and volunteers of non-governmental organizations are stored, and after packaging and sorting by relief workers, they are distributed to those affected and in need.
Charities and non-governmental organizations have come together and formed a headquarters called the Ramadan Defense Support Headquarters.
A few days ago, when I partnered with the Red Crescent Society to distribute aid, I witnessed a treasure the likes of which I had also seen during the 8-year sacred defense.
The women artists who have sacrificed their time, energy, labor and moments with their children to keep the people's hands filled with the Iranian flag.
This is Iran, and these are the people of Iran, in the heart of Tehran, who, in difficult days and harsh conditions, amidst the bombing by the most usurping of countries, are engaged in spontaneous, dedicated grassroots work.
Today we are standing here. We are protecting our always and already great country with every drop of our blood.
Some say history does not repeat itself, but Iran, both during the 8-year imposed war and now, has proven that there are people in this world whose repeated, resolute defense of their independence and freedom leaves history and its chroniclers astonished.
This is the place where sacrifice and selflessness can be vividly seen. It's the place where love reveals its true essence. Moinamini Press TV, Tehran.
Well, since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, residential areas in Tehran have been targeted. Our correspondent Gisu Misha Ahmadi has visited a neighborhood in Tehran where a number of apartments have been destroyed or damaged. Here's the report.
Gisha neighborhood, uptown Tehran. This is normally one of the city's quiet, tree-lined residential areas. But today, it is the latest target of U.S.-Israeli strikes. Here we are, just hours after the attack.
As you can see here, this is a residential area that was targeted in the early hours of this morning. You can clearly see that people were living in these homes. In addition to residential buildings, commercial areas, schools, universities, passenger planes, water reservoirs, infrastructure, power plants, medical centers, Red Crescent facilities, ambulances, rescue vehicles, and helicopters have also been targeted. All of this is the result of the savage nature of the Zionist regime and the Americans. You can see for yourselves and bear witness. In their claim that they only target military zones and not residential areas. That is 100% a complete lie. This level of savagery only reveals their desperation, weakness, and defeat.
The reality that images can capture. Homes hit, families displaced, and a community struggling to comprehend what has happened.
Number 16 in the 9th Alley. That's where I live. It was a residential building. We really don't know why our building was attacked. We were just lucky we weren't home when it happened.
Walking through the neighborhood, we see and we listen. We speak to the people who were here when the bombs fell.
No, ma'am. Please, no.
Last night, we were told that our neighborhood might be attacked. We were asked to evacuate. The entire neighborhood is residential. Every apartment here was someone's home.
And this is what remains. There are no soldiers here, no fighters, just ordinary people living their lives.
My mom nearly had a heart attack. She's a 74-year-old woman. Thank God she is fine now, but her home is completely destroyed.
There are no words for moments like this. There's only grief and the important task of finding a way forward.
I'm here with some of my friends to help my fellow neighbors. For those whose windows are broken, we remove the remaining glass and prepare the window for the repairman to install new window panes. This is our way of showing support.
Another residential neighborhood in Tehran today has become a scene of destruction. But the people you see here are still standing as the world silently watches. Yusuf Shamali, Press TV, Tehran.
Meanwhile, Iran's cultural heritage sites have been targeted in U.S.-Israeli attacks on the country. During a presser in Tehran, the Secretary General of Iran's National Commission for UNESCO has condemned the strikes.
In this world, if we cannot keep our cultural heritage safe, it means there is a big fairness for the international law and international humanitarian law.
Hassan Fartusi said that not only cultural heritage sites, but also universities have been hit. He rejected Israeli claims that heritage buildings were not targeted, stating that some were directly struck. Many of these sites, such as Golistan Palace and Naqsh al-Jihan Square, date back centuries and are considered part of the world's shared cultural heritage. Even if not directly hit, nearby explosions can cause serious damage to fragile structures through shockwaves and debris. Well, as the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran continues, voices of support for the Islamic Republic are growing across the globe. In India, politicians, religious leaders, and members of the public are condemning the attacks and expressing solidarity with the Iranian people. Press TV's Adil Mir reports from New Delhi.
Amid rising tension in West Asia, protests and strong reactions are emerging in India, with many calling the attacks on Iran unjustified and unlawful.
Americans believe that after the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Iran would weaken. But the spirit of the Iranian people tells a different story. People are standing firm on the streets even as bombs fall, sending a clear message that Iran will not back down. The killing of young girls, even inside schools, raises serious questions. What international laws of war have the United States and Israel followed?
Criticism is also coming from senior diplomats, politicians who describe the attacks as part of a broader pattern of Western interventionism.
I'm sure Iran will be able to give a befitting answer to the needless aggression to which they have been subjected by a combination of Yankee imperialism and Zionist criminality.
Religious voices have also joined in. framing the conflict in moral and ethical terms.
If we do not support Iran today, then who are we expected to stand with? Those whose names are linked to serious crimes, or those accused of committing grave crimes against innocent children? Should we stand with the United States and Israel, or reflect on what is morally right? Our religion and scriptures have given us deep knowledge and guidance. If we ignore that in moments like these, then what purpose does that knowledge serve?
Lawmakers and political figures say the outrage is not limited to sentiments, with protests taking place in different parts of country.
ये उन लोगों ने जंग थोपी है जिनको बच्चों के खून करने में मजा आता है.
This is a brutal war marked by the killing of innocent children. More than 50,000 children have been killed in Palestine. And in the attack on Iran, 165 children were killed on the very first day. This is an unprovoked war and we condemn it. The people of India have condemned it, which is why many have taken to the streets in protest, because they fear the consequences of such actions could eventually affect others as well.
Far beyond the battlefield, the voices of solidarity in India echo growing global sentiment. They see this US-Israel aggression not just a violation of international order, but a conflict that has implications far beyond the region. Adil Mir, Press TV, New Delhi.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for watching this hour's headlines. For latest updates, please stay tuned to Press TV World News. Goodbye for now.
Every home has a story of joys, sorrows, and memories. Memories of childhood days, of laughter and tears, the hard days, bitter and sweet moments of life. Home is where life flows. A refuge for passing moments, a place for hope and tomorrow. That ruthless storm that turns a home into ruins of memories that can no longer be touched. Cracked houses, broken windows, memories crushed beneath the rubble. Residents of a neighborhood in Tehran on one of the days of the Israel war on Iran. In the middle of the day, when one was busy cooking in the kitchen, another watching television. Children, happy with the holidays, were playing. But with the sound of an explosion, life came, however, to a halt for them. And all their shelter and the memories of their lives collapsed over their heads. What remained for them was destruction, ruin, and pieces of the bodies of neighbors and families.
برقتون قطعه؟
آره برق محل قطعه کلا با این سم.
نبودیم شما
نه نبودیم ما. آره طبقه بالا بچه‌ها تمام خونه‌هاشون اون پشت اصلا دیوار قلبه کن شده. ما اینجا کوچه پشتمون فروشگاه کوروشه. در اونا کنده شده بود. پشت شیشه‌های پشت همه ریخته بود. یه همسایه رفیق داریم اون ور اون بنده خدا تمام شیشه و کمد اینا همه در بود. آقا خدا رحم کرده بچه‌ش زیر لوستر بوده، لوستر افتاده بغل دختر بچه. مثلا موندم خیلی خیلی بد زده. مثلا آدم نمیدونه باید چی بگه خدا وکیل.
کلا میگه این چند تا کوچه قابل سوپ.
من اصلا اینو میبینم خانم مثلا خودمو یادم رفته. باور کن مثلا میگم فعلشون من اصلا حرف زدنش خنده داره. اصلا من چی بگم مثلا؟ اصلا اون آدم میبینه اینو میگه بود ول کن. به خدا نمیدونم چی بگم.
میتونیم خونه همسایتون هم ببینیم اگر باشون صحبت کنیم؟
مشکل داشته باشیم.
But amid all this destruction and devastation, people search for pieces of their lives under the rubble. Even in the heart of war, as walls collapse, they seek life and resist death and destruction.
این کار دستیش بوده؟
کلاس سوم کاشف بود.
اصلا نیومدن. این دوستش فقط یه تو که پا اومد وسیله هاشو بود. این که اصلا نیومدن به خدا.
Life in those homes has not ended. Every piece of this land bears witness to the resilience and inner strength of people who never fall. Every ruin tells the story of the lives of men and women who, in the heart of destruction, fought for life and still stood strong.
Welcome back, everyone, to this ongoing rolling coverage, of course, coming to you from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Just a quick update on the situation today, as we know, is day 34 of the continued U.S. Zionist entity aggression on Iran. And, of course, 89 waves of True Promise operation have been fired off from the IRGC, whether the Navy, the Air Force, and all other soldiers, of course, and people who are participating in these great operations. They have been firing not only on the occupied Palestinian territories, where their images, despite every kind of attempt by the Zionist regime for media blackout, destruction, damage, and casualties are indeed continuously being reported from the Hebrew media. And of course, we know the estimates are definitely much higher than as they are saying. In regards also, we know that a lot of these missiles and drones are being targeted in the Persian Gulf states and in the region. Again, the U.S. interest, the Zionist interest, those locations inside the Persian Gulf places that are being used to attack not only Iran's schools, citizens, hospitals, medical facility, but of course even our military checkpoints. So again, this is the reason that Iran has continuously said that we are not attacking the states of the Persian Gulf states, but we are attacking the U.S. bases and the interests that are still being used, of course, and defended by those states, unfortunately. In regards to some of the headlines that we have been covering, we've been focusing, of course, on Donald Trump's very awaited speech, as many people had been coming out and saying. Unfortunately, it was just simply a recap of his last perhaps 8 or 10 tweets. Nothing new, no strategy, no outline, no, of course, end for this imposed war. And we've been seeing the reactions, of course, from other people. Let's go ahead and get started with this hour's rolling coverage. Let me welcome in, first of all, to the studio, our Press TV colleague, Nahid Puraisa. Nahid, as always, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And also, let's go ahead and welcome to the conversation, joining us from Hong Kong, Mr. Andrew Leong, independent China specialist. A pleasure to have you with us, sir. Mr. Leong, let me go ahead and start off with you with one of our latest updates. We have one of the reactions, of course. In regards to Donald Trump, we have a statement from China saying that the root cause of the Strait of Hormuz issue is, quote, illegal U.S.-Israeli military operation against Iran. If the U.S., if the Zionist regime stop their operations, pull out now, as many experts and analysts have been trying to advise Donald Trump, do you think that the Strait of Hormuz issue will be resolved?
Well, I think the market and many people around the world, including a lot of investors, have been extremely confused as to what Trump was trying to do. On the one hand, he's saying he's going to end the war soon. On the other hand, he's threatening to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. And then, as far as the port of Hormuz is concerned, even though the whole world would like it to remain open and expect the United States to play a role, he was basically saying the United States doesn't need oil passing through the Hormuz Strait because America is very rich in oil. Even produces more oil than Iran and Russia combined. And he was just saying to the rest of the world, well, if you're affected by the port of Hormuz closer, you can buy more oil from the United States. So I think that the whole world is now extremely confused as to what he's trying to achieve. But then if you see through the smoke and mirrors, that there is a strategy. Trump's, that's why he wanted this all of a sudden, this addressing the nation. That must be for a reason. The reason is because he's increasingly worried about his midterm election prospects coming up soon in November, and he wants to have a good narrative to rally his constituencies. And this depends on the oil prices remain being at a reasonable level, and then the economy is doing well. And particularly, he wants to have a story of victory over Iran, and that's why he's having this address by parlaying all his achievements, his bombarding the Iranian nation to smithereens, decapitating his leadership, and then destroying his Navy and Air Force, and saying that he has done this in 38 days, and even compare this with what the United States was doing in the Second World War, in the Vietnam War, which took years and even longer. So yes. I think that at the end of it all, he wants to portray the United States as winning based on all these metrics about decapitation of leadership, about the destruction of infrastructure, destruction of the Iranian economy. But of course, that depends on a credible deal before the midterm elections with the Iranian government. The deal which would ensure safe passage not for the United States so much, but for the whole world, because otherwise the oil prices will remain very high, and that would affect the American constituencies, the American consumers, and that would be bad for his midterm elections. But how is he going to do it? Well, don't forget that while this is going on, his envoy, his son-in-law, Kushner, together with his team, is trying to negotiate a deal with Iran. The deal concentrates on certain deliverables. For example, the nuclear refining capacity. Yes. to stop Iran from having the chance of developing a nuclear bomb. Secondly, ensuring Iran's missile capabilities are kept within strict limits. Also, degrading or even eliminating Iran's perceived proxies, for example, the Hezbollah and Houthis. Last but not least, the safe passage through the port of Hormuz. But Iran, of course, is not going to give up everything because it's an existential threat to the Iranian nation.
Well, exactly, Mr. Leong. Allow me, I apologize for cutting off. Allow me to come back to you momentarily. I do want to go ahead and elaborate on one of those points that you did say with our studio, of course, colleague Nahid. Nahid, in regards to what our esteemed guest had mentioned there, of course, from Hong Kong, he mentioned some important points. I would like to ask you in regards to, of course, this so-called 15-point plan proposal. Iran has said that they're not going to. They are currently not in negotiations, neither direct nor neither indirect. We know the people on the streets. We know what the government, we know the people on the streets, they do not want a deal because of the situation. Again, as Mr. Baghai had mentioned before, this whole continued negotiation, war, ceasefire situation does not want to be repeated. Donald Trump did mention something that he wants to go ahead and bomb Iran back to, quote, the Stone Ages if it doesn't agree with a deal. In response, we have the Iranian spokesperson of the Iranian Armed Forces has warned that they have no information on Iran's capabilities militarily. As we also are seeing on our breaking news, they have vowed to stage crushing attacks against U.S. Zionist entity, of course, interests and places in the region. In regards to all of this, again, the people, the international viewers want to know when will be enough for Iran?
First of all, I want to say hello to our global audience. And as always, I want to make sure that they understand their very important role in this very battlefield and emphasize on the criticality of their role in this war, because they have to make sure that their mind is not preoccupied by Western imperialist propaganda. And in this very concept, Press TV is playing the most important role because we are the voice of the truth and the battlefield. To answer to this question, first of all, one thing that is critical here is that yesterday, Iran had the strongest operation in the occupied territories since the day one. So this is something that Israelis and also many Palestinians, by the hearing the sound of the explosions, were talking about last night and also yesterday. So on social media, everyone was like, what is happening? The boom, boom, Tel Aviv is actually huge today. And I think that was really on purpose, because today is Thursday, as everyone was predicting. Now we are on the end of the week, so that, again, Trump is threatening Iran, and then on Monday, again, he's going to talk about negotiations. So the pattern is exposed. I think the reason Iran decided to have the strongest crushing operation yesterday was because they wanted to make sure whatever Donald Trump is going to claim after is going to be compared with what Iran did on the battlefield. So, yes, it's important to hear what the US president says, but as long as it doesn't make sense and it's not in line with the reality of battlefield, people are going to question. People are going to see if this is a legitimate claim from the US president or not. Based on what our guests also talked about, the economic situation and the hardship that Americans are going to face, or they have been already facing, I want to say there is a difference between the damage, the great damage that this war is causing to the very everyday life of ordinary Americans, and at the same time the hegemony of US empire. These are two things. So why Donald Trump is threatening Iran to take it back to a Stone Age is because there is no exit strategy for the United States. There is nothing left that they can think of so that they can be saved from this war. The only thing is left is escalation. And at the same time, this very escalation is going to have a very deadly impact on the life of ordinary people of America. So you can see the interest of U.S. empire is in absolute contradiction with the life of Americans.
Exactly, Nahid. I'm going to go ahead and come back to you. I'd like to thank you for that point. Mr. Leong, I want to go ahead and cross back over to you, of course, joining us there from Hong Kong. The former Trump aide, as we do know, Joe Kent, who resigned not long ago, he actually also reacted to Donald Trump's speech, his speech that we did here. And he was actually saying that we, of course, we honor our fallen, we learn from our past, we only shed American blood in defense of our nation. But he said, I'm urging Donald Trump. Let's remind our viewers that Joe Kent is a former top U.S. Secretary official who did quit again after he said, I tried advising, he didn't listen to me. So he's now saying that I urge Trump to restrain Israel and end this war of choice, as he did call it. In regards to, again, this coming from a former aide or advisor of Donald Trump, still trying to convince him of his best option. Do you think he's going to take any such step?
Well, Donald Trump is Donald Trump, and of course he seldom listens to others, and he believes that he has the power and he has the so-called vision to make America great again, and then he started his success in capturing or abducting the leader of Venezuela, and also throttling the economy of Cuba. Both are on a thorn on the side of the United States for decades, and he's prized himself in even the American economy performance was not that bad during the past 2 years. And then, of course, American military remains the strongest in the world, and he's trying to double down on that. And as far as Iran is concerned, don't forget that Iran has been a thorn on the side of Israel for a long, long time. Of course, Israel is now controlling the American body politics because the Jewish lobby has been extremely powerful for many, many decades on both sides of the aisle. And of course, that the Iranian government has long ago has made the destruction of Israel one of its key aims, and that of course has worsened the relationship. But as far as the United States is concerned, the United States using Israel as a projection of its power in the Middle East, and Trump wants the whole Middle East to bend towards the interests of the United States, and hence the so-called Abraham Accord, trying to bring Saudi Arabia on his side and some of his countries in the Arab Peninsula. But I think that what underlines this dynamics is a change situation in terms of energy, in terms of oil. The United States used to be the biggest customer of Middle East oil. And that's why Saudi Arabia and all the countries, they pivot towards the United States. But now, the United States doesn't need any oil from the Middle East. In fact, it is one of the world's largest oil exporter, a competitor. And that's why the Middle East countries, the Arab countries, they have been extremely consistent. They always pivot to the biggest customer. It used to be the United States, but it's no longer. It's now China. And of course, the Arab Peninsula, the Arab states, do not want to make an enemy of the United States, but they do not want to be held by to ransom. So I think that you have a very complicated situation. But back on the war on Iran, and then the crucial dimension, the port of Hormuz. I think that without delivering a safe passage through the port of Hormuz, and then because that would affect energy prices worldwide, including prices at the pump at petrol stations in the United States, and that would hurt his constituents. So this is a key dimension to deliver that. I think the negotiations have got to concentrate on that as to what sort of carrots. There was a lot of stake in terms of trying to bomb Iran back to the Stone Ages, but then there needs to be some carrots, and these negotiations are being conducted behind the scenes. I think that's what is likely to end the war in some way to the satisfaction of both sides.
Yes, and on that point, Mr. Leong, I'm going to go ahead and come back to you. Nahid, in regards to what we are seeing at the Persian Gulf states, is something very important because a lot of media is coming out on social media saying that the residents there, the people in the Persian Gulf states are worried, they're scared that civilian infrastructures are going to be hit. Let's remind our viewers again, the Iranian government knows where they're hitting, and they told them specifically, military infrastructure, any place. They're saying they're hitting hotels. These hotels are hosting U.S. officials, U.S. soldiers, Zionist entity, people who are trying to escape. Ports are being hit. Again, the same reason. What does it have to be again? Because we still have people believing that the Persian Gulf states have nothing to do with it. But of course, their air defenses are the ones blocking us hitting those places that are killing, they're killing Iranian children, Iranian women, Iranian schools, targeting the hospitals, the medical centers. Our leader on top of it all. It is these locations that are being targeted for a reason.
Look.
Yes.
Yes, I apologize, Mr. Leong. Questions for Nahid? Yes, go ahead, Nahid.
Look, this is the situation. We have another layer of NATO around Iran in the Persian Gulf. All these American bases, I have to say, all the Persian Gulf states, they are sellout. There is zero sovereignty for all these so-called countries. When they say there is nothing to do with us, why are you attacking us? I think they're right in terms of there is no control. They don't have any control. They did sell it out years ago when they were thinking Americans are here to actually protect them. Americans are here to safeguard their security. Or if there is any national dignity and integrity, this is the Americans' job to take care of it. That time they had to think of the consequences of what they are doing. When they were dancing, when they were bringing their women in line for Donald Trump to actually expose the entire region and just, Iran's stance is very clear. We don't have to explain ourselves. But even having such a neighbor just next to us in this level of, degrading your culture and bringing your own people dance for the genocidal president of the United States, and now being so coward and sitting at the behind and saying that I am not in this war. You are. We have our eyes on you for many years. What is the purpose of having American bases in Bahrain? Everyone knows. All the operations, everything, all the purpose was because to target Iran. And there was a very interesting interview with one of the Bahraini figures. He said something very interesting. He said right after Iran attacked the American bases, which is actually really far from people, like residential building. Again, another fact for us to understand where Iran is targeting, too far from people. When that American base was hit, he said Bahraini people were shocked because there were so many American soldiers just running away from the American base to the very city, to the very residential buildings. And they were like, oh my God, who are these people? Why they are coming to us? This is the refuge you gave to your invaders. This is the miscalculation you made when you thought the threat is Iran.
Well, exactly. And Nahid, I mean, as you're mentioning, Bahrain, we saw a few days ago, unfortunately, also the kidnapping of people there, Shia to be specific. They kidnapped, they tortured to death, and later released his body to his family, basically investigating, according to them, their ties with Iran, saying that they are so-called spies. Again, this is similar strategies that we've seen by the Zionist regime itself.
I just want to make one point here. This is the ties between people and dignity. It's not about ties with Iran. It's not about ties with Hezbollah. It's not about ties about anything else, except these people have dignity and they don't want to sell it out.
Well, exactly, Nahid. I mean, it's very interesting, Kim, because we continue to see whether Saudi Arabia, UAE, their occupation stealing resources in Yemen. We've also seen the financing and arming of terrorists in other areas committing genocide and starvation. I mean, again, this is the first time, perhaps, that the war has come to their door. Mr. Liang, I do want to cross over back to you since we do have you and ask you a very important question that a lot of people have been on edge about in regards to what a lot of analysts started asking at the beginning of this aggression, again, into it now 34 days, and the situation is still escalating. People were asking that, has this imposed war on Iran by the U.S., by the Zionist regime, by their own allies, whether directly or indirectly, is it their attempt to remove Iran for their next move against China, as a lot of people are saying?
Well, I think that the China dimension is always there, but I don't think it's the be all and end all aim. Because as I pointed out earlier, the United States wants to use Israel as its proxy to dominate the Middle East, and including, of course, the Arab Peninsula, trying to bring all the big players to the side of the American interests. And of course, Iran has been standing in the way for a long, long time. So that's point number one. Point number two, although it includes China, the closer relationship, I wouldn't use the word alliance, but a closer partnership or relationship between Russia, Iran, and China had long been highlighted by the doyen of American foreign policy, the late Brzezinski, who was the mentor of Henry Kissinger. In his seminal book called The Grand Chessboard, on page 55, already mentioned the alliance or partnership between Russia, Iran, and China as an existential threat to American dominance. So I think that it's this closer relationship with this anti-hegemonic alliance that is, has been a thorn on the side of the United States, and including, of course, Trump. So he wants to, first of all, fracture or suppress Iran, if not just destroying the entire nation. He wants to curry favor with Russia so as to move it away from China. So that, I think that this dimension is there. But of course, China is very well positioned, has long thought about this eventuality. It doesn't, China's survival or development doesn't depend entirely on this alliance, even though it relies on energy from Russia to Iran. Iran something like 15%, Russia something like a bit more, and the whole of the Middle East oil represents something like 40% of China's oil imports. But as far as China's energy usage is concerned, as much as 40% now is accounted for by renewables. Renewable cost is homegrown. And of course, a lot of the oil from the Middle East passes through pipelines. So China is in a very well positioned. But the point I'm trying to make on this occasion is that I think Iran should seize the opportunity, because the United States Trump administration, the reason why he was doing this live address to the nation is because he's worried about his midterm prospects. His popularity has been going down, and the prices are rising at the pump, and even his own solid Republican bloc, and there are dissenting voices. So that's why he's trying to, first of all, create a narrative of victory, and he wants to double down on destroying Iran, so as to have some credible proof that he's
yes,
is willing.
Mr.
But then
Leong,
that underlines
I do
weakness.
apologize, but it seems unfortunately our time has run out. But I'd like to thank you, of course, as always, for joining us during this ongoing rolling coverage. Mr. Andrew Leong, independent China specialist, they're joining us from Hong Kong. And of course, I'd like to thank our Press TV colleague, Nahid Puraita, joining us here in the studio. Pleasure as always. And again, for our viewer, Donald Trump can attempt on claiming victory. We know the response from Iran, of course, is going to continue until they receive a harsh enough response. And as our Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Sayyid Ali Khamenei had mentioned, this will be the end, hopefully, of the Zionist regime. Viewers, please stay tuned to Press TV for the latest updates. Goodbye for now.
Almost 3 weeks into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran, their strategic plans are falling apart. The objective was clear: cripple Iran's military, dismantle its leadership. On day one, they martyred senior commanders and the leader of the Islamic Revolution. They hit military installations. They hit residential areas, hospitals, schools, 1,500 people dead, more than 200 of them students. And yet, Washington and Tel Aviv have failed. Iran has not broken. Instead, the response has been swift, organized, deadly. Iran has now launched numerous waves of its Operation True Promise 4, each wave more precise than the last. U.S. military bases across the Persian Gulf, Israeli command centers, hit with precision-guided missiles. Iran has also taken control of the Strait of Hormuz. American-Israeli-linked vessels denied passage. Global oil markets rippling. Washington's traditional leverage in the region undermined. Western media tries to censor the losses, but the truth leaks out. Damaged aircraft, disabled radar systems, American defense circles now admit Iranian missile technology has challenged decades of presumed U.S. superiority. Unable to win militarily, the enemy shifted tactics, tried to destabilize from within, incite protests, trigger economic panic, force regime change. It backfired. From Tehran to Mashhad, Shiraz to Tabriz, millions have taken to the streets. Not just government supporters, even critics of the system united against aggression. Internal divisions dissolving in the face of external threats. And while the bombs fall, the country keeps running. Essential goods are available. No panic buying, no shortages. Tehran's metro still operating, emergency management infrastructure working. This is not luck, this is decades of preparation, sanctions and pressure forced self-reliance. A nation under assault functioning with discipline. The balance of power in West Asia is shifting. Iran's doctrine, deterrence, strategic depth, indigenous innovation, is holding its ground against technologically superior adversaries. And on the global stage, nations across Asia, Africa, and Latin America see this for what it is: unjustified aggression. Iran's right to self-defense, enshrined in international law, is gaining recognition. What was meant to weaken Iran has done the opposite. The aggression exposed Western strategic miscalculation. It revealed Iranian resilience. It showed the world a nation that under fire does not fracture, it unites.
Hour's top headlines. As Iran's armed forces continue retaliatory operations against the U.S. and Israel, a military spokesman says the operations continue until the enemies regret war they begun. Tehran says it does not accept the vicious cycle of war negotiation ceasefire, adding that repetition of the cycle would be disastrous for the entire region and beyond. And finally, Trump's speech at the White House on the war against Iran has drawn condemnation from U.S. lawmakers. Oil and stock markets also reacted negatively to the speech. Hello and welcome everyone. You're watching Press TV World News. Let's go ahead and get started with the stories that matter. A spokesman of the Iranian armed forces has warned that the U.S. and Israel know nothing about the capabilities of Iran's military. In a statement, the spokesman said, Washington and Tel Aviv think that they have destroyed Iran's facilities that manufacture missiles, drones, and other munition, adding that their assumption only deepens the quagmire they are now caught in. The statement says the centers targeted by the enemies are not the ones where Iran's strategic military equipment is produced in. It added that the U.S. and Israel must pay the price for the aggression they launched against Iran. The spokesman noted that the war will continue until the adversaries regret the aggression they began. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps has carried out the 89th wave of Operation True Promise No. 4 against American and Israeli targets in the region. This phase targeted a covert gathering of American forces outside the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, using a large number of drones and ballistic missiles. The IRGC also hit Israeli oil tanker Aqua One in the heart of the Persian Gulf, emphasizing that the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is under full control of Iranian Navy forces. The operation was conducted jointly by the IRGC and regional resistance movements. The combined operation targeted Israeli forces and military sites in Eilat, Tel Aviv, and Bnei Barak in the occupied Palestinian territories. Israeli media has described the operation as the largest in the past 3 weeks. Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps says it has shot down an advanced MQ-9 drone over the country's sky in the city of Khomeini. The targeted aerial vehicle is the 151st drone shot down by Iran's air defense since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on February 28th. The IRGC has also successfully targeted a cruise missile in the central city of Kashan. Tehran says it does not accept the vicious cycle of war negotiation ceasefire, adding that there will be disastrous consequences for the region and beyond if the cycle goes on. Foreign Minister spokesperson Ismail Baghai said Iran continues to retaliate against the war illegally waged against the country. He noted that the war is not a conventional one. It is coupled with terrorist activities. Baghai referred to assassination of the Iranian commanders who were off duty when they were killed. The spokesman said the U.S. and Israel misused the territories of regional countries to launch military attacks against Iran. Iran's foreign ministry says attacks on a school in the southern city of Minab and a stadium in the city of Lamerd are part of a wider pattern of war crimes in the ongoing conflict. Ismail Baghai says the use of a new missile in a strike on a sports venue, which killed over 20 teenage athletes, is not an isolated incident. Writing on X social media platform, Baghai described the attack as part of a systematic and brutal campaign in an illegal war against Iran. He added that more than 600 schools and educational centers have been targeted so far. The spokesman noted that the term war crime is insufficient to describe the scale of the attacks, adding that the U.S.-Israeli actions amount to genocide. For his part, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has penned an open letter to American people, urging them to look beyond the machinery of misinformation surrounding the ongoing U.S. and Israeli war on Iran. In the letter, Pezeshkian said Iran has never initiated a war in modern history, but has bravely defended itself in the face of attacks. He emphasized that Iran harbors no hostility toward the American people and argued that portraying his country as a threat is politically motivated and not grounded in reality. President Pezeshkian noted that such narratives are used to justify military presence, sustain the arms industry, and control strategic markets. The president also noted that Israel has manipulated the U.S. into this war as Tel Aviv seeks to divert global attention from its crimes against the Palestinians. In the end, he warned that the continuing this aggression against Iran is costlier and futile than ever before, and emphasized that the choice between confrontation and engagement will shape the future for generations to come. While U.S. President Donald Trump has repeated his rhetoric and threats against Iran during an address to his nation from the White House, Trump once again claimed that his core objectives are nearing completion in the war on Iran. He said the war is close to its end. The U.S. president said attacks will continue within 2 or 3 weeks, renewing threats of targeting Iran's infrastructure. Many analysts have said the comments are threadbare, as Trump has been repeating them since the start of the imposed war on Iran. After the speech, global oil prices rose to $105 a barrel. Stock markets also reacted negatively to Trump's comments. Well, reactions and condemnations are coming in from U.S. lawmakers over Trump's latest speech on the war against Iran. Senator Mark Warner from Virginia says Trump's address did little to answer the most basic questions the American people deserve when the nation is engaged in a costly and dangerous conflict with Iran. The Democrats said the fallout with the war has been rising prices of gas, diesel, fertilizer, aluminum, and other essentials. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer slammed Trump's address and described it as a rambling, disjointed, and pathetic presidential war speech. Senator Chris Murphy questioned what Trump claimed about Washington's achievements in the war, saying that plain evidence shows that Iran is not even close to being decimated. Murphy added that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, it has a nuclear program, and possesses loads of missiles and drones. While over in the U.S., petrol prices have jumped above an average of $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022, as the war Washington and Tel Aviv launched on Iran has plunged the world into an oil crisis. Now, American citizens are feeling the pain of the situation.
I'm just bewildered, confused, unhappy, things like that, because we didn't ask for the war.
It's horrible. Johnny and his stupid war, totally unnecessary. Health care? Now they want to take health care away so they can pay for the stupid war.
It's very high. It's traumatic on my family because we wanted to travel and we're not able to travel this year as much as we did last year. It's ridiculous the prices are so high. I don't think the government is knowing what it's doing, attacking countries that fulfill our oil crisis in this country. You know, very traumatic on the whole family.
I don't know when the war is going to end, so I don't think these gas prices are going to come down anytime soon. But I mean, I hope it comes down at some point.
This war is going on. It's going to keep. Yeah, it's going to keep going up. Hopefully, it doesn't. But I don't see. I see it just keep going up. $50 it was. Now it's $69 to fill it up. Next week it might be $80. Who knows?
It's ridiculous, honestly. Yeah, seeing these gas prices skyrocket it's incredible. You know, already the living is already like the cost of living is already it's like skyrocketing. So it's incredible with the gas. So that's all.
Well, Iranians have mobilized to deliver humanitarian aid and essential goods to communities affected by war. Shipments of food, medicine, and basic supplies are being organized and sent to those in need. Maureen Amini reports from Tehran.
the Iranian people's selfless assistance for those affected by the imposed war of the US and its friends against Iran, the people's dedication to restoring victims to normal living conditions, an effort rooted in the culture and values of Islamic Iran.
Donated goods from benefactors and volunteers of non-governmental organizations are stored, and after packaging and sorting by relief workers, they are distributed to those affected and in need.
Charities and non-governmental organizations have come together and formed a headquarters called the Ramadan Defense Support Headquarters.
A few days ago, when I partnered with the Red Crescent Society to distribute aid, I witnessed a treasure the likes of which I had also seen during the 8-year sacred defense.
The women artists who have sacrificed their time, energy, labor and moments with their children to keep the people's hands filled with the Iranian flag.
This is Iran, and these are the people of Iran, in the heart of Tehran, who, in difficult days and harsh conditions, amidst the bombing by the most usurping of countries, are engaged in spontaneous, dedicated grassroots work.
Today we are standing here. We are protecting our always and already great country with every drop of our blood.
Some say history does not repeat itself, but Iran, both during the 8-year imposed war and now, has proven that there are people in this world whose repeated, resolute defense of their independence and freedom leaves history and its chroniclers astonished.
This is the place where sacrifice and selflessness can be vividly seen. It's the place where love reveals its true essence. Moinamini Press TV, Tehran.
Well, since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, residential areas in Tehran have been targeted. Our correspondent Gisu Misha Ahmadi has visited a neighborhood in Tehran where a number of apartments have been destroyed or damaged. Here's the report.
Gisha neighborhood, uptown Tehran. This is normally one of the city's quiet, tree-lined residential areas. But today, it is the latest target of U.S.-Israeli strikes. Here we are, just hours after the attack.
As you can see here, this is a residential area that was targeted in the early hours of this morning. You can clearly see that people were living in these homes. In addition to residential buildings, commercial areas, schools, universities, passenger planes, water reservoirs, infrastructure, power plants, medical centers, Red Crescent facilities, ambulances, rescue vehicles, and helicopters have also been targeted. All of this is the result of the savage nature of the Zionist regime and the Americans. You can see for yourselves and bear witness. And their claim that they only target military zones and not residential areas. That is 100% a complete lie. This level of savagery only reveals their desperation, weakness, and defeat.
The reality that images can capture. Homes hit, families displaced, and a community struggling to comprehend what has happened.
Number 16 in the 9th Alley. That's where I live. It was a residential building. We really don't know why our building was attacked. We were just lucky we weren't home when it happened.
Walking through the neighborhood, we see and we listen. We speak to the people who were here when the bombs fell.
No, ma'am. Please, no.
Last night, we were told that our neighborhood might be attacked. We were asked to evacuate. The entire neighborhood is residential. Every apartment here was someone's home.
And this is what remains. There are no soldiers here, no fighters, just ordinary people living their lives.
My mom nearly had a heart attack. She's a 74-year-old woman. Thank God she is fine now, but her home is completely destroyed.
There are no words for moments like this. There's only grief and the important task of finding a way forward.
I'm here with some of my friends to help my fellow neighbors.
For those whose windows are broken, we remove the remaining glass and prepare the window for the repairman to install new window panes. This is our way of showing support.
Another residential neighborhood in Tehran today has become a scene of destruction. But the people you see here are still standing as the world silently watches. Yusumi Shahmadi, Press TV, Tehran.
Well, as the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran continues, voices of support for the Islamic Republic are growing across the globe. In India, politicians, religious leaders, and members of the public are condemning the attacks and expressing solidarity with the Iranian people. Press TV's Adel Mir reports from New Delhi.
Amid rising tension in West Asia, protests and strong reactions are emerging in India, with many calling the attacks on Iran unjustified and unlawful.
Americans believed that after the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Iran would weaken. But the spirit of the Iranian people tells a different story. People are standing firm on the streets even as bombs fall, sending a clear message that Iran will not back down. The killing of young girls, even inside schools, raises serious questions. What international laws of war have the United States and Israel followed?
Criticism is also coming from senior diplomats, politicians who describe the attacks as part of a broader pattern of Western interventionism.
I'm sure Iran will be able to give a befitting answer to the needless aggression to which they have been subjected by a combination of Yankee imperialism and Zionist criminality.
Religious voices have also joined in, framing the conflict in moral and ethical terms.
If we do not support Iran today, then who are we expected to stand with? Those whose names are linked to serious crimes, or those accused of committing grave crimes against innocent children? Should we stand with the United States and Israel, or reflect on what is morally right? Our religion and scriptures have given us deep knowledge and guidance. If we ignore that in moments like these, then what purpose does that knowledge serve?
Lawmakers and political figures say the outrage is not limited to sentiments, with protests taking place in different parts of country.
ये उन लोगों ने जंग थोपी है जिनको बच्चों के खून करने में मजा आता है.
This is a brutal war marked by the killing of innocent children. More than 50,000 children have been killed in Palestine. And in the attack on Iran, 165 children were killed on the very first day. This is an unprovoked war and we condemn it. The people of India have condemned it, which is why many have taken to the streets in protest, because they fear the consequences of such actions could eventually affect others as well.
Far beyond the battlefield, the voices of solidarity in India echo growing global sentiment. They see this US-Israel aggression not just a violation of international order, but a conflict that has implications far beyond the region. Adil Mir, Press TV, New Delhi.
Well, Syrian and Palestinian protesters have taken to the streets of Damascus, condemning Israel's controversial decision to allow the execution of Palestinian prisoners and calling for urgent international action. Protesters warned of serious escalation and condemned Arab governments' inaction. Here's a report.
Syrian and Palestinian activists gathered outside the UN office in Damascus, denouncing the Israeli decision of executing Palestinian prisoners as a dangerous escalation that challenges international law and humanitarian norms, and calling for urgent global intervention to prevent its implementation.
I came here today to encourage people to work toward the liberation of Palestine, the release of prisoners, and to free the world from Israeli and U.S. injustice. We call on the United Nations to stand with us against the execution of Palestinian prisoners.
I stand here in solidarity with Palestinian prisoners, for their families and their children. We reject their torture and execution. Around 10,000 prisoners are facing death sentences, and we must stop this decision. If we don't stand with Palestine, then who will?
The demonstration quickly evolved into a march heading toward Yarmouk camp. where protesters voiced their anger at the unjust decision and vowed to resist the Israeli occupation until the liberation of Palestine.
We say to our people in Palestine, we will not rest until all prisoners are freed, refugees return, and Al-Quds becomes the capital of Palestine. From refugee camps in Syria, we tell the occupation, your decisions will not break us, and we will continue the path of resistance and martyrdom.
Amid growing outrage, demonstrators also criticized Arab governments, questioning their silence and calling for stronger action to confront policies they view as a direct threat to Palestinian lives and rights.
Our people must wake up. What are the Arab and Islamic countries doing? Where is Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Egypt? Israel is murdering our Palestinian brothers and their children in Gaza and in prisons, and all we see is words.
As anger grows on the streets of Damascus, protesters say this decision could mark a turning point, warning that silence will only deepen the crisis. They insist pressure must build before such measures become reality. Ali Mohammed, Press TV, Damascus.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for watching this hour's headlines. For latest updates, please stay tuned to Press TV World News. Goodbye for now.
با درود به روان پاک شهدای اسلام و با آرزوی سلامتی و طول عمر شما را به هواپیمای ایرباس A300 خوش آمدید.
اگر صبور و شکیبا نه این که ساکت و سردم جهان به تجربه دیده همیشه مرد نبردم من از قبیله دریا من از عشیره طوفان آهای کشتی جنگی مراز نعره نترسان شبیه پرچم کاوه به گل نشسته درفشم منم که وارث رستم منم که صاحب رخشم شبیه مین به کمینم میان خشکی و دریا اگر کرد شبیه از من قلم کنم قدمت را
leaders of the West build bunkers underground. They hide behind concrete and steel, sending a silent message that their safety is worth more than yours. Their survival is an asset that has to be preserved at any cost, locked away from the people they claim to lead. But there was another way. Imam Khomeini walked in a bombed and bleeding Tehran. He refused to run, staying in his own home so that people would know their leader did not seek safety they did not have. That was the covenant. Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei inherited that bond. He refused to disappear into a bunker, not out of recklessness, but from deep understanding. For a leader who sees himself above the people cannot lead them. To demand sacrifice while seeking comfort is hypocrisy. To call for resistance from a bunker is cowardice. The West saw this bond and feared it. Unable to defeat the idea, they targeted the man in a cowardly act of terrorism. A missile aimed not at a military base, but at a voice, aiming to kill the soul of a nation. But their missiles hit a principle. This was not an assassination, it was a transformation. Ayatollah Khamenei understood that a leader's ultimate power is not in surviving, but in standing. He stood in the trench because if a jurist calls on the people to sacrifice, he must be the first to offer it. His final act proved them all wrong. His blood became the seal of the revolution, washing away the lies. He's no longer just a man. He became a symbol, an architect whose foundation is sacrifice. They wanted to eliminate his voice. Instead, they have made it eternal. The leader has paid the ultimate price to show us the way.
Welcome back, everyone, to this ongoing rolling coverage coming to you from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Day 34 here, of course, of the U.S. and Zionist entity imposed war or aggression on Iran. And as promised, as per its title, of course, True Promise Operation number 4, 89 waves have indeed been launched or fired off, not only towards the occupied Palestinian territories, but also in regards to any U.S. Zionist entity interest or base in the region, specifically, of course, the Persian Gulf states. We have been emphasizing, of course, during this ongoing rolling coverage, some of the highlights of today. We have, of course, Iran's President, Mr. Masoud Pezeshkian. We, of course, elaborated on his speech directed towards the Americans to basically wake up and see what your regime is doing. We've also pointed out on Trump's so-called awaited speech, which was nothing new. We also had, of course, reactions by lawmakers, analysts, and experts from around the world. With that, let's go ahead and welcome in our guest joining us, first of all, in the studio, Ms. Nahid Pourais, our Press TV colleague. As always, a pleasure to have you with us, Nahid.
Thank you so much.
And I also would like to bring into our rolling coverage, joining us from Beirut, Ms. Julia Qasim, journalist and political analyst. A pleasure to have you with us, Ms. Qasim.
Thank you.
Nahid, let me go ahead and start off with you. It's interesting because what we continue to see in regards to Donald Trump's speech again, and the situation is, let's remind our viewers that since Yemen, the Ansarullah movement, entered this battle again, there's been joint operations between Yemen, Iran, and Hezbollah being carried out specifically on the occupied Palestinian territories. A lot of people had been asking, when Yemen would enter the battlefield. They have entered. What difference has it made?
Look, the moral of the axis of resistance, I would say, is the foundation of how we are going forward in this war, and since the very beginning, when the great architects of axis of resistance, Haj Qasem Soleimani and Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah, were designing such a beautiful network across the region. We also had Commander Ghani a couple of days ago. He said this network has a lot of more surprises to come. I think to answer to the question about the importance and criticality of Yemenis in this war, it's so important to remember what Yemenis have done to Americans. So it was only 2 weeks of war between Ansarullah and Americans, and that was an absolute humiliation. The Yemenis like literally intimidated Americans, and after 2 weeks they were like, all right, goodbye. So their navies, the American navies were actually at first were attacked and intimidated by Yemenis and then Iran. It's so important to see how all these forces in this network from Hezbollah, I mean, for each of the forces, we have to talk about them. Don't worry about Iran. Axis of resistance right now, what Iraqis are doing, what Hezbollah is doing, what Ansarullah is doing, each of them, we need weeks to explain the details of their operations.
Yes.
The numbers of operations and the Merkava tanks that Hezbollah have been eliminating, the Hezbollah that for everyone more than a year, they were like, it's over, there is no Hezbollah anymore. And we are losing the numbers of Merkava. How many Merkavas so far? It's so many.
Well, exactly. And Nahida, I'm going to come back to you. Let me go ahead and cross over a bit to Ms. Qasim in regards to, like you did say, of course, it's going to take a long time if you want to elaborate on each specific point of the acts of resistance, because each of them have been doing their own operations in a magnificent way. Ms. Qasim, coming to you there from Beirut, of course, I mean, just now Israel's army radio saying around 70 rockets were launched from Lebanon towards a northern settlement simply from midnight. When it comes to Hezbollah re-entering the battlefield, as my esteemed colleague did mention, 15 months of a ceasefire. The Zionist regime, the U.S., mainstream media had said that Hezbollah has been done. They have no more military capabilities. However, the complete opposite has been shown. Yes, Ms. Qasim, can you hear me?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Yes, not a problem. Ms. Qasim, in regards to the operations that we're continuing to see from the Lebanese resistance movement, Hezbollah, since re-entering the battlefield, of course, how much of a difference has it made not only there in Lebanon, but for the axis of resistance?
Repeat it just one more time, because I just, the studio feedback was really loud.
Not a problem. I'd like to apologize again, the communication, as you do know, during these circumstances of the situation. Right. Basically, in the significance of Hezbollah re-entering the battlefield and their operations up until today.
Right, right. I would also like to apologize. It just got cut off for a couple minutes there. So on both of our ends, in a war zone, we're facing some technical difficulties. So Hezbollah, it re-entered the key element of Hezbollah's success on the battlefield, and especially the Zionist entities' failures on the battlefield, is the preparation. Hezbollah had been preparating for 15 months, while the Zionist entity had become so overconfident that its incursions in the context of a ceasefire, when there is no response back, were somehow an incursion into victory. Of course, Hezbollah, in those 15 months, they have closed the security communication gaps that the Zionist entity had exploited and exposed. They had rebuilt their capacity, they had reorganized their ranks, and they had returned to a kind of a more distributed, dispersed organizational structure that is allowing them to be very agile on the battlefield. So we see that the Zionist entity, they're barely able to enter, despite the propaganda that they've been trying to promote. And this is exactly why I believe they murdered Fatima Fatouni and Ali Shaib, the journalists from Al Mayadeen and Al Manar that were killed a couple days ago. This was done specifically because they were exposing the burning tanks on the border, the lack of ground that the Zionists had covered, despite the drone images that they were perpetuating, that they were taking from the sky, trying to make the appearance of advancement. But we see a Hezbollah that is stronger and more agile than ever before. Even more than 2006, And while the 66-day war in 2024 demonstrated extremely strong fighting capability from the Lebanese resistance, this time that they've just become definitely stronger than ever and more prepared to thwart the Zionist entity on ground, but also on air as well. The Zionist entity was not prepared for the strength from the resistance. And keep in mind, this is the first time that in both Iran's case and Hezbollah's case, there isn't Syria as a support front. Syria is now a launch pad for the enemy. But nonetheless, they've been fighting them off on the ground, preventing them from entering. The Zionist entity cannot even withdraw their troops from the soil of South Lebanon under the heavy resistance fire that has been targeting grouping after grouping, and they're walking themselves into ambush after ambush. So the 15-month period Hezbollah took as a tactical retreat. So we're not seeing tactical retreats on the battlefield as much as that whole year and a half point being used to take advantage of the Zionist entity's overconfidence in violating the ceasefire territorially. So, you know, the resistance has been really going in for the killing against the entity. And if you've noticed, even the Zionist entity has also been hit along points in the north that correspond with where the focus of incursion is. For example, the IRGC and Hezbollah have been coordinating on joint air attacks on Zionist entity positions in the north of occupied Palestine, along the axes of infiltration. So targeting the key bases before they even move into South Lebanon. So that's been happening a lot as well from the beginning until today. So a combination of a 1990 style agility, you know, referencing the 18-year-long period of battle of attrition in the south when Hezbollah had more of a more secretive but decentralized fighting structure, guerrilla structure that we're seeing come up again. So this is contributing to the successes that we see on the battlefields, and it really
entity, of course, on their families being massacred. Another four-member family yesterday, another four-member family in Humeen Tahta yesterday, Tirain Nabati. So again, this is a strategy of, unfortunately, the Zionist regime, and the resistance has proved that they will stay on that path. Before we do ahead and continue in regards to that, let's go ahead and turn a bit over to some reactions on social media to, of course, Donald Trump. One of the headlines today, his much-awaited speech, which definitely the social media has been elaborating and reacting to. So let's see some of those comments real quick. So first of all, we have, of course, from Brian Krasenstein saying, what a disaster the speech is. Oil prices will naturally come down when the conflict is over. He then goes on to explain that they will come down because Iran wants to make money. Iran isn't attack their own oil cargo, you idiot, is not attacking. Of course, you're not that point. So again, in regards to that situation, let's see what some other people are saying. So also we have here from Arnud Bertrand saying pure savagery and textbook genocidal, saying the Iranian people belong in the Stone Ages means he's targeting them as a people, which is a definition of genocidal intent. That's where letting Gaza happen without consequences gets you. So again, more people are even tying it to the situation that we are seeing in Gaza and in other locations. Let's see what else we have.
The help that he promised to send.
Exactly. From Chuck Schumer, we've been covering this one. Has there ever been a more rambling, disjointed, and pathetic presidential war speech? Donald Trump's actions in Iran will be considered one of the greatest policy blunders in the history of our country. He is completely unfit to be commander-in-chief, and the whole world knows it. Again, Chuck Schumer, along with other lawmakers and other senators, making their own statements. Again, social media has also commented on Donald Trump as saying, we have here from Daniel Davis Deep Dive. This kind of talk continues to bring shame to the United States of America and humiliation to the name of Donald Trump. And then he has audacity to actually complain that other people are not trying to clean up his dirty work. It is a shame from which we may never fully recover. Definitely, it's Americans that are receiving a lot of the blunt about this, no matter what they try to do.
That actually reminds me of what our great martyred leader said in his very last speech, that they will never going to recover from the slap that they're going to take as a military force, as the strongest military force of the world. It just reminded me of his speech.
Exactly. And also we have, I believe, another comment coming us. So this address thus far is nothing more than a summary of Trump's Truth social media posts of the past weeks in chronological order from Trita Parsi. Again, I believe, yes, in chronological order, the last 8 tweets or social media posts that Donald Trump has been doing, he brought them together, put in some linking words, some addresses, and went ahead and said it in, of course, his prime night Wednesday night speech. I believe that is.
He's unifying everyone against him. He's unifying Iranians. He's unifying all these political forces that they are very different in their actually perspective when it comes to Iran.
100%. Well, here we see from Mr. Rick Wilson saying he's utterly awful tonight. Weak, impotent, dying in front of us, metaphorically and literally. Again, very important points. And I believe we got one more to go in regards to the reactions, of course. Let's go ahead and see what we have here on their social media. What a disaster this speech is. Yes, so this one, we go ahead and repeating it. So in regards to those, Nahi, let's go ahead and focus on the one that you were just commenting again. In regards to what we had heard from martyred Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, I mean, he had mentioned before that if an aggression happens, this will be the response. Donald Trump is trying to get out of it. Many people have been describing that he's been stuck or trapped in regards to his statements. Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. As we discussed it in the last session, the main reason, in my opinion, the main reason that Donald Trump is continuing this war, it's because he doesn't have an exit strategy. I think that's the only truth about his situation right now. He's confused, he panics, he doesn't know how to make another level of threat to Iran. Once he says, I'm negotiating, and then he goes, I'm negotiating with someone, but I cannot bring the name because that person is going to get killed. And then he tries to make Iranians to feel like, okay, maybe there is something happening here, and maybe someone is actually negotiating with him. But the reality is, even if that's the case, look at how desperate he is, that by saying that someone is negotiating with me, he is trying to showcase his power. How frustrated he is that even this lie showcases how weak he is right now. That no, someone from Iran is actually negotiating with me.
Yeah.
So at the very beginning, if we go back to the day one of the war, they wanted to finish Iran. They wanted to assassinate our leader, and after that regime change, and Iran is over. Now what he is saying, even he is lying, but he is saying that no, someone from Iran is actually respecting me to the level that they are negotiating with me.
Well, again, more hallucinations, as you did mention. Ms. Clausen, let me go ahead and cross over to you to one of those social media reactions. Again, in response to Donald Trump, he had said that he, of course, claims that the Strait of Hormuz will just open naturally after the war ends. So he's removed it from his own hands, from Iran's hands, saying it's naturally going to happen. Your response to that, please.
Yeah, so again, Donald Trump, he got very overconfident with his whole brinksmanship strategy, where he just bullies a nation into doing what he wants, does maybe like what he calls a surgical operation, decapitation strikes, the U.S.-Israeli MO, and uses this kind of criminality to push and force the nation he wants to subjugate into a decision. So they test grounded this in Venezuela before coming to Iran and trying it again. Well, they failed. And unfortunately, U.S. military power, U.S. political power, and U.S. military power rests on the U.S.'s ability to wage aggression and to basically wage submission as a result of that aggression. This whole formula failed in Iran, and I believe Iran is the country that it failed the hardest in. In past cases, the U.S. would be eroded after like a 10, 20-year war of attrition, like we saw in Afghanistan or Iraq. But it just the house of cards, the spectacle, the U.S.'s facade of political power that rests on aggression, it completely collapsed with Iran's resistance, with its steadfastness, with the fact that they were basically able to neutralize any kind of threat the U.S. threw its way and nationalize the Strait of Hormuz to actually turn the script around and place the large international waterways as a financial liability onto the U.S. rather than the U.S. this time putting an economic liability or an economic strangling an economic chokehold on Iran. So the leverage is now in Iran's court, and Trump is desperately trying to make any kind of appearance or have any kind of leverage to try to resuscitate his so-called art of the deal strategy. But of course, it doesn't rest on anything concrete or anything material at this point. Anyone could see that the ball is in Iran's court. Anyone could see that Iran has all the leverage in this case, and that there's no U.S. threat that's really going to be able to allow Trump to exercise his brinksmanship strategy that he was able to do elsewhere. So this is the situation he's in. This is why people are seeing him just growing so erratic. His whole administration is just going crazy and going erratic because they have lost any of the leverage that could that they've been able to exercise and basically politically blackmail the world with.
Well, exactly, Ms. Qasim. In regards to, again, I mean, what Trump is trying to say and what we're actually hearing here from Iran, we've got the spokesperson for Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters not long ago made also a statement in regards to different points saying that, of course, do not bother yourself to even count our missiles, our drones, our strategic systems. You'll be wrong and achieve nothing. And, of course, you must pay for the aggression you started against our honorable, beloved Muslim nation. I mean, a lot of people have been saying that Iran has been not only defending itself but the entire world. And at this, we also, it seems we're having reports that there might be a speech later today, of course, by Iran's Ansarullah leader Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi with the latest developments on the situation. In regards to that, they still have not taken close the Strait of, the Bab al-Mandeb or the Red Sea also. They have not even started on that side. Ms. Qasim, if Yemen does decide to open up that front line or close it in any case, how much of a difference would it make, not only economically, but for the advantage of the current situation?
Yeah, this will completely bring the U.S. and the Zionist entity and their allies to heel. So we also have to remember DP World, UAE, they operate kind of proxy forces and have proxy leverage on the coast of Sudan, in Israel's attempted breakaway state, Somaliland. So that whole, any kind of leverage that the UAE and Israel working through the UAE has built in that area for the last 10 years will be completely broken. So, and it has been. I think that the blows that Iran has dealt onto the U.S.'s satellite states in the region economically have already done a lot to squeeze and erode this economic capability from the U.S. and Israel's proxies in the region, as well as militarily. But the Bab al-Mandeb Strait will completely close any kind of possible corridor for the U.S. and the Zionist entity, as the Ansarullah has demonstrated alone in the previous 2 years. So what we're seeing with the U.S. Navy and any kind of passageway for U.S. and Israeli vessels in the waters of West Asia it's already been challenged and already been crushed by the Ansarullah alone before Iran entered the fray and closed the Strait of Hormuz. What this will do, as I said, is additionally kind of destroy the leverage that the Zionist entity and the UAE has built up in Sudan and in Somalia, and the Somalia breakaway port. This is what I see as the kind of the next point of escalation with the Ansar-Allah's participation in the holy defense on the war of the imposed war on Iran. So this is what I see on the maritime field. On the ground field, of course, this is going to we're going to definitely see more unfold in terms of Ansar-Allah's continued precision striking of ballistic missiles on the Zionist entity, which has been done by Iran and the Hezbollah resistance daily. So this is kind of what I think we're going to expect to see.
Well, with that, Nahid, in less than a minute, if you can go ahead and summarize. I mean, again, when it comes to Lebanon, we're talking about the resistance fighters, their operations. Just now we have the announcement. A few days ago, we had a video of the fighters coming out wearing their shrouds, of course, their kaffans as known. The main one who gave the statement has now been announced as a martyr. Just in around 40 seconds, excuse me, what do you believe the Hezbollah fighters are contributing to this continued battle?
Well, that's a very great loss for the entire axis of resistance, I have to say. I have been mesmerized with what Hezbollah soldiers and I would say the children of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah have been doing since the day one. Definitely it's a great loss, but again, that's the beauty and that's the contradiction that we carry, the antagonism between the martyrdom and the beauty of martyrdom and also the loss. Yes. But at the end, this blood, the entire axis of resistance has proved to the whole world that the blood of our heroes, of our leaders and soldiers are actually going to pump more courage to the entire resistance. So even though we are mourning and we are sad for many martyrs that we have sacrificed for the cause of, I would say, liberation of Palestine, but we are also very proud to have these martyrs.
Exactly, as you did mention there, their blood is actually more of a memory than when they were alive, and it pushes everyone further on the path of resistance and, of course, the liberation of Palestine. I'd like to thank both of my guests joining us during this hour of the rolling coverage, of course, from Beirut, Ms. Julia Qasim, journalist and political analyst. A pleasure, as always. And as per our colleague here in the studio, Press TV colleague Nahid Pouraisa, thank you, as always.
My pleasure.
Viewers, please stay tuned. We're going to get back to you in just a few minutes with this hour's top headlines. Don't turn your channel, and goodbye for now.
کشور مستقل و دارای شناسنامه روشن تاریخی به نام فلسطین بر اساس یک توطئه وحشتناک غربی با سردمداری انگلیس در دهه 40 قرن 20 از ملت آن غصب و به زور سلاح و کشتار و فریب به جماعتی که عمدتاً از کشورهای اروپایی مهاجرت داده شده‌اند واگذار گردیده است. دولت‌های غربی در طول این سالهای متمادی همیشه رژیم فاسد رو کمک کردند، پشتیبانی کردند، در محافل جهانی از او حمایت کردند، انواع و اقسام کمک‌ها رو به او رسوندند. امروز در دنیا هیچ کس تفاوتی نمیگذارد میان رژیم صهیونیستی و آمریکا یا انگلیس. همه میدونن اینا یکیه. آمریکا بیشرمانه قطعنامه شورای امنیت را برای قطع بمباران و آتش‌بس وتو میکنه. اینا با هم فرقی نداره. اینا یکیه. یعنی چه وتو میکنه؟ یعنی همدستی میکند در ریختن بمب بر روی کودک و زن و بیمار و پیر و مردم بی‌دفاع. اگر آمریکا موافق نبود اسرائیل جرأت نمی‌کرد. این همه میدونن در دنیا آبروی آمریکا را. آمریکا شریک جرم قطعی جنایتکارانه. یعنی تو این جنایت دست آمریکا تا مرفع در خون مظلومان و کودکان و بیماران و زنها و اینا داخل شده و آلوده است. در واقع او داره به یک نحوی مدیریت میکنه این جنایتی رو که در غزه داره انجام میگیره. آمریکاست که داره مدیریت میکنه. آمریکایی‌ها با ادعای حقوق بشر بیشرمانه از این جنایت‌ها دارن پشتیبانی میکنن. نه فقط پشتیبانی، در این جنایت‌ها شرکت میکنن. سلاح آمریکایی است، نقشه آمریکایی است، تلاش بین‌المللی آمریکایی است. آمریکایی‌ها با کمال وقاحت میگن ما از رژیم صهیونیستی حمایت میکنیم، پشتیبانی میکنیم. اینا صریح میگن. از جمله بیشرمی هایی که امروز سیاستمداران غربی، رسانه‌ای غربی دارن نشان میدن اینه که مبارزین فلسطینی رو میگن تروریست. کسی که از خانه خودش دفاع میکنه تروریسته. کسی که از میهن خودش داره دفاع میکنه تروریسته. اون روزی که در جنگ جهانی دوم آلمانی ها آمدن پاریس رو گرفتن، پاریسی ها با آلمانی ها مبارزه میکردن، مبارزین فرانسوی تروریست بودن. چطور اونها مبارزن؟ ما یه افتخار فرانسه، ما جوان حماس و جهاد اسلامی تروریسته. بیشرم‌ها. قطعاً دشمن نمیتواند در قضیه فلسطین موفقیت مورد نظر خودش رو پیدا کنه و فلسطین آزاد خواهد شد. تردیدی نیست که فلسطین آزاد خواهد شد. ممکنه اندکی دیرتر، اندکی زودتر، لکن قطعاً این اتفاق خواهد افتاد. مبارزه امت اسلامی برای نجات فلسطین انشاءالله به نتیجه خواهد رسید.
This hour's top headlines. As Iran's armed forces continue retaliatory operations against U.S. and Israel, a military spokesman says the operations will continue until the enemies regret the war they began. Tehran says it does not accept the vicious cycle of war negotiation ceasefire, adding that repetition of the cycle would be disastrous for the entire region and beyond. And finally, Trump's speech at the White House on the war against Iran has drawn condemnation from U.S. lawmakers. Oil and stock markets also reacted negatively to the speech. Hello and welcome everyone. You're watching Press TV World News. Let's go ahead and get started with the stories that matter. The spokesman of Iran's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters says the United States and Israel have a miscalculated and incomplete understanding of Iran's military capabilities. The spokesman warns that the enemy should expect more retaliatory strikes.
We send a message to our American and Zionist adversaries. Your information about our capabilities, military power, and equipment is incomplete. You know nothing of our vast and strategic capacities. Do not assume that you have destroyed our strategic missile production centers, long-range offensive drones, advanced air defense systems, electronic warfare capabilities, or our specialized equipment. Such assumptions will only draw you deeper into the quagmire you are already in. The sites you believe you have targeted are insignificant. Our strategic military production takes place in locations you are completely unaware of and will never be able to reach. Do not attempt to count our missiles, drones, or strategic assets. You will be mistaken and achieve nothing. You must answer to the honorable and proud Muslim nation for the aggression you initiated. With trust in Almighty God, this war will continue until your humiliation, defeat, lasting regret, and ultimate surrender are certain. Following the heavy and unimaginable blows you have already received, you should expect more forceful, wider, and more devastating actions from us.
The commander-in-chief of the Islamic Republic of Iran's army has issued a directive to operational headquarters to precisely closely monitor enemy movements. Major General Amir Hatami ordered that in case of a ground invasion, not a single enemy soldier should be allowed to survive. He asked operational headquarters to implement counterattacks to the enemy's offensive. The general emphasized that the shadow of war must be lifted from Iran. He warned that it is not acceptable for Iranians to live in insecurity while others live in safety, and stressed that security must exist for everyone. Well, Iran's Islamic Revolution Guards Corps says it has shot down an advanced MQ-9 drone over the country's sky in the city of Khomeini. The targeted aerial vehicle is the 151st drone shot down by Iran's air defense since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on February the 28th. The IRGC has also successfully targeted a cruise missile in the central city of Hashan. Meanwhile, Tehran says it does not accept the vicious cycle of war negotiation ceasefire, adding that there will be disastrous consequences for the region and beyond if the cycle goes on. Foreign Minister spokesperson Ismail Baghai said Iran continues to retaliate against the war illegally waged against the country. He noted that the war is not a conventional one, as it is coupled with terrorist activities. Baghai referred to assassination of Iranian commanders who were off duty when they were killed. The spokesman said the U.S. and Israel misused the territories of regional countries to launch military attacks against Iran. Iran's foreign ministry says attacks on a school in the southern city of Minab and a stadium in the city of Lamerd are part of a wider pattern of war crimes in the ongoing conflict. Ismail Baghai says the use of new missiles in a strike on a sports venue, which killed over 20 teenage athletes, is not an isolated incident. Writing on X social media platform, Baghai described the attack as part of a systematic and brutal campaign in an illegal war against Iran. He added more than 600 schools and educational centers have been targeted so far. The spokesman noted that the term war crime is insufficient to describe the scale of the attacks, adding that the U.S.-Israeli actions amount to genocide. For his part, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian has penned an open letter to American people, urging them to look beyond the machinery of misinformation surrounding the ongoing U.S. and Israeli war on Iran. In the letter, Pezeshkian said, Iran has never initiated a war in modern history, but has bravely defended itself in the face of attacks. He emphasized that Iran harbors no hostility toward the American people and argued that portraying his country as a threat is politically motivated and not grounded in reality. President Pezeshkian noted that such narratives are used to justify military presence, sustain the arms industry, and control strategic markets. The president also noted that Israel has manipulated the U.S. into a war as Tel Aviv seeks to divert global attention from its crimes against the Palestinians. In the end, he warned that continuing this aggression against Iran is costlier and futile than ever before, and emphasized that the choice between confrontation and engagement will shape the future for generations to come. Meanwhile, U.S. President Donald Trump has repeated his rhetoric and threats against Iran during an address to this nation from the White House. Trump once again claimed that his core objectives are nearing completion in the war on Iran. He said the war is close to its end. The U.S. president said attacks will continue within 2 or 3 weeks, renewing threats of targeting Iran's infrastructure. Many analysts have said the comments are threadbare, as Trump has been repeating them since the start of the imposed war on Iran. After the speech, global oil prices rose to $105 a barrel. Stock markets also reacted negatively to Trump's comments. Well, reactions and condemnation are coming in from U.S. lawmakers over Trump's latest speech on the war against Iran. Senator Mark Warner from Virginia says Trump's address did little to answer the most basic questions the American people deserve when the nation is engaged in a costly and dangerous conflict with Iran. The Democrat said the fallout from the war has been rising prices of gas, diesel, fertilizer, aluminum, and other essentials. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer slammed Trump's address and described it as a rambling, disjointed, and pathetic presidential war speech. Senator Chris Murphy questioned what Trump claimed about Washington's achievements in the war, saying that plain evidence shows that Iran is not even close to being decimated. Murphy added that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, it has a nuclear program, and possesses loads of missiles and drones. Well, crossing over to the U.S., where petrol prices have jumped above an average of $4 a gallon for the first time since 2022, as the war Washington and Tel Aviv launched on Iran has plunged the world into an oil crisis. Now, American citizens are feeling the pain of the crisis.
I'm just bewildered, confused, unhappy, things like that, because we didn't ask for the war.
It's horrible. Johnny and his stupid war, totally unnecessary. Health care? Now they want to take health care away so they can pay for the stupid war.
It's very high. It's traumatic on my family because we wanted to travel. We're not able to travel this year as much as we did last year. It's ridiculous the prices are so high. I don't think the government is knowing what it's doing, attacking countries that fulfill our oil crisis in this country. You know, very traumatic on the whole family.
I don't know when the war is going to end, so I don't think this gas prices are going to come down anytime soon. But I mean, I hope it comes down at some point.
This war is going on. It's going to keep. Yeah, it's going to keep going up. Hopefully, it doesn't. But I don't see. I see it just keep going up, up, up. $50 it was. Now it's $69 to fill it up. Next week it might be $80. Who knows?
It's ridiculous, honestly. Yeah, seeing these gas prices skyrocket it's incredible. You know, already the living is already like the cost of living is already it's like skyrocketing. So it's incredible with the gas. So that's all.
Well, Iranians have mobilized to deliver humanitarian aid and essential goods to communities affected by war. Shipments of food, medicine, and basic supplies are being organized and sent to those in need. Maureen Amini reports from Tehran.
The Iranian people's selfless assistance for those affected by the imposed war of the U.S. and its friends against Iran. The people's dedication to restoring victims to normal living conditions, an effort rooted in the culture and values of Islamic Iran.
Donated goods from benefactors and volunteers of non-governmental organizations are stored, and after packaging and sorting by relief workers, they are distributed to those affected and in need.
Charities and non-governmental organizations have come together and formed a headquarters called the Ramadan Defense Support Headquarters.
A few days ago, when I partnered with the Red Crescent Society to distribute aid, I witnessed a treasure the likes of which I had also seen during the 8-year sacred defense.
The women artists who have sacrificed their time, energy, labor and moments with their children to keep the people's hands filled with the Iranian flag.
This is Iran, and these are the people of Iran, in the heart of Tehran, who, in difficult days and harsh conditions, amidst the bombing by the most usurping of countries, are engaged in spontaneous, dedicated grassroots work.
Today we are standing here. We are protecting our always and already great country with every drop of our blood.
Some say history does not repeat itself, but Iran, both during the 8-year imposed war and now, has proven that there are people in this world whose repeated, resolute defense of their independence and freedom leaves history and its chroniclers astonished.
This is the place where sacrifice and selflessness can be vividly seen.
It's the place where love reveals its true essence. Oynamni Press TV, Tehran.
Well, since the beginning of the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, residential areas in Tehran have been targeted. Our correspondent Gisu Misha Ahmadi has visited a neighborhood in Tehran where a number of apartments have been destroyed or damaged. Here's her report.
Gisha neighborhood, uptown Tehran. This is normally one of the city's quiet, tree-lined residential areas. But today, it is the latest target of U.S.-Israeli strikes. Here we are, just hours after the attack.
As you can see here, this is a residential area that was targeted in the early hours of this morning. You can clearly see that people were living in these homes. In addition to residential buildings, commercial areas, schools, universities, passenger planes, water reservoirs, infrastructure, power plants, medical centers, Red Crescent facilities, ambulances, rescue vehicles, and helicopters have also been targeted. All of this is the result of the savage nature of the Zionist regime and the Americans. You can see for yourselves and bear witness. And their claim that they only target military zones and not residential areas. That is 100% a complete lie. This level of savagery only reveals their desperation, weakness, and defeat.
The reality that images can capture. Homes hit, families displaced, and a community struggling to comprehend what has happened.
Number 16 in the 9th Alley. That's where I live. It was a residential building. We really don't know why our building was attacked. We were just lucky we weren't home when it happened.
Walking through the neighborhood, we see and we listen. We speak to the people who were here when the bombs fell.
No, ma'am. Please, no.
Last night, we were told that our neighborhood might be attacked. We were asked to evacuate. The entire neighborhood is residential. Every apartment here was someone's home.
And this is what remains. There are no soldiers here, no fighters, just ordinary people living their lives.
My mom nearly had a heart attack. She's a 74-year-old woman. Thank God she is fine now, but her home is completely destroyed.
There are no words for moments like this. There's only grief and the important task of finding a way forward.
I'm here with some of my friends to help my fellow neighbors. For those whose windows are broken, we remove the remaining glass and prepare the window for the repairman to install new window panes. This is our way of showing support.
Another residential neighborhood in Tehran today has become a scene of destruction. But the people you see here are still standing as the world silently watches. Yusumi Shamali, Press TV, Tehran.
Well, as the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran continues, voices of support for the Islamic Republic are growing across the globe. In India, politicians, religious leaders, and members of the public are condemning the attacks and expressing solidarity with the Iranian people. Press TV's Adil Mir reports from New Delhi.
Amid rising tension in West Asia, protests and strong reactions are emerging in India, with many calling the attacks on Iran unjustified and unlawful.
Americans believe that after the martyrdom of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, Iran would weaken. But the spirit of the Iranian people tells a different story. People are standing firm on the streets even as bombs fall, sending a clear message that Iran will not back down. The killing of young girls, even inside schools, raises serious questions. What international laws of war have the United States and Israel followed?
Criticism is also coming from senior diplomats, politicians who describe the attacks as part of a broader pattern of Western interventionism.
I'm sure Iran will be able to give a befitting answer to the needless aggression to which they have been subjected by a combination of Yankee imperialism and Zionist criminality.
Religious voices have also joined in, framing the conflict in moral and ethical terms.
If we do not support Iran today, then who are we expected to stand with? Those whose names are linked to serious crimes, or those accused of committing grave crimes against innocent children? Should we stand with the United States and Israel, or reflect on what is morally right? Our religion and scriptures have given us deep knowledge and guidance. If we ignore that in moments like these, then what purpose does that knowledge serve?
Lawmakers and political figures say the outrage is not limited to sentiments, with protests taking place in different parts of country.
ये उन लोगों ने जंग थोपी है जिनको बच्चों के खून करने में मजा आता है.
This is a brutal war marked by the killing of innocent children. More than 50,000 children have been killed in Palestine. And in the attack on Iran, 165 children were killed on the very first day. This is an unprovoked war and we condemn it. The people of India have condemned it, which is why many have taken to the streets in protest, because they fear the consequences of such actions could eventually affect others as well.
Far beyond the battlefield, the voices of solidarity in India echo growing global sentiment. They see this US-Israel aggression not just a violation of international order, but a conflict that has implications far beyond the region. Adil Mir, Press TV, New Delhi.
Well, Syrian and Palestinian protesters have taken to the streets of Damascus, condemning Israel's controversial decision to allow the execution of Palestinian prisoners and calling for urgent international action. Protesters warned of serious escalation and condemned Arab government's inaction. Here's the report.
Syrian and Palestinian activists gathered outside the UN office in Damascus, denouncing the Israeli decision of executing Palestinian prisoners as a dangerous escalation that challenges international law and humanitarian norms, and calling for urgent global intervention to prevent its implementation.
I came here today to encourage people to work toward the liberation of Palestine, the release of prisoners, and to free the world from Israeli and U.S. injustice. We call on the United Nations to stand with us against the execution of Palestinian prisoners.
I stand here in solidarity with Palestinian prisoners for their families and their children. We reject their torture and execution. Around 10,000 prisoners are facing death sentences, and we must stop this decision. If we don't stand with Palestine, then who will?
The demonstration quickly evolved into a march heading toward Yarmouk camp, where protesters voiced their anger at the unjust decision and vowed to resist the Israeli occupation until the liberation of Palestine.
We say to our people in Palestine, we will not rest until all prisoners are freed, refugees return, and Al-Quds becomes the capital of Palestine. From refugee camps in Syria, we tell the occupation, your decisions will not break us, and we will continue the path of resistance and martyrdom.
Amid growing outrage, demonstrators also criticized Arab governments, questioning their silence and calling for stronger action to confront policies they view as a direct threat to Palestinian lives and rights.
Our people must wake up. What are the Arab and Islamic countries doing? Where is Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Egypt? Israel is murdering our Palestinian brothers and their children in Gaza and in prisons, and all we see is words.
As anger grows on the streets of Damascus, protesters say this decision could mark a turning point, warning that silence will only deepen the crisis. They insist pressure must build before such measures become reality. Ali Muhammad, Press TV, Damascus.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for watching this hour's headlines. For latest updates, please stay tuned to Press TV World News. That's all from me. Goodbye.
روز بخیر خانم‌ها و آقایان. با آرزوی سلامتی و طول عمر شما را به هواپیمای ایرباس A300 خوش آمد.
اگر صبور و شکیبا، نه این که ساکت و سردم، جهان به تجربه دیده همیشه مرد نبردم. من از قبیله دریا، من از عشیره طوفان، آهای کشتی جنگی مراز نعره نترسان. شبیه پرچم کاوه به گل نشسته درفشم، منم که وارث رستم، منم که صاحب رخشم. شبیه مین به کمینم میان خشکی و دریا، اگر کرد شبی از من قلم کنم قدمت را.
They were clearly marked, cameras ready, press vests on. They weren't hiding, they were telling the truth. And still, Israel assassinated them. In southern Lebanon, a place already scarred by years of conflict, an airstrike hit a vehicle carrying journalists. Among those killed were Fatima Ftouni, her brother Muhammad, and veteran war correspondent Ali Shai. A paramedic who rushed in to help was killed too. This wasn't just an attack, it was a message from Israel. Don't report the truth. Ali Shoaib had spent decades on the front lines documenting wars, occupation, and resistance. He didn't just report history, he stood inside it, fearless, relentless, always there. Fatima Ftouni believed journalism wasn't just a job, it was identity, it was belonging. She told the stories of her people, corrected misinformation, and gave a voice to those living under fire, right up to her final moments. Days before her murder, she reported on the killing of her own family by Israel. Still, she kept going, because for them, the mission was bigger than fear, to witness, to document, to make sure the world could not look away. But when journalists become targets, when even ambulances are struck, what does that say about the cost of truth? More than 270 journalists have been killed by Israel in Gaza alone since 2023. Many labeled, many accused without proof. And yet, the cameras don't stop rolling, because someone must show what's happening. Someone must tell the story. They knew the risks. They stayed anyway. And now, others are stepping forward, picking up the cameras, continuing the mission. Because the truth doesn't disappear when you silence the messenger. It only gets louder.